So guys, first of all, congratulations. So you guys have come to the next level, that is CMA intermediate level. So congratulations from foundation to intermediate, okay, from CAT to intermediate also. So now, Charita, hi, yes sir, hi, Charita, hi, Yadav, hi. Govardhan Naik, hi. So now, so guys, so what is our subject name, guys? One subject name. What is our subject name? What is that? Business, law and ethics. Yes or no? What is our subject name? Business, law and ethics. So this business, law and ethics, this is paper 5. Paper 5 in our CMA intermediate syllabus. Okay, this is paper 5 in our CMA intermediate syllabus. Okay, what is our subject name called as? Business, law and ethics. Okay, before going into that, what I want to show is I want to show you the examination paper pattern of December 2025 attempt. Okay, of December 2025 attempt. This is a CMA intermediate law question paper. Okay, when you analyze this law question paper, see, there are two sections, Amma. Section number A and section number B. Section number A and section number B. Okay, na? Section number A and section number B. Section number A, it consists of 30 marks. What they will be asking is, they will be asking MCQs, multiple choice questions, MCQs. They will be asking 15 MCQs. Each one carries how many marks? 2 marks. So you will be getting 30 marks from section A. From section A. So it is MCQ based question. Section A is MCQ based question. Now, what is section B? Section B, it carries of 70 marks. They will be asking how many marks you have to attempt is 70 marks, but they will be asking for 98 marks. For how many marks? 98 marks. Guys, are these points clear? So they will be asking for 98 marks, but you have to get how many marks? You have to attempt for 70 marks. Are these points clear? Yes or no? No. Sir, this section B consists of 98 marks. You have to attempt for only 70 marks. Sir, what are those type of questions which will be asked in section B? Section B, guys, what I want to say is, section B, it is purely descriptive questions. Section A, it is MCQ based question, whereas section B, it is purely descriptive based questions. Okay, so in this descriptive, they will be asking some practical questions also. 2 questions they will be asking in practical manner. Are these points clear? Now, so how many questions they will be asking in section B is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of these 7 questions, how many questions you have to attempt for? You have to give 5 questions only. And each question consists of 2 sub-questions in each question. Each question consists of how many questions? 2 sub-questions, and each sub-question consists of how many marks, Nana? 7 marks each. So, on an average, what I want to say is, you have to write for 5 questions in section B. Each one carries 14 marks, and in that 14 marks question, each question, and there are 2 sub-questions, and each sub-question consists of how many marks? 7 marks. So, how many marks you have to get from section B is 70 marks. Okay, so section A 30 marks, section B 70 marks. But how many marks they will be asking for? Totally 128 marks. Totally 128 marks. Guys, are these points clear? 128 marks. Okay. So, this is a paper pattern which ICMAI framed for our CMA intermediate syllabus. Okay. So now our subject name is what? business law and ethics. Business law and ethics. Before going into the topic, before going into the subject, details of a subject, what I want to give is, I want to give a proper clarification of what are A category topics and what are B category topics and what are C category topics and what is the sequence of listening the class and everything. I'll give you a clarification. Yes or no? No. So let's go to the A category topics, guys. These are the A category topics. These are A category topics, which consists of, I already told you how many marks you have to write in the examination, how many marks you have to attempt in the examination, 70 marks. Out of that 70 marks, you will be getting 63 marks if you just go through with these 4 concepts. What are those 4 concepts, Nana? Indian Contract Act, ethics, directors, and industrial laws. In this Indian Contract Act, you already have studied in your basic level, foundation level, yes or no? So that consists of how many marks, Nana? 21 marks. See, let's see here. Question number 2A and 2B. Question number 2A and 2B. It is from which topic? Indian Contract Act. So 7 marks plus 7 marks, and when we go to this 8th question, A, it is also from Indian Contract Act, but practical question. Indian Contract Act, but practical question. So how many marks does this question consist of? 7 marks. So totally how many marks weightage is that? 21 marks. Okay, na? Then second concept is what, Nana? Ethics. Second concept is what? Ethics. Ethics consists of 14 marks of weightage in our CMA intermediate syllabus. How many marks, guys? 14 marks. So see here, 7A and 7B is from which concept? Ethics itself. How many marks does it consist of? 7 plus 7, 14 marks of descriptive manner. Okay. So first concept is Indian Contract Act. Second concept is what? Ethics. What I suggest for online students is, whenever you are going to start your syllabus, okay, if at all you guys are housewives or working professionals, first complete A category concepts to listen. Okay, first one is what? Indian Contract Act, then ethics. Okay, so Indian Contract Act, then ethics. Now, what is the third A category concept? Directors. What is the third A category concept? Directors. Directors consist of how many marks, guys? 14 marks. 14 to 21 marks. There are in some attempts, they will be asking how many questions? 3 questions also. 3 questions they will be asking from directors concept. So 14 to 21 will be coming from which subject, which topic? Directors. Okay, now, but what I suggest you guys is, see, these are the A category topics, yes or no? These are the A category topics. What sequence it is better for the students who are listening in the recorded is Indian Contract Act, Payment Industrial Laws, that is Indian Contract Act, Factories Act, EPF, ESI, Code on Wages. Okay, na? But directly what students think is they try to go to the directors itself. They try to go and listen directors itself. But that is not safe, Amma. You cannot get a better understanding if you go directly to the directors concept. So before going into the directors concept, how I teach, how we teach in the BCCA is, first you have to have a better understanding of Companies Act. What is mean by a company? What is mean by a company, and what are the features of a company, and what are the types of companies? Then how will the management in the company be made, and how the administration in the company be made? So these are C category topics. Even if these are C category topics, what we will do is we will teach this first before going into the directors concept. Before going into the directors concept, what we will be teaching here? First preliminary concept, then management and administration. Then only you can get a better understanding of which chapter? Directors. Okay, so what you guys think is, sir, this Indian Contract Act is A category, ethics is A category, directors is also A category. Guys, even if directors is A category, it is not preferable, not suggestible from my side to go directly to the chapter called as directors, okay, after Indian Contract Act and ethics. But rather, you have to have a better understanding of Companies Act. That is preliminary. Then what? Then what? Management and administration. Are these points clear? Now, then the next chapters, those are industrial laws. If at all you guys read these 4 topics, you will be getting 63 marks. Okay, then comes to the B category concepts, which are Sale of Goods Act, Partnership, LLP, NI Act. Okay, so these are B category because these are the 4 category topics. Even if you read these 4 category, you will be getting how many marks? 14 marks. You will be getting how many marks? 14 marks. So moderate length, moderate weightage of marks. So what I suggest is I have kept this as a B category concept. I have kept it as a B category because already Sale of Goods Act you will be you might have studied in your foundation level. Already NI Act you might have studied in your foundation level. Okay, that is the reason I have kept this as a B category topics. Okay, then comes the C category. What are those C category? Preliminary, incorporation, prospectus, share capital, charges, deposits and management. Sir, why have you chosen this as a C category? Because if you read these 7 chapters also, you will be getting how many marks? So it is better first prepare, when it comes to preparation, first you have to prepare all these concepts first, then go to the B category, then go to the C category. Guys, are these points clear? But what I suggest from my side is, to qualify, you can keep this as a C category, but to have a better understanding and work exposure, you need to have a better understanding in these concepts only. What are those? From the Companies Act concepts. From the Companies Act concepts only, you need to have a better understanding. Okay, because when you go to the work exposure in everywhere, wherever you go, wherever you try to get, apply for jobs, you will be finding many only in the companies sector only. Okay, you will be giving for where you will be giving your application in the companies. So majority you will be facing only the companies. Okay, so that is the reason you need to have a better understanding in the Companies Act. In the Companies Act. Guys, are these points clear? So no need to rush. Please be cool. We will start the concept. These are the A category concepts, B category concepts and C category concepts. And I'll also give you a clarification of how to read the subject and how to present in the examination, and also how to prepare for the examination. Okay, that too, theory subject. Are these points clear? No need to get worried. Guys, online, are these points clear? Now, what is our subject name called as, guys? What is our subject name called as? Business, laws and ethics. Yes or no? What is our subject name called as? Business, laws and ethics. Business, laws and ethics. Come on, tell me. Business, law and ethics. Yes or no? This is paper 5. Paper 5. Okay? Paper 5 in our ICMAI intermediate syllabus. What is the reason for giving business law and ethics in our syllabus? Cost accountant in the sense, you know, he's an accountant and he deals with the cost accountancy and everything. Okay, then what is the reason? And financial management, cost accountant should have a better understanding of a costing and financial management and also accounting and everything. Okay, cost audit and everything. Yes or no? Then why did our ICMAI institute thought of giving law, business law and ethics in our syllabus? That you have to get to know. Yes or no? Meeku ardhamautunda? Manaki ICMAI intermediate syllabus lo, what is the reason for giving this subject in our ICMAI intermediate syllabus? Kaiku? Alien Kaiku? What is the reason? Emai undachu? Emai undachu? What is your name? Suman. Orissa. You are from Orissa. Nice. Suman from Orissa. Nice. What's your name? Baji. You are from? Adanki. Okay. Okay. Subani, where are you from? Nagura? Sir, nice. Pakistan, Okay, guys, our subject is called as business law and ethics. Yes or no? So come on. What is the reason for the ICMAI Institute to frame this in our ICMAI intermediate syllabus? To include this in our ICMAI intermediate syllabus. Enduku? Kaiku? So, what I want to say is, first you have to know what is our subject, Then I'll explain why CMA Institute have given this in our syllabus. Okay. So come on, tell me, what is the subject called as? Business, law and ethics. Come on, tell me, what is called as law and what is called as business? What is mean by business and what is mean by law? What is mean by law and what is mean by business? Come on. What is mean by law and what is mean by business? Business. Business. Odisha. What is mean by business? Huh? Earning, a motive to earning profits. Okay. Whatever you are doing for what? To earn some profits. Yes or no? Yes or no? Whatever business you are doing, if you are doing an educational business, in just why you will do education business? To earn the profits. Okay. If at all you have a canteen, why you will start a canteen? To earn what? Profits. Yes or no? So that is called as business. Business means what? Whatever you are doing, an activity for earning what? Profits. For loss, I will start a business. Loss kosam business start chestana. Yes or no? Subhani? For getting loss, I will start a business. No, not at all. For earning profits only, I will start a business. Okay. So whether it may be a restaurant, that is canteen, or whether it may be a restaurant, whether it may be educational, whether it may be service oriented, whether it may be a trading business, whether it may be a manufacturing activity, whatever it may be, service activity, whatever it may be, what I want to say is business means what? Yes. Jay, business is for earning profits. Nice. So business is for what? Whatever you are doing, you are doing for what? For earning profits. But whatever activity you are doing for earning profits, in the eyes of law, see, for example, if I am doing a business which is called as education institution, okay, but in the eyes of law, what do you call it as? In the eyes of law, how they will frame your business as? Okay. So what I want to say is, in the eyes of law, business are categorized into 4 ways, Amma. Okay. 4 ways. One is sole proprietorship. One is what? Sole proprietorship. Second one is what? Partnership. Third one is what? Company. Fourth one is what? LLP. Fourth one is what? Okay. So come on, what I want to say is, there are 4 types of business, not in the eyes of you and not in the eyes of me, but in the eyes of what? In the eyes of law. Legal ga, if at all you want to see a business in the eyes of law, in the eyes of law, what is a legal requirement? How you call it as? See, my name is Vignan. Yes or no? I am a law faculty. Yes or no? That you can say. This is an education institution. Nice. What is education which they teach is CMA. But in the eyes of law, how they will see? How they will look this as? Ela chustaru. How they will look this as? How they will see is, they categorize into 4 ways. But whatever business you are doing, we call your business in 4 ways. If you are only one person, you are doing your business, you are giving the investment, you are only sharing the profits, you are only earning the losses, and you are only doing the management, everything is done by you. That means investment is done by that same person. Investment is done by that same person. Okay? Yes or no? Profits are earned by that same person. If at all there are losses, who will be earning that? Who will be facing that losses? The same person. Ardhamavutunda? And if at all management, who will perform the management, Amma? That same person. Okay? So whatever you are doing that business, if you are doing by yourself, that business is called as what? Sole proprietorship. Without the help of any other person, as an investor, without any other person to share the profits and losses, you are only doing your business. That business is called as what? Sole proprietorship. That business is called as what, Amma? Sole proprietorship. Pakka? So, sir, not about that. I want someone's help. I want another person's investment. I want another person's profits. I want another person to share the loss also. I want another person to share what? My responsibilities. Share my responsibilities. So what happens is, when two or more persons are coming and doing a business, then what they do is, there might be a chance of cheating one person to another person. Yes or no? అర్థమైందా? ఒక పర్సన్ ఇంకో పర్సన్ చీట్ చేసే ఛాన్స్ ఉంది. సో వాట్ దే విల్ డూ, దే విల్ ఫ్రేమ్ సమ్ డీడ్, ఒక అగ్రిమెంట్, దే విల్ ఎంటర్ ఇన్ టు సమ్ అగ్రిమెంట్. ఓకే, so when two or more persons coming together and they start a business to earn some profits, that business is called as what? Partnership. Guys, are these points clear? Now the third point. What is the third type of business, Amma? Third type of business is what? Company is also what? Association of person, where more than one person will come together and they will conduct, they will do a business, they will make investment, they will share the profits, they will share the losses also. What about the management? Management is done by another person. Okay, investment is done by another persons. There are two different types of people. Some sort of people, what they will be doing, it is an association of person, but some people, what they will do is, they will conduct a business, they will manage, they will do the management and administration. Other persons, what other persons will do is, they will give just investment. Adhamainda? So it is a combination of management and ownership. So one sort of people, one group of people, they will be doing management. Another people, they will be just investing. అలాంటి కాంబినేషన్ ఉంటాయి. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆల్సో అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ పర్సన్. వాట్ అసోసియేషన్? వాట్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ అసోసియేషన్? మేనేజ్మెంట్ అండ్ ఓనర్షిప్. ఓకే, సో మేనేజ్మెంట్, సమ్ పీపుల్ విల్ బి కమింగ్ అండ్ దే విల్ బి గివింగ్ దేర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్. సార్, వాట్ ఐ విల్ డూ is, sir, I will do management, I will perform management. Some people will be coming and telling, sir, I will just give investment, I will not at all involve any other company's affairs. What I'll do, I am investor. Every year, whatever I have given, I'll just come and ask and go. That's it. So it is a combination of what? Management and ownership. That business is called as what, Nana? Company. Last but not least, what is the other business? LLP. In the eyes of lawmaker, what they'll do is, they will look in this four ways only. Okay, in this four ways only. Are Babu, whatever business is, I don't know. But in the eyes of law, I'll just look your business as an LLP, or as a partnership, or as a company, or as a sole proprietorship. So what LLP is it is also an association of persons. But it has the positives of company and the positives of partnership. So it is a combination of what? Company and partnership. Okay, so Companies Act provisions also will be applicable here. Partnership Act provisions also. It is a hybrid pillar. Okay, it is a hybrid pillar. What is that? LLP. So provisions of Companies Act, provisions of LLP, both will be in this LLP business. Guys, are these points clear? మీరు ఎలా అయినా బిజినెస్ పర్ఫామ్ చేసుకోండి. వాట్ ఎవర్ బిజినెస్ యూ ఆర్ డూయింగ్, దెర్ ఇస్ నో నీడ్ టు గెట్ వరీడ్. ఓకే, ఇన్ ద ఐస్ ఆఫ్ లా, ఐ విల్ కేటగరైజ్ ఇన్ టు ఫోర్ వేస్: సోల్ ప్రొప్రైటర్షిప్, partnership, company, LLP. Then we got to know what is meant by business. Okay na? In the eyes of law. So in the eyes of law, there are four types of business. First, what is meant by law? Law ante enti? What is meant by law? It is a solution for a problem. Yes or no? So what is meant by law? If there is any problem in the society, then comes a solution. Okay, then comes a solution. This is business law. Business law in the sense, whatever the problems are there in these types of businesses, okay, there have to be an absolute solution. So what I want to say is, for a partnership, there are more than two or more persons. Yes or no? More than one person. So there might be a chances of one person cheating another person. Advainda? These people might start a business for fraudulent purpose. Okay, then what happens? There is a problem. What is the solution for that problem? Partnership Act. Law is a solution. If this is a business, what is the business law in the sense solution for that business? What is that solution, Nana? Act. Act is a solution. Law is a solution. There are 4 types of business. So for a partnership problem, for the problems of partnership, what is the solution for problems of partnership? Partnership Act. So if there is a business called as company in the eyes of law, if there are problems in the company, what are the solution for the problems of the company? Companies Act. So if there is a LLB means investment is done by more than 2 or more persons. Profits will be sharing, losses will be sharing, management also will be sharing. What about the solution of these problems in the LLB? LLP Act. Pakka? Damn sure? Ardhamainda? Okay. So in these businesses, what happens is directly or indirectly, these people might be entering into contracts with some people. For example, if I am doing some manufacturing entity, if I am a manufacturing entity of a car, so for manufacturing a car, I need tires, and also I need many things, nuts, bolts, everything. Okay. So what I have to do is, for example, I am purchasing these raw materials. If at all I am purchasing some raw materials, what I'll do, I'll purchase those tires and I have to fix those into my car. Then I'll sell it to some showroom, some dealers. Yes or no? So there is a supplier and there is a customer. There is a supplier and there is what? Customer. Guys, ardhamautunda? There is supplier and there is what? Customers. So here, if I am manufacturing a company, directly and indirectly, for example, if I start a business as a company or a partnership or an LLP, whatever I am doing, whatever I have registered as in the eyes of law, what is the solution for that problem? We have known. We have got to know that. What is that? Partnership, company or LLP. Now my point is, this business, it may directly or indirectly enter into a contract with suppliers also. It may directly or indirectly enter into a contract with customers also. What is the absolute solution for that? What the supplier says is, sir, I will send these tires within 5 months. Based upon that, what we did is we entered into a contract with customer that I will affix these tires and give it to the customer within 6 months. But if this person did not give the tires within 5 months, who will get into? Who will fall into the problem, amma? Manufacturer. Ardhamainda? So there might be a chances of what? One person may not perform his duty well. That is the reason what happens is we have to enter into a contract. Whatever business you are doing. See, for example, BCCA is an education institution. Yes or no? BCCA education institution, na? Okay. Even if we are teaching classes, we are also giving some goods. Goods sale chestunama leda? What are the types of goods which we are saying? Pen drives, books. Okay na? Yes or no? Books are the goods. Books sale chestunam. So directly or indirectly, we are doing something. Even if it is a service-oriented business, what we are doing? We are selling and purchasing something. So directly or indirectly, every business, it might enter into a contract. And if there are problems in those contracts, what is the absolute solution? Contract Act. Indian Contract Act. Guys, are these points clear? Indian Contract Act. Indian Contract Act. Pakka? Samajh gaye? So, for selling of goods and purchasing of goods, there also problem may arise. So, that is the reason there is another problem. So, for that problems, there is a solution. What is that solution? Sale of Goods Act. There is a solution called as Sale of Goods Act. Pakka? Sale of Goods Act. Are these points clear? Okay. So, this is what I want to say. This is what I want to say. See, you have just heard the point, Indian Contract Act just now, while discussing a category concept. Indian Contract Act, yes, it is there in our syllabus. Sale of Goods Act, yes, it is there in our syllabus. Then what about partnership? Yes, it is there in our syllabus. What about Companies Act? Yes, it is there in our syllabus. LLP Act, it is there in our syllabus. Okay, na? Damn sure? Damn sure? Okay. Even if you are doing business, you have some employees in your organization, yes or no? The employees ki salary wala, you have to give your salary to the employees, yes or no? You have to pay salary. You have to give bonus. You have to see the benefits, retirement benefits also. If at all you are doing a business, you are just focusing on customers, you are just focusing on suppliers. Saripotundamma. You have to focus on what? Employees also. So for that, what acts came into force is retirement benefits. For retirement benefits, which act came into force? Gratuity. Then what? EPF Act. EPF and MP Act. Retirement benefits. Because that employees will be working now. What happens if he becomes old? Who will take care of that person? Anduku retirement benefits vachai. Entavi? There might be a problem that employer may not give that amount. So that is the reason Gratuity Act came into force. Then what? Provident Fund came into force. Amma ardhamavutunda? Then what about salaries, sir? Salary and wages. Code on wages came into force. For bonus, code on wages came into force. Pakka. Okay. What about healthy measure, safety measure, working condition, welfare measure? So there might be a problems in the organization. Employer may not perform his duty. So what act came into force? Factories Act came into force. Which act came into force? Factories Act came into force. Last but not least, what is the last one? ESI Act. If employee is alive, this is the solution. If there might be a chances of employee might die in the organization. For that, what happens? ESI, Employees State Insurance Act, during the course of death. Okay, death. What is the absolute solution? In the course of employment injury, ESI Act. So come on, let's see our solutions for the problem. What is the solution for the problem of business law? Which law? Business law. So what? Yes, let's see here. I already told you. Indian Contract Act. We just have heard now. Yes or no? Indian Contract Act unda leda? Is it there in our syllabus? Yes, it is A category. Gratuity and EPF. It is retirement benefit. Yes or no? Is it there in our syllabus? Yes. Factories Act for what? For working conditions and welfare measures, safety measures, everything. There have to be an act. I already told you. Factories Act. Unda leda in our syllabus? Yes. Then code on wages for what? Salary. If at all employee is not at all in existence, what will come into force? ESI Act, insurance. That is there in our syllabus. Yes. We will be learning everything. Then what? Indian Partnership Act. Indian Partnership Act, LLB Act, Sale of Goods Act, NI Act. Okay. And these concepts are what? Based upon company. These concepts are based upon company. So come on, let's see this point, guys. What I want to say is, what is meant by a business law? Business law in the sense, what is a business law? Solution for problems in business. So what are the business which we have? 4 types. What are those? Sole proprietorship, partnership, LLP and company. Sir, sole proprietorship na? Sole proprietorship is only dealing with one person. So there is no need for any other respective act. So we will not be learning about this act. So there is no sole proprietorship act. So what we will be learning? Partnership Act, Companies Act, LLP Act. Pakka. Whatever business you are doing, directly or indirectly, you will be entering into a contract. For that, there might be a problems in the contract. For that, there is a solution. What is that solution, Anna? Contract Act. Okay, Indian Contract Act. Pakka. Amen. What is that? Indian Contract Act. Samajh gaye? Damn sure. Next, if whatever business you are doing, you might sell or purchase. So there might be a transactions of selling and purchasing. So there might be a problems about that. So for that, what is the respective solution, Anna? Sale of Goods Act. Sale of Goods Act. Are these points clear? Did you get my point? Samajh gaye? Pakka? Next, I already told you, these are industrial laws. What are those? Gratuity Act, Factories Act, EPF, ESA and Code on Wages. Ardhamainda? So now our entire CMA intermediate syllabus, it is categorized into 4 parts, Nana. It is categorized into 4 parts. Part A, commercial laws. Part B, what is part B? What is part B? Come on, tell me. Industrial laws, super. Part C. Part C, what is that? Contract Act kaadu. Corporate laws. Part 4, part D. What is that part D? Ethics. Part D, ethics. So these 3, part A, part B and part C consists of what? Consists of what topic? Business law topics. Business law topic. Whereas part D consists of which topic? Ethics topic. Okay, na? So commercial laws. What are commercial laws? Contract Act. Contract Act. Sale of Goods Act. NI Act. Then what? Partnership Act. LLP. Pakka. Okay. Industrial laws. Gratuity Act. Factories Act. Code on Wages. EPF. ESI. These are industrial laws. Corporate laws. What are corporate laws? Companies Act. Companies Act. Okay. These 3 are business laws. These 3 are what? Business law. Then what about the 4th part? Nana, what is the 4th part? Part D, ethics. So now we got to know what is mean by business law. No problem. Sir, then what is mean by ethics? Ethics mane to kya? Ethics ante enti? What is mean by ethics? Business law in the sense, if there is a problem, solution for a problem is business law. Whatever problems are there in a business, for that solutions are called as what? Business law. Then what about ethics? Before getting that problem, before going into that problem, before facing that problem, proactive thing have to be happened there. What is that proactive thing? Ethics. Okay, for example, simple sense, if at all I am doing something, okay, some mischief thing, then something will run in my mind. This you should not do, it is not right. Yes or no? For example, if I want to steal some remote or some pencil, okay, if at all I want to steal this one, rob this one, okay, so what happens? If at all I want to rob this one or steal this one, what happens? Something will be running in my mind. Cheyachu, cheyagudadu. This is not right, or you can do this. So the state of mind where it guides our individual character, Are Babu, this is right and this is wrong. It keeps on guiding our brain. Yes or no? What thing to do, what not to do. That thing is called as what? Ethics. That thing is what called as what? Ethics. So before a problem arises, if a person have this ethics in his mind, then problem will arise, amma. Problem arise avudda. If at all it is running in your mind that it is keep on saying, no, this is not right, this is not good, but still if you are doing, then problem will come. For that problem, what is absolute solution? Law. So come on, tell me, what is proactive thing? Law na ethics. What is reactive thing? Business law. So we are not going to think about ethics, but we are going to think about business ethics. Business ethics. You are cost accountants, right? You will be becoming cost accountants, right? Yes or no? You are a cost accountants. What you will think? What you will think is about a business perspective. Yes or no? What is right and what is wrong? What is good and what is bad? In an individual behavior, it is a ethics. When it comes to a business, it is called as business ethics. It is called as what? Business ethics. Come on. What is there in our syllabus? What is our subject name called as? Business, law and ethics. Okay. What is proactive thing? Ethics. What is reactive thing? Business, law. If at all a people or a business is not doing what it have to do, what it should not do, then comes into force what? Law. Which law? Business law. Pakka. Damn sure. So this is a point. This is our syllabus. This is our entire syllabus. Pakka. Okay, na? Okay. So, are there any doubts? Pakka, you got to know what is our subject name called as. So, what we will deal in our subject? What are the A category topics? What is the B category topics? Everything. Guys, online, are there any doubts? Are there any doubts? Deepak, sir, please revise Companies Act 2013 all chapters. Okay, Deepak. Done. Okay, nice. So, guys, Pakka. So, yes. Any doubts now? Subject గురించి అర్థమైందా? Did you get my point? బాబు ఒడిశా ఓకే ఏంటిది వెస్ట్ బెంగాల్ సుమంత్ ఓకే ఎనీ డౌట్స్ ఓకే నైస్ సో విత్ దిస్ విల్ కన్క్లూడ్ ద సెషన్ విల్ డిస్కస్ ద రిమైనింగ్ టాపిక్స్ ఇన్ ద నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ విల్ స్టార్ట్ ద కాన్సెప్ట్ ఫ్రమ్ టుమారో ఓకే ఓకే హాయ్ గైస్ వెల్కమ్ టు BCCA మై నేమ్ ఇస్ Vignan and I am your law faculty. So yes, today is our second class. Yes or no? So in a previous session, what did we discuss about? What did we discuss about, Amma? What did we discuss? What is our subject called as? Business laws and ethics. Okay. So in this business law and ethics concept, I already told you it is divided into 4 parts. Yes or no? So what are those 4 parts? Commercial laws, industrial laws, corporate laws, and ethics. Commercial laws, industrial laws, corporate laws, and ethics. Yes or no? Okay. In this commercial laws, I already told you what are the concepts, what are the acts which we are going to discuss. Contract Act, Sale of Goods Act, NI Act, Partnership Act, LLP Act. When it comes to industrial laws, what are the concepts which we have to discuss? Gratuity Act, Factories Act, Code on Wages, Employees Provident Fund, and Employees State Insurance Act. Yes or no? Now, when it comes to corporate laws, which act we are going to discuss in this corporate laws? Companies Act. So these three laws, what are those? Commercial laws, industrial laws, and corporate laws. This will be coming under which concept? Business laws. Business laws. And there is another concept, another part which we have to discuss in our syllabus. What is that? Ethics. What is that? Ethics. Okay, na? So come on, tell me, what is mean by law in the normal sense? Mana bhashalo, in our language, what is mean by law? It is a solution for a problem. So when this act will come into force, what is the reason for law coming into force? To give a proper solution for what? For problem. Okay. So if at all we have ethics, if at all we follow ethics, then will there be a problem? No, problem will not arise. If problem will not arise, is there any problem in the society? No problems. Okay. So what we are understanding in our syllabus is a proactive thing. What is that? Ethics. A reactive thing. What is that? Laws. Which laws? Business laws. So what are the proactive things in business? Ethics is a proactive thing. Yes or no? Business ethics are the proactive things, and commercial business laws are what? Reactive things, which we will learn in our syllabus. Pakka? Yes or no? So in a general sense, what is mean by law we have discussed. Are there any doubts, Nana? Doubts, are there any doubts? Pakka? Clarity? Okay. Now, what lawmakers have given is, lawmakers have given a proper understanding and in-depth understanding of what is mean by law as per their perspective, as per law perspective. What is mean by law? How did they define a law? How did they define law? What is mean by law as per the law terms? Okay. So when it comes to law, what is mean by law as per law? Come on, tell me. What is mean by law as per the law term? Law, as per the law terminology, as per the lawmaker. How did he define it? How did they define it? Lawmakers, how did they define? Guys, law means, that means they are giving a proper definition. See, law means a solution for a problem as per our general knowledge. Yes or no? If there is a problem, solution is called as law. So what lawmaker has given is he have defined it this way. Lawmakers have defined it this way. Well, how did they define? Is law means acts, rules, regulation, bylaws, ordinances, and orders. So what is meant by law? Actually, I'll give a small detailed understanding. When it comes to law, guys, please understand. When it comes to meaning, definitions, when you are defining something, okay, when you are defining something, you should not use a word called as, known as, okay, is also called as, was also called as. No, no, no. You should not use those types of words here. Okay. From the law terminology, if you are defining something, you have to use two words. What is that? Either means or includes. Either means or what? Includes. What is mean by means? Giving a restrictive definition. Katte, kotte, teche. Direct. If you are giving a direct answer, that means you will be using a word called as means. Okay, restrictive definition. Restrictive definition. Directly, if you are framing something, directly, you are giving your answer. That is called as means. Then you will use a word called as means. If you could not give the answer, okay, answer ఇవ్వలేని పరిస్థితి ఉన్నప్పుడు, if you could not give the answer, then what lawmakers uses a term called as what? Includes, which is inclusive. This is restrictive. Another one is what? Anna? Inclusive. Sir, why we will use the word called as includes? Why we use the word called as includes? Includes on a word. Why we use that while defining? Because when there is no proper clarification of presenting the answer directly, presenting the definition directly, what we will be using? Includes. That means everything. See, what is mean by a computer system? Mouse will come under a computer system, CPU will come under a computer system, monitor will come under a computer system, everything will be coming under what? Computer system. Yes or no? That means inclusive definition. That means what? Inclusive definition. What do you call as a solar system? Group of planets. Earth, it is coming under solar system. Sun, solar system. Mars, Jupiter, it is coming under what? Solar system. So what I want to say is, when you cannot give a direct definition, then you will be using a word called as what? Includes. Here, what we will be using, either means or includes are. Means are, includes are, in the sense, there he have given in somewhere, sometimes they will be using word called as means, sometimes they will be using what? Okay, there is no proper restriction upon a word called as law. Okay, because what the lawmaker want to say, if he is using the word called as includes, then what does that mean? Act will come under what? Law. Rules also will come under what? Law. Regulations also will come under what? Law. Bylaws will come under what? Law. Ordinances also means what? Law. Orders also means what, Nana? Law. Pakka. Orders also will be coming under what? Law. So, as per law definition, what can you call as what can you call law as? Act, law. Bylaws, law. Rules, law. Regulations, law. Ordinances, law. Orders are also what? Law. Pakka. Damn sure. Yes or no? Samajh gaye? Clarity? So basic knowledge, just a normal sense, no? What we will call, how we will use a word called as law? Solution for a problem. But from the law perspective, from the lawmaker's perspective, how they define law as? Rules, acts, regulations, bylaws, ordinances, orders. Everything will be coming under what? Law. So that is the reason what I have done is I have given a clarification. Yes or no? See, these are the acts. Yes or no, guys? What are the acts here? See, what is that? Contract Act, Sale of Goods Act, NI Act, Partnership Act, LLP Act, Companies Act. So these acts are what? These acts are what? Law. Simple. These acts are what? Law. So how do these people, how do this act come into force? How this act will come into force? How this act will come into force, guys? This act will be come into force by parliament. It is a type of law which is passed by the parliament. Supreme authority. It is given to parliament to frame the law. అర్థమైందా? Yes or no? Sir, if you want to pass it in the parliament, how do you pass it? How do you pass it? Sir, if at all I want to pass a central act. Central act. See, this is what? Contract Act is a central act. Yes or no? Every state in India will follow Contract Act. Yes or no? Sale of Goods Act is also what? Central Act. Yes or no? Companies Act is also what? Central Act. అర్థమైందా? So central acts, if you want to frame central act, it have to be passed in the parliament. It have to be passed in the parliament. Central. If it is a central act, it is passed by the parliament. It is passed by the parliament. If at all you want to pass for the state law, for the state act, what you have to pass, where you have to pass, you have to pass in a state legislature. You have to pass in where you have to pass this, guys. You have to pass in state legislature. Are these points clear? Pakka? Yes or no? So now I want to show you something. What is that, sir? If you want to call it as a law, okay, that to which law? Act will be coming under which one? Law. Definition. Yes or no? So what is called as act? Something which is framed in the parliament. Something which is framed in the state legislature. That is called as what? Act. Okay, that is called as what? Act. So I want to tell you something. What is that? How can you bring some act into force by way of parliament? What is the procedure for framing a law, for framing an act as per what? Parliament. How can you do that? ఎలా చేస్తారు? How will you frame that? Directly Narendra Modi will pass law act. Act pass చేస్తారా? No. How? How? Guys, first some experts, what they'll do is they will pass a bill where Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Then what happens is, okay, when the bill is passed, guys, please listen. When a bill is passed, then what happens is, India is a democratic country. It is a people's country. Yes or no? అర్థమైందా? So what happens? Directly they will not pass. Directly they will not elect. Directly they will not vote. Okay, first they have to ask whose opinion? Public opinion. First they will ask whose opinion? Nana? Public opinion. And after taking public opinion, where they will go is they will go to the experts opinion. They will take experts opinion also. Okay, first they will go to the public, then to the experts. Then after this public and experts opinion have been taken, again it will be passed where? In the parliament. Okay, in the parliament. Then what happens? These people will come and vote. Voting procedure will be done, will be made by them. And after the proper voting procedure have been completed, then what happens? It will be taken to president. It will be taken to president. Amma, this is in our social, yes or no, social subject when we used to study from first class to 10th class, no? అప్పుడు చదివారా లేదా? Yes or చదవలేదు. Okay, no problem. ఏం కాదు. So what happens? First where you will pass a bill, then it have to be taken to public and experts opinion. Then again, then voting procedure will be made. Then that votes will be taken to president. If president he is accepting with that, if president did not find any problem in that, did not find any loophole in that, then he will accept. When he accepts, then it will be called as what? Act. Sir, till now it is called as a drafted bill only. After president's assent, then it becomes what? Act. Then it becomes what? Act. Simple. Samajh gaye? Then it becomes what? Act. Pakka. Sir, what will be the situation if the president rejects it? That is what your question would be. Yes or no? If president rejects it, what will be the situation? ఏమవుతుంది? This entire sequence is of no use. Yes or no? See, from Lok Sabha to Rajya Sabha, public, experts' opinion, then again, then voting, then it came to whose presence? President. If president is accepting, no problem. If president is rejecting, does president have that power to reject? Reject chese power unda president ki? Does president have power to reject? Yes, but only once. Once. Okay, because they have given an entire effort to bring it to pass it to the president. Then president, what president have to do is he can reject it, but only once. Once he rejects, then he have to give a proper reason. Okay, Babu, this is a reason why I am rejecting. Please change this procedure, or please change these matters. Then I'll accept. There is a small fault in your bill. If you change that bill, then what I'll do, I will accept. He have to give a proper reason. After giving a proper reason by the president, then again this will be passed to the what, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then a proper voting, and after the voting, then once again it comes to the president. Can he reject? After rectification, can the president reject? No. The president have only once a power, that is called as what? Veto power. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? So that concept is called as what? That is called as what? Act. That law is called as what? Pakka? So what is mean by act, Amma? Act is some law which is framed where? Parliament. Okay, what is the procedure for framing the law? Are these points clear? Any doubts? President has a power to reject. Reject chese power on the president ki? Yes, obviously, but only once. But when he is rejecting, he has to give what? He have to give what? Proper reasons for the rejection. Are these points clear? No. Second point, what is that? Rules. What is the second point, Anna? Rules. So what are these rules? See, act na act is framed by the parliament. Act is framed by parliament. Then what about rules? Where are rules framed out? By the central government. By the central government. Yes, I'll explain. Please listen. Uh, in income tax. Okay, income tax is framed where? In the parliament. In the parliament. Then what about slab rates? Slab rates by the central government. By the central government. See, wherever in the Companies Act also, wherever for bringing something into force, it is framed in the parliament. But for execution, for bringing some rule, I mean, what to say, some restrictions, imposing some restrictions or imposing some rates, everything, it will be framed by whom, Mama? Central government. So, for the act, a detailed understanding will be given by rules. So, these rules are framed by central government, but not by parliament. So, central government has a power to create law, na? Which type of law? Act or rules are? Rules. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Who will frame rules? Central government. Okay, na? Okay. The third point. What is the third point? Regulations. What is the third point, Anna? Regulations. So, what is called as regulations? What do you call regulations? How can you frame this? How can you explain this? I'll give a small example. Please listen. See, the members of the parliament, they know about elections, they know about the problems in the public, everything about the society and everything, but they know about stock market? Do they know about the stock market? Do they know of about what to say, ICMAI? ICMAI గురించి వాళ్ళకి ఏమన్నా తెలుసా? Yes or no? So what happens is, they do have a proper knowledge about elections and politics, but everyone do not know proper respective field. Knowledge in a respective field. So what they thought is, yes, even if they know proper knowledge, they have proper knowledge on politics and everything, there are certain areas where they could not give their knowledge. They could not give their knowledge. So in that respective areas, in those core areas, who have to give their knowledge? Experts have to give their knowledge, not the politicians. Then what we will do is, those type of things we will give it to some regulatory bodies. We will give it to some regulatory bodies. For example, SEBI. Okay, yes or no? SEBI is a regulatory body. It will take care of what stock market, stock exchange. Yes or no? So in a respective knowledge, respective fields of ideas, who will take care? Respective bodies. Those bodies are called as what? Regulatory bodies. And if that regulatory bodies are framing something, framing a law, those are called as what? Regulations. Pakka, it is a type of law which is passed by the regulatory body. What is the best example? SEBI. What is the best example, Nana? SEBI. If that regulatory bodies are framing laws for themselves, those type of laws are called as what? Bylaws. A regulatory body makes laws for itself, then it is called as what? Bylaws. Guys, are these points clear? అర్థమైందా అర్థం కాలేదా? समझ गए? समझ गए? पक्का? No. Last 2 points. What are those? Ordinances. What are those? Ordinances. I'll give you a small explanation. Please listen, Nana. See, this much of big procedure where a bill have to be passed or to make it as an act, it consists of this much of long procedure. Okay, it have to be taken to the public, it have to be taken to the expert, it have to be taken to the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then a proper voting have to be there, then it have to be taken to the president, and president if he accepts, no problem, president if he rejects, again once again it have to be taken the same procedure. Is this required? Is avasarama Adhyaksha? Then what happens? In some what to say, during the course of some emergency, is there a requirement of following this entire procedure? See, immediately within 1 month, what we need is, we need some law to take into force, to come into force. Then what happens? Urgent ga manaku law kavalannappudu, if we require law in an urgency, then is this entire procedure required? Can president frame law by himself? President take action of framing law by himself? Atane law atanu frame cheyagalda? Yes, but during the course of emergency. That type of law is called as what, Nana? Ordinances. That type of law is called as what? Ordinances. It is also a type of law which is passed by the President of India, and it is permanent or temporary. Temporary, sir. What is the reason for temporary? Because what these people may think is, if at all we want to pass some law, if at all we want to pass some act, we need to follow this entire procedure. It may take a long process. We are still waiting. If president want to bring some law immediately, how can he make so fast? Because of his power he is doing. They will not at all look at the emergency situation. Yes or no? They will just look at the power. He have power, that is why he is framing law for himself only. Yes or no? What lawmaker said is, no, Babu, president has power to frame law, but that law will be temporary. What? Temporary. Temporary in the sense, what we have to do is, president, and the case of some emergency, he will bring a law. That law is called as what? Ordinances. Yes or no? For that emergency period, what happens is, again this ordinance have to be passed in the parliament between Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha members, and a voting have to be there. If in the voting, if that is accepted, then it becomes act. So ordinances are what? Temporary things. To convert into a law, to convert it into act, again we have to ask whose permission. We have to take whose voting, Nana? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. We have to take a permission of parliament. Pakka. So that is the reason it is what? Temporary. It is a temporary law which is passed by the president, who, when both the houses of the parliament are not functioning, and there is a need of where? Urgent laws. When there is need of what? Urgent laws. Guys, are these points clear? Samajh gaye? Any doubts? Pakka? Damn sure. Last but not least, what is the last one, Amma? Orders. What is that last one? Orders. It is also a type of law which is passed by adjudicating authority. So courts have power. Courts power nahi leva. Yes. Did you get my point? So yes. So these are the four things. These are the six things. What are those? Law, rules, acts, rules, regulations, bylaws, ordinances, orders. Ordinances and orders. So you can call these as what? Law. Act is also called as law. Rules are also called as law. Regulations are also comes under law. Bylaws, law. Ordinances, law. Orders are also coming under which one? Law. Pakka. Damn sure. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Write as legislative process in India. Please put a heading as legislative process in India and write these points. Fast. Hi Rakesh Yadav. Hi. So, Kiran, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Kiran. Okay, guys. So, have you gone through the legislative process in India? Are there any doubts? Any doubts now? Pakka? So, okay. Hmm? Apde? So, guys, this is the legislative process in India. Are there any doubts? Clarity? Now, so I already have given you a small clarity about what is that, Nana? About what is mean by law, what is mean by law, and what are the business, what are the types of businesses, and what are the types of business law which we have in our syllabus. Everything we have discussed. Okay, what is mean by law as per the lawmaker's perspective? That also we have discussed. Are there any doubts? Clarity. What is mean by ethics? Also we have discussed. Pakka clarity, hai? Yes or no? Okay. Now, so I just want to give a small clarity of what are the types of business as in the eyes of law. In the eyes of law, what are the types of business? How do they categorize business as? That is what we are going to discuss now. Okay, na? Yes or no? So come on, tell me. In the eyes of law, in the eyes of law, business are categorized into four types. Yes or no? What are the four types of businesses, Nana? Come on, tell me. Sole proprietorship, partnership, company, and LLP. Yes or no? Yes, those are the four types of business in the eyes of law which they have categorized. Okay, but there are another types of businesses also. Another types of business also. Each and every type of business we will be discussing now, which are required for us to get a better understanding. Okay, in our CMA intermediate syllabus, you might have heard about a word called as association of persons. Yes or no? Association of persons. Okay, na? You might have heard a word called as body of individuals. Yes or no? Association of persons, body of individuals. Then we discussed about what is mean by partnership firm, then what is mean by company, okay, what is mean by LLP, yes or no? So now I want to give a small clarification of how this business run, okay, how what to say, in the eyes of law, how they are as per the eyes of law, we will discuss now. In the eyes of law, how do they categorize what type of business based upon what core point, that is what we are going to discuss. What is the core difference point from association of person to body of individuals, and from body of individuals to partnership, what is the difference, and from partnership to company, what is the difference, and from company to LLP, what is the difference, we are going to discuss now. Are there any doubts? Pakka. Let's start chadama now. So guys, I want to explain, please listen, what is mean by a body of individuals. What is mean by body of individuals? See, పేరు కాదు నాన్న. Cool. Okay. Hey, please listen now. So guys, please listen. Please listen. Huh? हमें అవసరం. Please listen now. So guys, what happened is, these four people are they want to start a business. They want to earn money. What is mean by business? Business ante enti? What is mean by business? What is mean by business? Some activity which you are doing for earning what? For earning what? Profits. For earning what? Profits. Yes or no? So yes, they four people also thought of starting a business. They also thought of starting a business for earning what? Profits. What type of business? In the sense, for example, there is there is some construction of a road or something, and what happens is, to construct that road, huh? And what? Okay, satisfied? Car kuda kavala? For to construct a road, okay, to construct a road, what happens is, first that project, I got that project. For example, if I got that project, what happens is, that project estimation is around 1000, sorry, yes, 150 crores, కొంచెం రిచ్ చెప్తాం, 160 crores. The estimation for the investment of the project is around how many? How much of the amount, Amma? 160 crores. I need for 160 crores for investment. To invest in that project, how much amount I need? 160 crores. But how much I have is 50 crores. I have how much? 50 crores. So what I did is, I went to another three contractors and I explained about the project. I explained about the project, and I need their help regarding work, and regarding the management, regarding what? Regarding the investment also. Yes or no? How much amount I have? 50 crores. So I asked the remaining amount, can you able to what provide your funds for that construction? So what they did, yes, I can provide around 40 crores. I can provide around 40 crores. That is what Mr. A said. That is what Mr. A said. Then I want to went sorry. Then I went to Mr. B. Then I went to Mr. B. So he said that he will be contributing around 20 crores. He will be contributing around 20 crores. So for receiving, I mean, for investing 160 crores, 160 crores, I will be contributing around 50 crores. Mr. A will be contributing around 40 crores. Mr. B will be contributing around 20 crores. What is the balance amount, Anna? 50 crores. Yes or no? So this balance amount, I went to Mrs. C. So she said she will be contributing the remaining 50 crores. Remaining 50 crores. Come on. Are these points clear? So what we thought is we four members are what, Nana? We four members are what? Individual persons, or body corporate. Is there any company here? So Mr. V here, Mr. V is an individual person. Mr. A is an individual person. Mr. B is an individual person. Mr. C is an individual person. So when these four people are coming together, four individual persons are coming together, and they thought of doing some business, and they thought of investing in the business, investing in that business, and they are also taking active part in the management also. And after that, this business is completed, what they'll do is they will disperse. They will disperse. Okay, we will come together and we will start a business till the completion of this project only. Till the completion of this project only. However, if we get any profits, we will share equally. If we get any losses also, we will share equally. If we get profits, we will take that amount and we will disperse. That concept is called as what? Body of individuals. Body of individuals. That means here four people, yes or no, four individual persons are coming together and they want to start a business. They want to do some activity to earn profits. That business is called as what? Body of individuals. Pakka? Body of individuals. Are there any doubts? Body of individuals. Do you know what is meant by a person? Income Tax Act. Who is called as a person, Amma? Person includes a means a. Includes. What are those? Includes individuals, HUF, AOP, BOI. Okay. That means in the person definition, what are there? Company is there. Individual person is there. Then what? Partnership firm is there. So different type of business also will be coming under what definition? Person. Okay. Different types of business also will be coming under what? Person. See, what I want to say is, in your eyes and in my eyes, you can see a physical existence of a person. Sorry, of a individual person. Okay. But in the eyes of law, they will not only look at individual natural persons, but artificial people also. They call some, existence of something. What is that existence of business? That business also will be called as a person. They will categorize it as a person in the eyes of law. So here there are four individual persons. Is there any business in between them? Any business coming in between them? No. Now I want to give another example. If, for example, instead of Mrs. C, I went to a company. I went to a company. What is that company? C and Co. I went to a company called as C and Co. Associates. Okay. So I went to a company and I asked, sir, can you contribute your money? Can you contribute your money? C and Co. I went to a company. So there are three people, individual people. There are three individual people. There are three individual people. Who are those? Mr. V as an individual person. Mr. A is an individual person. Mr. B is an individual person. Each one is contributing around 50 crores, 40 crores, 20 crores. When it comes to C and Co is a company, it is contributing 50 crores. So this company also came to us and it said that it will contribute amount. So then we are also doing, we are four people, we four persons coming together and we are starting a business. Till the completion of this project we will be together. After the completion of the project, if we are getting amount, if we are getting some amount, we will share that and we will disperse. If at all we are getting loss, we will share that loss and we will disperse. That concept is called as not a body of individuals. That business is called as what? Association of persons. Association of persons. Where person, in person definition, who and all will come under person definition? Company, individual person. What is called AOP, body of individual. Everything will be coming under what? Yeah. Yes or no? So here Means individual person is a person. Company is also a person. Individual person. Individual person. So this business which is associating different types of persons or individuals are persons. So that business is called as what? Association of persons. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure. And if this association of persons has something in between them, that is partnership deed. What is that? Partnership deed. Some agreement is there between them. Some agreement is there between them regarding what? We will share profits like this. We will share the losses like this. Okay, in this manner. We will be together till this time only. Not at all, not for this only this one project, but for the another for 5 years or 10 years. So we are putting some terms and conditions, rules and regulations into one agreement, into a deed, and we are planning to start a business. That business is called as what? Partnership deed. Sorry, partnership firm. So when there is an association of person, and with this association of person, what should be there? Partnership deed. Then it is called as what? Partnership firm. Then it is called as what? Partnership firm. Are these points clear? Are these points clear? Damn sure. समझ गए? अर्थమైందా? Pakka? So we have discussed about 3 types of businesses. What are those? One is association of a person. Two is what? Partnership firm. Three is what? Body of individuals. Pakka? Clarity? Damn sure. అర్థమైందా? Okay. So there is another type of business. What is that? Company and LLP. What is that, Nana? Company and LLP. So what is mean by company and what is mean by LLP? Everything we will discuss in the next session. Okay. Okay. So are these points clear? So with this, we'll conclude the session. We will discuss the remaining topics in which session? Next session. Okay. All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. So guys, in our previous session, we started to know about what is the meaning of our subject. Yes or no? So come on, tell me. What is the meaning of our subject? Solution for business problem. What is mean by business law? Solution for a business problems. And what is mean by ethics? Proactive thing. Before the problem comes, we have to have something which have to be running in our mind. What to do and what not to do. Character of a company. Character of a business. Okay. That is called as what? Business ethics. Yes or no? Ardhamainda? Now, and I also have discussed about how to frame a law. Okay, what is mean by law in the perspective of law? Come on, tell me, what is mean by law? What is mean by law? Are acts, rules, regulations, bylaws, orders and ordinances. Okay, yes or no? So what is mean by law? Acts, rules, regulations, bylaws, ordinances, then what? Orders and pakka. Guys, are these points clear? So what is mean by act, amma? Something which is framed in the parliament. So what is mean by rules? Well, something which is framed by central government. What are mean by regulations? Which are framed by the regulatory bodies, which are passed by the regulatory bodies. If these regulatory bodies do some laws for themselves, for the benefit of themselves, that is called as what? Bylaws. What is mean by ordinances? During the course of emergency, if a president passes some law, that is called as what? Ordinance. So is this ordinance temporary or permanent? Temporary. What are mean by orders which are passed by the adjudicating authorities? Guys, are these points clear? Okay, na? And yes, as per the law, we have got to know of what is mean by law. Pakka? What is mean by law? Now, I also have discussed about what are the different types of business. What are the different types of business and what are the different types of solutions for those businesses? Yes or no? Come on, tell me, what are the acts which we are going to discuss in our CMA intermediate syllabus? Indian Contract Act, Sale of Goods Act, Partnership Act, NI Act and LLB Act, which comes under which law? Commercial laws. Which comes under which law, Nana? Commercial laws. Then Then what is the other type of law? Corporate law. Corporate law in the sense, what act we will be learning there? Companies Act. Then we have, I also have discussed that industrial laws. Industrial laws. Which act will come under industrial laws? Code on Wages, Gratuity Act, ESI Act, EPF Act, and Factories Act. Pakka? Any doubts? Okay. Last part in our CMA intermediate syllabus. What is that? Ethics. What is that? Ethics. So yes, we have got to know of different types of law, different types of acts. Okay. And now I also have discussed about different types of businesses also. What is mean by association of person? What is mean by body of individual? What is mean by a partnership? We have discussed or not? Discuss chesama leda? If different types of individuals come together and they start a business, and after the project is being completed, they will be dispersing from that project. That business is called as what? Body of individuals. Okay. If different types of person, for example, partnership firm and a company and an individual and a HUF. If these four types of businesses come together and they are planning to start a business, that business is called as what? Association of person. Partnership firm is a persona. Yes or no? Company is a persona. Individual also is a persona. HUF also is a persona. If different types of person are coming together and they are starting a business, that business is called as what? Association. Now, if different types of individuals come together and they try to start a business, and after that business is completed, after that project is completed, they are dispersing from themselves, that business is called as what? Body of individuals. Body of individuals. Pakka. If this association of person, if they have something between them, what is that? Partnership deed. That business will be called as what? Partnership firm. Because a partnership firm is what? Association of person. That means one or more persons are coming together and they are starting a business. That is called as what? Partnership firm. Guys, are these points clear? Samajh gaye? Ardhamainda ardham kaleda? Amma ardhamainda. Okay. Next, we are going to start on another concept. Another type of business. I want to explain another type of business. That business is called as what? Company. That business is called as what, Nana? Company. See? Okay, please listen to this concept, Namma. I'll explain, please listen. Okay, so what is mean by a partnership? If more than one or more persons, if more than one person, not one or more than one persons are coming together and they are starting a business, that is called as what? Partnership firm. Pakka? Yes or no? So guys, change. స్టార్ట్ చేద్దామా? కనబడట్లేదుగా. Start mama. Guys, please listen. For example, Babu, please listen. For example, if there are two people, one person name is called as Mr. Pavana, Subhana, Kim okay. Your Bana. Borana. Who is Boran? So Mr. One person name is Charan. Sariped. So one person name is Mr. Charan and another person Balu. Evaru Banu? Okay. Guys, please listen. There are two people. They thought of starting a business, and that business is called as partnership firm. That business is called as what? Partnership firm. So now what they thought is they thought of elaborating their business. Business elaborate chadaman anukunnaru. Now if they want to elaborate their business, they estimated their investment. So they got to know that they need around 500 crores. If they need around 500 crores, they have in their business, they have how much amount do they have is they have around 250 crores. 250 crores. So what happened is they went to a bank and they were asking some amount. Sir, we need around 250 crores to start our new project. If they want to start a new project which need how much of funds, 500 crores, but how much of funds do they have? So how much of funds they will go to the bank and ask? 250 crores. But what the bank will ask is, Are Babu, do you have any property fixed assets? Yes, sir. I have two fixed assets. One costs around 50 crores. Another one is also valuation is of around 50 crores. So how much amount can bank give to these people, 100 crores, but not. So from bank, how much amount will they get? 100 crores. What is the balance amount do they need? How much amount? 150 crores. 150 crores. For receiving this 150 crores, how they can receive this 150 crores? Ella receive cheskuntaru 150 crores. Sir, who will give that 150 crores? Who will give that 150 crores in the sense they will go to the public they will go to the public and ask that public to contribute certain amount to invest in their business. Guys, are these points clear? So they will go to the public and ask, for example, there are 10 members, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So there are 10 people here. They asked how much amount? 150 crores. So Mr. X thought of giving 15 crores. Y also thought of giving 15 crores. A 15 crores. B 15 crores. Z 15 crores. C 15 crores. D 15 crores. E 15 crores. F 15 crores. G 15 crores. So if they contribute how much? 15 crores each, how much amount can this person will get? Ento chestund 150 crores. Satisfied or not satisfied? If this partnership firm, if they do not have these 10 people, can they run their business efficiently? Can they start their business? Business start cheyagalra? Yes or no? They will start, but with how much of amount, Nana? 150 crores, 350 crores only. Balance 150 crores. They will not be affordable to start that business in the manner in which they have dreamt of. While ఆలోచించిన దాని ప్రకారంగా they cannot start that business. Yes or no? Pakka. So if they want to start a business, in the manner in which they thought, who contributed that amount? Who helped that people? Public. That to respective specified group of people, they came to this company and they contributed 15 crores each, so that what happened? The survival of that business is efficiently that the thought of their people, that partnership firm, what they thought, it came into action. Yes or no? వాళ్ళు ఏమైతే ఆలోచించారో, what they dreamt of, it came into action. పక్కా? Yes or no? Damn sure? समझ गए? Yes. The main reason is what? Main reason ఏంటి? Main reason is for starting their business, how they dreamt of, who played a major role here? Two things. What are the two things? One is bank, second one is what? Public. Pakka? Yes or no? So it is also association of persons. Yes or no? Here, this concept, which is association of person, what happened is, these people, they do not know about the business, they do not come to the business and they do not participate in the management program. Okay, they will just invest in that business. Are babu, you are doing pharmaceutical business. Okay, we do not know about the drugs, we do not know about the medicines, but we have some amount of money, we will contribute that amount of money to you. For that, what we will be expecting is, we will be expecting some amount every year, because if we go and give that amount in the bank, if we go and deposit in a fixed deposit, we will be getting at least some amount. Yes or no? Bank lo elli nenu fixed deposit ese నాకు interest వస్తుంది every year. Pakka? If I am coming and contributing in your company, opportunity cost, what is that? I am losing my benefit. From where? Bank. So just blindly we are coming and we are contributing in your business. What can I expect? What can we expect? What can these people expect? They will expect some amount more than the bank amount. Yes or no? That concept is called as what? Dividends. Okay, every year profits have to be maintained, and out of that profits we will take that amount. Each and every person will be taking that amount, because these people are investors. Investors are called as what, Nana? Owners. Investors are called as what? Owners. Pakka? So these people who are taking that amount and they are doing, management in that business. Yes or no? Day-to-day transactions of the business are dealt by these two people. Now these two people are what they are called? Owners are? Directors are? They are called as directors, because they do management, but here owners doesn't participate in management. Pakka? So these people are called as directors, whereas these people are called as owners. Pakka? Damn sure? So what I want to say here is, in partnership firm now, in partnership firm, what will be there? Capital will be there, that is investment will be there. Every person will be sharing that investment. Yes or no? Yes. Profit will be earned by them or not? Yes. Loss? Yes. Yes or no? Then management also will be shared among them or not? Are babu, yes or no? Yes, management also they will share equally. If at all you are doing administrative business, administrative work, I will do sales department, I will take care of sales department. So they will share that responsibility. But when it comes to a company, their capital, that is investment, will be contributed. Investment will be contributed. Profits will be shared. Losses will be shared among them. But what is the main difference between a partnership and a company is, management owners will not share. Owners will not share. Directors only will participate in what? Management. Pakka? Every year these owners will come to the business and ask, Are babu, we contributed 15 crores, no? Will we get profits or not? Where did you invest our money? What type of assets did you purchase? Is that asset useful for our business or not? Every year they will come and they will sit and they will ask what happened to our money. That is the only point. But in partnership, what will happen in partnership? What will happen in partnership? They will share capital, they will share profits, they will share losses, they will share the responsibility in the management also. Okay, so here what these people are doing is, sir, I will invest in your business, but I will not take part in the management. Okay, sir, no problem. If you are not taking part in the management, we will only take part in the management. So this type of business which involves two different types of people. One is owners and another one is directors. That concept is called as what? A company. Company means what? Association of persons. Company means what, Nana? Association of persons, where management is dealt by someone and what capital is invested by someone. Okay? Pakka? Damn sure. Ardhamainda? So you got to know what is mean by association of person, what is mean by body of individuals, what is mean by partnership, what is mean by company. Then we are going to discuss another point. What is that, Amma? What is that? Last but not least, LLP. What is that? LLP. Sir, what is mean by LLP? LLP is also an association of person, but it is a combination of two business. What are those? Partnership firm and company. Partnership firm and company. See, in the partnership firm, capital will be shared by these people. Yes. Losses will be shared by these four partners. Yes. Profits will be shared by these four partners. Yes. But when it comes to heavy losses, no, what will happen? Even if they do not have a property in the business, then their personal property, they have to sell their personal property and they have to what? Repay that loan amount. Repay that loan amount. That is called as unlimited liability. Unlimited liability. So for partners in a partnership firm, they will face unlimited liability, in the sense, if at all a business doesn't have a money in the business, what will happen? In order to repay the amount of loan, what they have to do? They have to sell their personal property and rectify that amount, repay that amount. Guys, are these points clear? When it comes to a business, that what type of business? Company. Okay. Unlimited liability concept is not there, amma. Unlimited liability ante enti? Suppose partnership firm lo double lekapothe property, partnership firm lo property ammaina kuda vallu em cheyali? Partnership firm lo అప్పు తీర్చాలి. సరే, పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్లో అప్పు తీర్చడానికి పార్ట్నర్షిప్ ఫర్మ్లో ఉన్న అసెట్లన్నీ అమ్మేసాం, అయినా అప్పు తీరలా. అప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేస్తాం? మన పర్సనల్ ప్రాపర్టీ అమ్మైనా అప్పు తీర్చాలి. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ అన్లిమిటెడ్ లయబిలిటీ. బట్ వేర్ యాజ్ limited liability, in the sense, Babu, these people said that they will be contributing how many crores? 15 crores. Yes or no? If there is a loss and there is a loan to repay, and that loan to repay is around 25 crores, for example, if Mr. X has repaid 10 crores, what is the balance amount which he have to pay? 5 crores. So if that business have 25 crores, it can ask how much amount from X? Only 5 crores, but not 25 crores. If Y has paid around, so Y has not paid 1 rupee also. If Y has not paid 1 rupee also, how much amount we can take from Y, amma? 15 crores. Full 25 crores we can take it from Y. How much is the unpaid amount for by Y? 15 crores. That amount only I have to ask, not more than that. Guys, are these points clear? That here in a partnership firm, what is missing? Liability. That too, what happens to a partnership firm is, when there is an occasion of loss, that too heavy loss, that's in that situation, unlimited liability will be fallen upon that partners, investors. But when it comes to company, unlimited liability unto the limited liability unto the limited liability. I thought of giving 15 crores, I gave 10 crores, how much amount I have to repay? Only 5 crores. Limited liability to the amount, to the extent of amount which have been promised. Pakka? Damn sure? Ardhamainda? So that LLP is nothing but, it is a combination of what? Partnership firm and company. That means positives of partnership firm, positives of company, both will be combined together, and if it is merged, it is called as what? LLP, hybrid pilla. What is that? LLP. Pakka? Guys, are these points clear? Damn sure? Samajh gaye? Okay na? Okay, that is a point. That is a point. So here, these are the businesses which we will be hearing till the end of the syllabus. Okay, AOP, BOI, these are the familiar words we will be learning. Okay, we will be hearing in our syllabus. Not only in business law, but also in what? In income tax also. Okay, అర్థమైందా? సమझ गए? పక్కా? డామ్ షూర్? ఓకే ఓకే. సో నౌ, సో టిల్ నౌ what did we discuss? ఇప్పటిదాకా ఏం డిస్కస్ చేసాం? కమ్ ఆన్, వాట్ ఈజ్ అవర్ సబ్జెక్ట్ నేమ్ కాల్డ్ as? బిజినెస్ లాస్ అండ్ ethics. Okay na? So what is mean by business? Any doubts? What is mean by law? Any doubts? What is mean by business in a general sense? That is there any doubts in that? Any activity which we are doing for what? For earning profits. In the general sense, that is called as business. But in the eyes of law, what is called as business? What is called as business? Yes, even if you are starting a business for earning profits, this can be categorized into how many types? How many types? 4 types. What are those? Partnership, LLB, sole proprietorship, and company. And there are another types of businesses also. In order to, which an intention to earn the profits, AOB, BOI, HUF, there are different types of business. Pakka. But today we learned about the familiar words. What is that AOP? What is mean by AOP? What is mean by BOI? What is mean by company? What is mean by partnership? What is mean by LLP? Pakka. Each and everything in detail we will be learning in that respective acts. Okay? Damn sure? Now, let's go to the let's go to this concept. What is that? Law. Law. What is mean by law? Solution for a problem. In the general sense, that is what we have to say. But in the perspective of law, what is mean by law? Acts, rules, regulations, orders, bylaws, ordinances. Pakka, this is called as what? Law. Okay? Yes or no? How is it framed? It will be framed in the parliament. The procedure we have discussed. Any doubts? Procedure kuda discuss chesama leda? Okay. Now, we are going into the Constitution of India chapter amma. In your material, Constitution of India chapter, unit number 2, sources of law. Unit number 2, what is that? Sources of law. Sources of law. So what is mean by the sources of law? In order to frame some law, how can you frame that law? How can you bring that law into existence? That is called as what? Source. From where law can be framed? By looking at what law can be framed? Guys, that is called as what? Source of law. From where law can be picked up. So to frame a law, from where, what are the elements which we have to see? Okay, what are the elements which the lawmakers, choose from? Based upon what they'll create law? Based upon what they will create law. That sense, that is called as what? Sources of law. What are the sources where the lawmaker can create a law? By looking at what things? By looking at 3 things, amma. What are those? One is custom. Second one is what? Judicial precedent. Third one is what? Legislation. Third one is what? Legislation. First one is what, Nana? Custom. Second one is what? Judicial precedent. Third one is what? Legislation. Pakka? So this is an important MCQ. This is what? Important MCQ. Please star this point. There are 3 major sources of law which can be identified in the modern society. Those are as follows. One is custom. Second one is what? Judicial precedent. Third one is what? Legislation. Sir, what is mean by custom? Custom and enti? What is mean by custom? What is mean by custom? See, for example, I'll just give you a small example. From previously, that is from antiquity. That means from long ago, people, in the society, it was being followed by each and every person. Okay, that is called as what? Custom. From long time ago, it was being enforced in the society. That is called as what? Custom. Since long time. That means, okay, I'll give you a small example. In India, what happens is, people marry. Marriage avutundi kada? People marry. And after marriage, what happens is, during the marriage, what happens is, they have to walk 7 times. Yes or no? 7 times nadavali. It is from antiquity. Recently it came into force. From since long time. If at all there are some marriages in India that do Hindu marriages, what happens? They will walk 7 times. Okay? Yes or no? Husband and wife, what they will do? They will walk 7 times. That means it came from what? They are following it from long time. That is called as what? Custom. That is called as what? Custom. So, if lawmakers want to frame law, first what they will do is, they will look at the, what are the provisions happened, what are the problems happened in the society long ago, and what were the solutions taken place from that time. That means they will first look at what? Custom. They will first look at what? Custom. Custom is Jostar. Okay. Okay. I'll give you a small example. Since long ago, before independence, there were child marriages, yes or no? There were sati sagamana, yes or no? Unda leda sati concept telsu kada? What is meant by sati? If husband dies, what happens? Wife also should die with the husband itself. Okay na? Is that concept right? It was being followed from the long ago, no? From since antiquity it was being followed. But is it in existence now? No. What lawmakers says is, sir, we will bring that customs into our law. We will frame that custom same in the previously what happened, that we will bring it into our law, but provided it have to be based upon public should accept. Public should accept. Child labor, is it acceptable? Is it acceptable? It is not at all acceptable. So, custom needs to be observed continuously for a long time without interruption, supported by the opinion of general public. Public have to accept it. General public will accept. They will not accept. So, yes, customs means what? Something which is framed by looking at previous situations, long time ago situations, but provided from the antiquity situations, but provided it have to be acceptable by the public. That means it have to be moral. Unlike what? Child marriages, Devadasi concept, okay, etc., etc., etc. Those we have to eradicate, and we have, if at all we want to follow, we have to follow the customs based upon what? Based upon what? Which are acceptable by the general public. Which are acceptable by whom, Amma? General public. So legal customs may be further classified into 2 types. What are those? General customs, local customs. General customs, local customs. What are called as general customs, Amma? Which are being followed throughout the country. Which are being followed throughout the country. What are called as local customs? Not throughout the country, but what? Part of the state or for a particular region. For Telangana people, there are certain laws. They follow their customs, yes or no? For Andhra people, there are certain laws, there are certain customs. There are certain laws which are framed based upon customs. Ardhamainda? Okay, simple example. I'll give you a simple example. Based upon customs. Based upon customs. Guys, are these points clear? There is another type of customs. What are those? Conventional customs. Conventional customs. When 2 or more persons enter into an agreement related to a trade, it is presumed in the law that they make the contract in accordance with the convention or usage of trade. Based upon the trade, based upon business. I'll give you a small example. See, okay. Domino's, McDonald's. Do you have any idea about McDonald's? Okay, McDonald's in the Middle East, it was very famous. Okay, but when it came to India, beginning at the starting, when it started its business in India, what happened is there were heavy loss for McDonald's. What was the reason? Enduku heavy loss ochundochu? Heavy loss. McDonald's, when it started its business in North India, there were heavy loss for McDonald's. What was the reason? What was the reason? I'll give you explanation. The only reason is they did not see about the custom and tradition of that North Indian people. Okay, McDonald's was famous for red meat. అర్థమైందా? రెడ్ మీట్ అంటే ఏంటి తెలుసు కదా? వాట్ ఈస్ మీన్ బై రెడ్ మీట్? బీఫ్. ఓకే, సో దే వర్ ఫేమస్ ఫర్ దట్. బట్ నార్త్ ఇండియన్ పీపుల్, they do not accept red meat. What do they praise? What they worship for? What? Cow. Yes or no? They worship cows. So what they think is, they think it as a sin. Okay, that is the reason they did not success in North India, just because of only one point. What is that? They did not focus on custom. Okay, based upon the what is mean by conventional customs, in the sense, some business not based upon state, not based upon what? Not based upon state, not based upon country. They follow their own customs. They follow their own. So what happened is, they looked at the what to say, society's custom and really tradition. Then they converted for the first time in the history of McDonald's. They started what? Veg burger in India. Then it boomed up its sales. There was a drastic increase in that sales. What was the reason? They changed their business strategy based upon the custom. So from state to state, from region to region, that customs are called as what? Local customs. See, the same the same McDonald's, when it comes to India, that to South India, if they start vegetable items like veg burger, like that, will it succeed? It could succeed. Why? Because here non-veg is more famous. People eat what? Non-veg. Yes or no? So from place to place, customs differ, change. Ardhamainda? So if at all you are doing some business, what you have to see? You have to see at the local customs also. Ardhamainda? So yes, if a law is framed, that too, if whole country, that if it is followed by the whole country, those are called as what? General customs. Not the whole country, but from place to place, from region to region, that is called as what? Local customs. Pakka. Then what about conventional customs? Based upon the trade, based upon their trade. See, when two or more persons enter into an agreement related to trade, business, that is called as what? Conventional customs. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? So what I want to say is, to check whether the law is framed based upon customs, there are 4 tests. What are those 4 tests? In the sense, 1, customs have to be from long time. That means antiquity. It is most important. Please put a star mark here. The tests which are summarized. What are those? First one is antiquity. Second one is reasonableness. Third one is morality. Fourth one is, it have to be in practice since long time. Continuously it have to be in practice. If these 4 conditions are satisfied, then you can frame a law based upon what? Custom. Okay, first one, what have to be there? Antiquity. Antiquity means what? It have to be in practice since the time immemorial. మా తాతలు వారి తాతలు నుండి. Yes or no? It have to be since immemorial. Okay, they should have been in existence for a long time. Antiquity. It have to be in continuous practice from that time. Third point, it have to be reasonable. చెప్పా కదా, public should accept it. It have to be accepted by the general public. Guys, are these points clear? So a custom to be valid should be based upon rationality and reasonableness. Last but not least, what is that? Morality. Morality in the sense, first I'll give you a small example. There was a case law. What is that? Madhura Naikan versus Iso Naikan. I'll give you a small example based upon that case law. What happened is, there were some couple, okay, in India. What happened is, that couple, they do not have children. So they adopted a girl child. So, but they adopted a girl child just for what? To misuse. మీకు అర్థమైందా? మంచి యూజ్ కోసం కాదు, టు మిస్యూజ్. సార్, అడాప్టింగ్ అ చైల్డ్ ఈజ్ గుడ్ ఆర్ నాట్? ఎస్. బట్ రీజన్ ఏంటి? కరెక్టా? నో. సో దట్ దేర్ హ్యావ్ టు బీ మొరాలిటీ. morality. If you are doing something, then it have to, if you are following since long time, it have to be what? Moral. It have to be moral. A custom which is moral or opposed to public policy cannot be a valid custom. Bombay High Court in the case of what? Madura Naikan versus S.O. Naikan held that custom of adopting a girl child for immoral purposes, what is that? Illegal. Is it valid? No. Sir, it was since long time. No. No. Is it moral or immoral? For what? They are using for what? Immoral purposes. Is it valid or not? So, to call it as a custom, there have to be 4 tests to be satisfied. What are those? Antiquity, continuous practice, morality have to be there, it have to be reasonable. It have to be reasonable. Are these points clear, guys? Please go through with the concept fast. Sare. Okay, Amma. In the previous session, we have started with the concept called as what? Sources of law. Sources of law. How lawmaker will frame the law? Yes or no? By looking at what? Customs. By looking at what? Judicial precedent. By looking at what? Legislation. Yes or no? So law can be framed by way of customs, by way of legislation, by way of judicial precedent. Point number 1. Amma, please note this point. This concept which we are going to discuss, which we have discussed, is what? Constitution of India. Just a basic concept of law. Ardhamainda? So this Constitution of India chapter has 3 units. Has 3 units. In that, 1 unit is called as what? Sources of law. So from this entire Constitution of India chapter, you can expect 2 or maximum you will be asked 3 MCQs, not more than that. Okay, if at all there is a chance, they might ask 3 MCQs. If at all there is no chance, they will be asking how many MCQs? 2 MCQs. There will be no descriptive questions from this chapter. Okay, based upon the previous trends. Please note this point, Your Honor. Ardhamainda, you will be getting what? Only MCQs, but not descriptive questions from this chapter. What is this chapter called as? Constitution of India. In that chapter, 1 unit is what? Sources of law. Sources of law. How law is framed. How law is made. Point number 1, it is made by way of customs. So what is meant by customs, Nana? From since antiquity. From since antiquity, people, there was these points, these points which were being followed in the society. Okay. That is called as what? Customs. These need to be observed continuously for a long time without what? Interruptions. For a long time without what? Interruptions. It is just, sir, since a long time it will be in force, people will follow, na? People will follow. Yes, people will follow. But what happens? It should be opposed to publica. It should be acceptable by the publica. Opposed to publica, acceptable by the publica. Yes, it have to be acceptable by the general public. So there are 2 types of customs. One is general customs. Second one is what? Local customs. So I already discussed what are the factors of this customs. To test a customs, what are the 4 points? What are the characteristics of customs? Point number 1, antiquity. Point number 2, continuous practice. It have to be in continuous practice. Point number 3, it have to be reasonable and rational. Point number 4 is what? Morality have to be there. Guys, are these points clear? So if these 4 points are there, then you can follow that law. Based upon customs. Pakka. The second point which we want to discuss now is based upon the legislation. Based upon what, Nana? Legislation. Sir, based upon legislation in the sense, I already explained the law is framed in the parliament. If it is a central act, it will be framed in the parliament. Yes or no? If it is a state law, it is framed in the state legislature. Yes or no? So that point, so where the law is made, what is a primary source of law is constitution. What is a primary source of law? It is constitution. What did constitution say? Whenever you want to frame a law, it have to be framed in one place. What is that? Parliament. It have to be framed in the parliament. Pakka? Ardhamautunda? So I already gave you a small example, a procedure. What is that? A bill will be passed in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then it will be taken to public and experts opinion, then again it will be taken to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then there will be voting, and after that voting, president if he gives his assent, then it will be an act. If he gives a dissent, then it have to be once again checked from first. It will be again repeated, yes or no. Okay, if president accepts, this will be an act. If president rejects, the same procedure will be taken once again. Guys, are these points clear? That means I already told you a bill have to be framed. A bill have to be framed, and after framing a bill, it will be taken to where? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So now what we are going to discuss is, sir, if you want to pass a bill, how this bill will be formed? How will this bill will be framed? That is what we are going to discuss now. First a bill, it will be taken to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then experts opinion, then again to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then voting. After that voting where? President opinion, and president if he accepts, then it will be an act. First we are going to discuss how this bill will be made. How this bill will be made. Are these points clear? So yes, now we are going to discuss that point, how this bill will be made. Guys, please listen. A concerned ministry, what they will do is, they will go to a department in the Ministry of Law and Justice. In the Ministry of Law and Justice, there is a department. What department? Department of Legal Affairs. Department of Legal Affairs. So, concerned ministry, what they will do is, they will say, sir, there are some loopholes. We want to bring a small act. So, we are giving this drafted bill. Please understand, not a bill. Before making a bill, what it have to be there? It have to be a drafted bill. Okay, so for becoming a drafted bill, what they will do is, this concerned ministry will go to a ministry. What type of ministry it is? There are many ministries. In that ministries, what type of ministry they will go? Law and Justice. Law and Justice. In that Law and Justice, there is a department. What type of department it is? Department of Legal Affairs. Department of Legal Affairs. And when they present this, it will become what? Drafted bill. Okay, if it is okay with that department, then that department will make it as a drafted bill. Once this drafted bill is okay, it is framed, then what this concerned ministry will do is, it will go to the public domain. It will go to the public domain. First I will give you a small example. See, if you say that some movie is an extraordinary movie, what you will do? How you will know that? By looking at reviews. Reviews chustar leda? By looking at the reviews, you will come to a judgment that this movie is good, this movie is average, this movie is fantastic, this movie is utter flop. Yes or no? How you can judge that? By taking what? Reviews. These review writers, from where they will take that information? From the public. Movies by the people will be coming and they will be giving their review. Yes or no? Based upon review. Yes or no? So based upon that review, they will give the reviews. Based upon that feedback, they will give the reviews. Same way, concerned department, when they drafted the bill, they will go and ask the public domain. Okay, for 30 days. And public domain, they will be giving their feedback. If it is yes or no, good or bad, whatever it is, they will give their domain. Then they will give their feedback. Then after receiving the feedback, they will go for advice to where they will go? Ministry of Law and Justice. Guys, are these points clear? Point number 1, they will go for public domain. What is the maximum time limit? 30 days. Then after receiving the feedback, where they will go? Where they will go? For advice. Where they will get the advice from? Ministry of Law and Affairs. Then after receiving the advice and after receiving the feedback, then they will present it to the cabinet ministers. Then they will present it to the cabinet ministers, because then it will become, if that cabinet ministers approves, then it becomes what? Bill. Adhamainda? This is a long procedure, amma. What we said, just a bill, yes or no? This bill will be going to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then public, then experts' opinion, then voting, then to the president. But before making a bill, what is the procedure? Concerned ministry will go to the Ministry of Law and Justice, and in that there is a department. Okay, if that department will draft that bill. After drafting that bill, it will be going to what? Public domain. And after public domain of 30 days, they will receive the feedback and they will go to the expert's opinion. Who is that expert? Ministry of Law and Justice. After that, they will take approval from which one, Nama? From the cabinet ministers. So cabinet ministers, what they will do? They will approve. Then it will become a bill. After becoming a bill, that procedure, that entire procedure. What is that entire procedure? This is that entire procedure. Then it will become what? Act. Ardhamainda? Then it will become what? Act. This is the legislative process in India. This is what? Legislative process in India. Are these points clear? So let's start. So Constitution is a primary source of law. What is that? Constitution is a primary source of law. And every law shall be in line with secularism, democratic values, socialism, and should follow directive principles of state policy. Every law is preceded by a study on, so how will they frame the bill? What is good and what is bad? How you can go to present it to the public? Okay, is it good for the public? Is it benefit for the public or not? So that benefit, how they will analyze? Cost benefit analysis. The challenges which are prepared by the ministry, consulting interested or affected stakeholders. By taking all this, by concerning all this, they will frame what? Drafted bill. Pakka. A proposed legislation with explanatory note kept on a public domain for how many days? After it becoming a what is that? Drafted bill, it will be taken to public domain for how many days? 30 days. Then the Ministry of Law and Justice vets the proposal from the legal and consulting angle. Then after vetting it, prepares a drafted bill. Pakka? Bakka? Yes or no? Yes or no? No. This draft bill shall be sent to the ministry. After this drafted bill, after this bill becoming a drafted bill, then it will be sent to the Ministry of what? Law and Justice. Law and Justice. For what? Cabinet approval. Once the cabinet approves, then it becomes what? A bill. After the cabinet approval, suggestions of the cabinet can be incorporated. The ministry makes a statement of object and reason relating to the bill. The approved bill along with the statement of object and reason is then signed by the after it becoming an approved bill, then signature will be made and it will be taken to Parliament. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Yes or no? This is the legislative process in India. Pakka? Yes or no? Yes. Please note these points, guys, fast. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please be quick. Please write these points fast. Finish, Amma? Okay. Guys, are there any doubts? Now please note these points, Amma. So there are 4 types of bills. There are 4 types of bills. There are 4 types of bills. One is ordinary bill. Second one is money bill. Third one is what? Finance bill. Fourth one is what? Constitutional amendment bill. Ordinary bill, money bill, finance bill, and what? Constitutional amendment bill. So constitutional amendment bill, in the sense, whenever there is amendment in the constitution, then which bill we have to pass? Constitutional amendment bill. Ordinary bill means a bill other than a finance. Money bill means what? Matters of finance. Finance bill means what? Matters of finance other than money bill. Matters of finance other than money bill. There is no need to get worried. Please note this point. I'll explain. Please write it fast. Okay. So finished, huh? Amma, this chapter is of no use. You will not get descriptive questions from this chapter. I'm giving so yes, you will be getting 2 MCQs. You will be getting 2 MCQs, but we will understand this chapter for what purpose? For understanding and for what? Yes, general knowledge. Okay, and 2 MCQs. 2 MCQs, most important, Amma. Very, very important. So let's start. Okay, let's start. So we have discussed about money bill, right? So we have discussed that there are 4 types of bills. First one is what? Ordinary bill, money bill, finance bill. Fourth one is what? Constitutional amendment bill. Sir, what is mean by money bill? Money bill should be one which involves imposition, abolition, remission, alteration of regulation of any tax. Whenever anything which is relating to tax, anything which is relating to tax, that means imposition or abolition of something, remission of something, or alteration, that is changing of any regulation of any tax, then what bill we have to pass is money bill. What bill we have to pass? Money bill. Sir, it is not about tax. But if a union government, that is central government, is borrowing money, if central government is borrowing money, then also what type of bill it have to pass? Payment into or withdrawal from consolidated fund of India or contingency fund of India. Then also which bill we have to pass? Money bill. Guys, are these points clear? Which bill we have to pass? Money bill. So see, as I have discussed earlier, what is that? First, a bill have to be passed in the parliament. Then public information, public and experts' opinion it have to be taken. Then what happens? Then what happens? Then voting have to be there in both the houses. Yes or no? That is ordinary bill, Amma. If you want to pass an ordinary bill, then that procedure will follow. We will follow that procedure. But what about money bill? What about money bill? Money bill procedure is entirely different.
In both the houses, you will not pass the bill at the same time, but rather, if any question arises whether the bill is a money bill or not, the final decision will be made by which speaker? Lok Sabha. Here, in respect of a money bill, special provision is there. First, in two houses we will pass, or in one house we will pass. See, a money bill shall not be introduced in Rajya Sabha first, but it should be first transmitted to Rajya Sabha after it is passed in the Lok Sabha. Once it is passed in the Lok Sabha, then only it have to be passed in the Rajya Sabha. In ordinary bill case, no, what will happen? Directly. In the both houses we can discuss. But in in the case of money bill, it is not so, but rather what will happen? First it have to be passed in the Lok Sabha, then only it have to be passed in the Rajya Sabha. Okay na? Okay. First it is passed in the Lok Sabha. What happens? Then Rajya Sabha within 14 days shall return the bill to Lok Sabha within the with the recommendations. First, if it is passed in the Lok Sabha, okay, then it is passed in the Rajya Sabha. This Lok Sabha will give 14 days time, amma. Within this 14 days, please give your recommendations. Please give your recommendations. Either yes or no. Please tell us. That is what Lok Sabha will ask. First it have to be passed in the Lok Sabha, then it have to be passed in the Rajya Sabha. What is the maximum time limit which is given to the Rajya Sabha? 14 days time. Pakka? Within this 14 days time, recommendations have to be given by the Rajya Sabha to the then. If Lok Sabha accepts any of the recommendations, the bill is deemed to be passed with the amendments. If that recommendations are accepted by Lok Sabha, then it is deemed to be passed by the with the amendments. Or if bill is not returned within the 14 days, then also bill will be deemed to be passed by both the houses. Simple. If the bill is passed in Rajya Sabha is giving recommendations. Okay. If Lok Sabha is accepting, no problem. If Rajya Sabha is not giving recommendations within 14 days, then also it is deemed to be what? Accepted by the Rajya Sabha. Who will take that? Lok Sabha will take that it as a granted. Guys, are these points clear? To be passed by both the houses in the form in which it is passed originally by the Lok Sabha without any of the amendments. If Rajya Sabha is not giving its recommendations yes or no, then how it will be deemed as yes only. Okay? It doesn't have any recommendations. That is what Lok Sabha will think, assume it. Okay, this is given in which article, guys? Article number 109. Article number 109. Article number 110, what is mean by money bill? We got to know. Article number 109, how this money bill will be passed? That also, okay, we have discussed. Yes or no? Pakka. Okay, so yes, whether it may be money bill or whether it may be ordinary bill, where it have to be taken? President only, no? Oh, Babu. So, whether it may be money bill or whether it may be ordinary bill, it have to be at the final, where it have to be taken? It have to be taken to the president for the assent or dissent. Guys, are these points clear? If president gives assent, then it becomes what? That is given in this article, article number 111. Assent to the bills. When the bill has been passed by the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, then the bill will be presented to the president. Then the president shall declare either assent or withhold the assent. Either he can say yes or he can say no. If at all he is giving no, then what he have to give? He have to give his what? No. He have to give his suggestions. Are Babu, there is a problem. Please rectify that problem. That is what he have to say. Pakka? Damn sure. The president may return the bill if it is not a money bill to the houses. See, president, when he can return to the houses? No, I cannot accept. Please change this. When can president say this point? When it is a bill other than money bill. Money bill కాకుండా వేరే బిల్ అయితేనే ప్రెసిడెంట్ చెప్పగలడు. ఓకే, టు రెక్టిఫై. మనీ బిల్కి చెప్పగలడా? Can he say for the money bill? He cannot. With the message to reconsider the bill or any specified provision thereof. Either to reconsider or sir, a special provision is there, please rectify the problem. That is what he have to say. Are these points really clear? Yes or no? Next point. If the bill is passed again by the House with or without the amendment to the President, then the President is bound. I already told you. How many times will President have power to rectify, to not accept, to reject? He has only one time. Once he have said, once he have given his point to change that thing, to rectify that thing, then again that Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, what they did is they changed that bill and everything is passed. Again, if it comes to the President, then what happens if he is rejecting? Is it right or not? No. So, how many times will he have power? Only once. He is bound. Please highlight this point. He is bound. Bound in the sense what? He should mandatorily do that point for the second time. He cannot say no. No చెప్పగలరా? అతను చెప్పగలరా? అతను చెప్పగలరా? Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? Oh, Babu, alien. समझ गए? समझ गए? Yes or no? Mohan? ఏ చాప్టర్ ఇది? Code and wages. Code of law. So guys, after giving the assent, Ministry of Law and Justice, once President gives his assent, then what happens? It will be taken to the Ministry of Law and Justice, and Ministry of Law and Justice publishes it as an act. Then it makes it as an act. When President accepts, then it makes it as an act. I already told you, yes or no? Then if President accepts, then it will be taken to the Ministry of Justice and Law, Law and Justice. Then what happens? They will publish it as a law. Once they publish it as a law in the official gazette, then each and every state shall follow or not. Entire India should follow or not. Yes. Ministry of Law and Justice shall forward the copies to all the state governments for publication in their official gazette. Guys, are these points really clear? Damn sure. Pakka. Okay. Please go through with this point first. Okay guys, next article number 108. Article number 108. Till now we discussed about money bill. Okay. If it is other than money bill, see, if after a bill has been passed by one of the houses and transmitted to other, then the bill is rejected by other house, or the house has finally disregarded as amendments to be made in the bill, or more than 6 months have been lapsed from the receipt of the bill by the other house, then if from one house to another house it is going, okay, it is taken from one house to another house, but another house is rejecting, or what happens, another house is disregarding, or if we have given to the house, but more than 6 months have been lapsed from the receipt of the bill by the other house. If other house is not giving any reply for how many days? 6 months. Then what president can do is president can directly notify to the houses by message or notification his intention to summon a joint sitting. Babu, what we will do? You are not giving reply whether yes or no. Bill is passed. Bill is passed. It is passed in the parliament, but still no one, that other house is not giving any solution. Then what happens? President will say one thing. If bill is directly rejected by the other house, or they are not giving any amendment, or what is that, they are not giving reply within 6 months, then president will do one thing, that is he will arrange a joint sitting. Joint sitting and meer anukunedi kaadu. Joint sitting and everyone will sit. Okay, everyone will sit together and they will discuss, and what happens, a voting procedure will be conducted. Guys, are these points clear? So at the joint meeting summoned by the president, the bill will be passed by majority of the total number of houses present and voting. Then voting will be there, voting will be conducted, and majority, if they vote, then it will be taken to the president. Guys, are these points clear? A joint sitting is permitted even when the Lok Sabha is dissolved subsequent to the president notifying his summon joint sitting of the houses. Guys, simple. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Please read this point also fast. Okay, see, during the course of exam, this is not important for a descriptive point. I am also telling once again, this is just for what? MCQs based. So you need to have a proper understanding and proper idea. That's it. General knowledge. Okay, just to go through, that's it. Okay, because 4 marks MCQs, 2 MCQs. Okay guys, please listen this point. Legislation. What is mean by legislation? Legislation is derived from a Latin word legis, which means law, and latum, which means what? To make or set. So what is mean by legislation? To set the law. To set the law. Therefore the word legislation means making the law. So there are 2 types of legislation, guys. What are those? One is primary legislation and another one is what? Subordinate legislation. Primary legislation, it is enacted by the parliament or legislature, which is subjected to the constitutional provisions. So primary legislation, are there any doubts in primary legislation? Primary legislation, Nana, ipada discuss chesam kada, parliament. Yes or no? Babu, Kim, did you get my point? Korea lo verela chestaro. Are these points clear? Pakka, damn sure. Okay. Then what is that second point? Subordinate legislation. What is that? Subordinate legislation. Legislation which is made by any authority which is subordinate to the supreme or sovereign authority. See, supreme authority in India, supreme authority is given to what? Parliament. Constitution has given a power to Parliament to frame the law. Okay, so a government, framing a law, the legislation which is other than a supreme legislation is what? Subordinate legislation. Subordinate what? Legislation. This subordinate legislation, laws may be made in 2 ways. One is by local laws. Second is by what? Laws made by executive. One is what? Local laws. Second one is what, Nana? Laws made by executive. Laws made by executive. So in India, local bodies such as panchayats, municipal corporations, idea unnai kada, panchayats and municipal corporations have been recognized by the constitution through 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments. Please note, please highlight this point. What amendments? 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments gave power for local laws. For whom? Panchayats and municipal corporations. Pakka. Then what about executive? Laws made by executive. Laws are supposed to be enacted by the sovereign, and the sovereign may be vested in one authority, or it may be distributed among the various organs of the state. In the most of the modern states, sovereignty is generally divided among the three organs: legislature, executive, judiciary of the state. Okay, these three things has what? Laws which are made by executive. Guys, are these points clear? Are these points clear? Pakka. So what did we discuss today is we have discussed another source of law. What is that? Legislation. In the previous session we have discussed about the source of law. Which source of law? Law made by custom. In today's session we discussed law based upon legislation. Guys, there is another point. Law made by judicial president. Law made by judicial president. Nothing but law which is framed by the courts. Court. Adhavenda. Court also has a power. Court also has a power to frame some laws. To frame some law. So that is the point. Judicial president. In simple words, judicial president refers to previously decided judgments of the superior courts, such as high courts and supreme court, which judges are bound to follow. Judicial president in the sense, when court decides any law, when courts decide some law newly, then the next judge or the high court, if it is framed by the supreme court, then high court judge will have to follow or not? High courts have to follow or not? Yes. If some law is framed by the supreme court 10 years back, now a new supreme court judge has taken that post. Now should he take the judgment based upon that law or not, that decision or not? Yes. Those are called as what? Judicial presidents. Those are what? Judicial presidents. So courts are of three types. What is that? Supreme Court, High Court and lower courts. Supreme Court, High Courts and lower courts. It is a supreme judicial authority and streamlined system of courts binding on all courts in India, and not by binding on own decisions or decisions of Privy Council or Federal Court. Guys, once upon a time there used to be a Privy Council. Privy Council in the sense, if at all there is, before independence, what happened? What used to be there is, whenever there is a dispute between one person and another person, okay, they will go to the local court. If they did not get a proper solution, then they have to go to the Privy Council, which is not in India but in UK. So instead of going there, what they will do? They will drop. But is there anything like that now? No, we have a supreme power that is called as what? Supreme Court. If we do not get a proper judgment in local court, we can go to the higher court. What is that? High Court. If there also we do not get a proper judgment, then we can go to the another court called as what? Supreme Court. Where? Supreme Court. Are these points clear? So what is that? If High Courts brings anything, any law, then it will be binding on all courts within its jurisdiction. Within its jurisdiction. Pakka. Then what about local courts? Bound to follow the decision of High Courts and Supreme Courts. Pakka. Damn sure. Here, these judicial decisions are divided into two parts. What are those? One is ratio decidendi, another one is obiter dicta. Sir, what is mean by this is also most important from MCQ's perspective. Ratio decidendi and obiter dicta. What is mean by ratio decidendi? Is reasons of a decision which is forming part of judgment. It is binding on all the future cases involving similar questions of law. For example, before 10 years, there a judgment was taken place. Okay, judgment have taken place. Then similar judgment, similar case law, similar case is now applicable or not. If the similar case is running now, same judgment can be taken into force or not? తీసుకోవచ్చా తీసుకోలేమా? తీసుకోవచ్చు అని చెప్పేది ఏంటి? What is that which is telling that? Ratio disdendy, which means if at all there something happened, okay, in past, some judgment have taken place, some case have taken place, and the same case is repeated now also. Same case is repeated now also. Then what happens? Same decision, same judgment can be taken place. Yes, it can be taken place. That concept is called as what? Ratio disdendy. Ratio disdendy. It is binding on all future cases, which is similar to the questions of law. Sir, then what about obiter dicta? Adade idide. Okay, so there is no need for us, if the similar case is applicable also, there is no need for us to take the same judgment. That is called as what? Obiter dicta. It is relevant only to the as an illustration and has got only persuasive value of the lower courts. And obiter dicta is an opinion expressed by the judge orally and or in judgment, and it lacks legal conviction. Guys, are these points clear? That judgment is different, this judgment can be different. And cheppedi, what is that? Obiter dictum. Pakka? Damn sure? Samajh gaye? So these are the three ways where a law can be made. What are the sources of law? So one source of law is based upon customs, second one is based upon legislation, third one is based upon what? Judicial precedent. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick, fast. With this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Okay. Guys, in the previous session, we discussed a concept called as what? Unit number 2, sources of law. Yes or no? What are the sources of law? There are three types of sources of law. One is customs, second one is judicial precedent, third one is legislation. Yes or no? So, by these three ways, law can be framed. Okay, na? One is what? Customs, second one is judicial precedent, third one is legislation. I already told you this is very important in the perspective of MCQ. Okay, na? Now, in today's session, we are going to start with a new concept, that is alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution. What is mean by alternative dispute resolution? In the sense, see, when there is a dispute between two people, for example, when there is a dispute between A and B, okay, when there is a dispute between two people, what happens is, there is a chance of these people or any one of the dispute arising people, what they will do is, they will go to a court. Yes or no? For what? For a solution. If there is a dispute between two people, any one of them can go to a resolution process. What is that? They can go to a court for getting some solution, for getting a resolution. Are these points clear? Okay, na? Yes or no? So what happens is, we already have discussed in the previous session that court will give a proper solution. If we go to court, court will give a proper solution, and court also has a power to frame some laws. Yes or no? LOSS, LAWS. A laws, LAWS. Okay, court also has some power to create some law. Okay, na? So create some things in that act, to create some new things in that act, to create some amendments in the act also. Yes or no? It can bring or not? Yes. So now what happens is, if there is any dispute between two people, they can go to that court for that resolution, for that solution. Okay, na? But what court is saying is, sir, if you want to have some resolution, some solution, you are coming to me, that is absolutely no problem in that. But there are some pending cases. If at all we want to resolve those pending cases itself, we take around 100 years to resolve that cases. So you are coming to us to resolve a new case. How can we resolve the case if at all we do not have some time? If we do not have time, how can we resolve the existing problems without resolving previous problems? That is what court says. Then what happens? Then what lawmaker thought is, yes, Don't worry, court. There is no need for you to get worried. We will create some other alternative procedure to resolve the disputes. To resolve the disputes, we will create some alternative process. That alternative process of resolving a dispute is called as what? Alternative dispute resolution. Alternative dispute resolution. Here, what the lawmaker said is, yes, there are 4 ways to resolve some dispute. So what are those? Instead of court, you have 4 ways to resolve. Officially, you have 4 ways to resolve. One is what? Arbitration. Second one is conciliation. Third one is what? Mediation. Fourth one is lok adalat. So they will be asking in your MCQ, Amma, what are the 3 ways? Or they will be asking like this. One of the following is of what? Methods of ADR. Okay. They will be asking like this. They will be giving some other names, and in that one they will be giving these points: arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and lok adalat. That is a point. Did you get my point? Maximum they will be asking from MCQ's perspective only. You cannot expect what? Descriptive questions from this chapter. Okay, yes or no? So come on, tell me, what are the 4 methods of dispute resolving alternatives? Arbitration, conciliation, mediation, lok adalat. So what is the act? According to section 89 of which act? In our syllabus, we have Indian Contract Act, we have Sale of Goods Act, okay, we have what? Many Companies Act, Partnership Act, many, no? In that, Factories Act or Gratuity, Contract, Sale of Goods Act, which act? As per 89 section of which act? Civil Procedure Code. Which one, Amma? Civil Procedure Code. So, according to section 89, there are 4 methods for resolving the disputes alternatively other than court. What are those 4 methods? Arbitration, conciliation, mediation, and lok adalat. Pakka. See, ADR is envisaged by the Civil Procedure Code, which permits court to formulate the terms of the settlement, obtaining the observation of the parties on the same. So other than court, there are 4 methods where we can resolve the disputes. Okay, so let's read this point. It involves resolving disputes through mechanisms that do not involve courts or litigations. No need to go for court. No need to go for court. Okay, it is consensual process of resolving differences involving in a neutral third party. I already told you, when there is a dispute between 2 people, what happens? There is a person, he is a neutral person. He is not at all in the perspective of A, and he will not sit in the perspective of B. He is an independent person. Atanu oka independent person. Atanu A side undadu, B side undadu. Okay, he will be sitting in a neutral position, and he will be asking, Are Babu, what is your problem? What is your problem? He will ask from the both sides, and after taking the inputs from both the parties, then he will resolve the dispute. Pakka? Yes or no? Third point. The decision reached in alternative dispute resolution may be binding or not. Whatever the decision which this person is giving, no, it may be binding upon 2 parties. That means they have to follow or they may not follow. That is not mandatory. Some things there are in these 4 methods. Some method, what they said is, yes, when there is a decision given by a mediator, okay, that decision will be final in some methods. But in other methods, it may not be final. It may not be binding. If at all you want to follow, you follow. If at all you don't want to follow, no need to follow. That is the point. Guys, pakka? No. The decision reached in the ADR may be binding or not binding. It is used in what, Amma? Civil cases, commercial, industrial, and also which disputes? Family disputes as well. Pakka? How they will be asking this? If at all it is given in a descriptive question, they will be asking like this. Elaborate the concept of alternative dispute resolution. Elaborate the concept of what? Alternative dispute resolution. What is the advantage of this alternative dispute resolution? It is flexible and accessible. See, if there is a dispute between 2 parties, they go to court, it may take 2 years or 3 years or 5 years or some 10 years also. Some cases there is a chance of getting the resolution after 10 years also. So it is a time taking process if we go through court. Okay, but we do not have much time, so then we can go for what? ADR. Okay, ADR, because it is quick and very fast. It is easy to access also. Okay, are these points clear? Okay, please read this concept fast. Alternative dispute resolution fast. Sir, guys, let's start with first one, Amma. What is that first one? Arbitration. First one ain't the arbitration. Before going to arbitration, we will discuss about conciliation. Yeah, Baba. So first we will be starting with what? Conciliation. Okay. So in India, first time one mother of two children, ఎవరు అంటే ముఖేష్ అంబానీ అండ్ అనిల్ అంబానీ. ఓకే, సో వాట్ హ్యాపెండ్, దేర్ వాజ్ అ డిస్ప్యూట్ బిట్వీన్ దీస్ టూ brothers, okay, based upon their what to say, property. Okay, litigation on their property. So there was a dispute between Anil Ambani and Mukesh Ambani. So what happened is, first time, when there is a dispute in the court, so their mother went to these people and asked, "Arey, what is happening? You guys are big shots of India, and what you guys are doing? You are fighting for property, that too in the court. You are making our what name? Our respect, everything. You are misusing our name and everything. You are what to say? Yeah, agandra. Yeah." So you are misusing your father's name. That is not at all right. So he is a big shot of India. So what you guys have to do is, you guys are playing with our name, our respect, everything. Okay. Then what you have to do? There is no need for you to go to the court and fight for your property. I am there, no. I am there, no. So what you have to do? I am your mother. Whatever I say, that is final. I am like Shivagarmi. I am like what? Shivagami. Whatever I say, that is final. Okay, na? So what she said is, come. Are Mukesh Ambani, come here. Anil Ambani, come here. Okay. Who is elder? Okay, you are elder, right? Okay. Whatever I say, take it. That is what she said. She gave, guys, please listen. She gave a suggestion that you are an elder son. So what you have to do is, let's listen about his perspective. That is the second one's perspective. So what Anil Ambani said is, Mummy, I want this thing, that property and this property, everything he said. Then what his mother said is, okay, Mukesh Ambani, whatever I say, if you are giving respect for me, do one thing. Whatever I give, take it. That's it. That is what she said. She acted as a what? She is not as a mediator, but more than a mediator. So what is the thing which she is doing is conciliation. What is that? Conciliation. Actually, in our language, we call it as a mediation or mediator. But there is a drastic difference between mediation and conciliation, Amma. Here in conciliation, what happens is, they will ask both the parties. That, and they will give their suggestions, their perspective. They will be giving their perspective. Okay, Mukesh Ambani, what I want to say is, you are an elder person. So what you have to do is, you sit quietly. We will ask Anil Ambani's perspective. Okay, Are Anil Ambani, what happened? What is your problem? What is your issue? So as a mother, my solution is, if you want this property, you take this property. Okay, if you want this property, take this property. Amma, what should I do, Amma? You sit silent. Your elder son, no? Whatever I say, if you respect me, you do it. Okay, Amma, no problem, Amma. So who said that? Mukesh Ambani. So what happened? In a conciliation, parties to dispute uses what? Services of a trained, qualified, neutral person. Here mother is a neutral person. Okay, na? She is a trained, neutral person. Together, they isolate issues. They sit together, they isolate the issues, develop options, and consider what? Alternatives. They consider what? Alternatives. Here, what she says is not final, Amma. Please understand. She will give suggestions, that's it. She will give suggestions. They reach a consensual settlement that accommodates their requirement. So here, Anil Ambani, he gave his suggestion, right? He gave his requirement. Whatever he gives, that requirement she will take, and she will ask Mukesh Ambani, Babu, is it right or not? If you want, if you are giving respect for me, to please do this. That is what she said. So here, Mukesh Ambani, what he said is, okay, Amma, I will give respect for you, no problem. I will adjust. I will adjust. So what she gave is, she did not order, guys, please understand. She did not order, but what she did is, she gave suggestion, that's it. She gave suggestion. So the conciliation is not bound by rule of procedure and evidence. That is not bound. If you want to follow, you follow. If you don't want to follow, there is no need for you to follow, but we are giving just a suggestion. We are giving what? Suggestion. That concept is called as what? Conciliation. Conciliation doesn't result in binding award. Doesn't result in what? Binding award. If conciliation proceedings fail, the parties can opt for what? Arbitration. If conciliation process is not at all fulfilled by both the parties, if they are not satisfied, Then they go for what? Arbitration. Guys, are these points clear? Arbitration. That means conciliation will form before the problem, after the problem. After the problem arises, their mother came and she gave a solution. That is called as what? That process is called as what? Conciliation. That process is called as conciliation. If both the parties are not at all satisfied, then they will go to the another concept that is called as what? Arbitration. That is called as what, Amma? Arbitration. Here also there will be a neutral third person. That person will be independent. Here independent neutral third person will sit and he will hear. He will consider the merits of the dispute and he will, guys, please understand, in conciliation, whatever the neutral independent person has given, no, is it final or is it just a suggestion? Suggestion. But here arbitrator, what happens with the arbitration process is that person will sit in the middle. What he says is whatever his decision is, after taking into consideration the merits and the demerits, everything, he will take into consideration of everything. Then whatever his decision, that will be final. These both the parties shall mandatorily follow. Pakka. That concept is called as what? Arbitration. That means there are two parties, yes. There is a dispute between two parties, yes. There will be a neutral independent third person, yes. But his decision will be final. Here there will be a two parties, yes. There will be a new independent neutral person, yes. There will be a dispute between these two persons, yes. But whatever this independent neutral person is giving, no, that will be just a suggestion. That will be a suggestion. Guys, are these points clear? Is there any mandatorily provision to follow? Is this party is bound to follow? Are these parties bound to follow? No. But here, when the arbitrator gives, that is the independent neutral party gives any solution, that will be final and that will be followed by these two parties. That will be a binding decision, legally binding decision, and he renders a final decision. Whatever decision he is giving, that will be final. Amma, here the word award is called as decision. Okay, that decision of the arbitrator will be final. Okay, here in conciliation, whatever the award is giving, no, that is not given by the independent neutral person, but it is given by whom? They will give suggestion. If they accept, no, then it will become a binding decision. Okay, you are okay with it? Okay, you are also okay with it? Then we will mandatorily go forward. That is what happens in conciliation. But in arbitration, what will happen? If at all you are okay with it or you are not okay with it, what we are doing, what we are giving a decision, that will be final. Pakka. There are limited rights of review and appeal of arbitration awards. The proceedings and awards of arbitration are not public and can be confidential. Secrecy. This arbitrator, he will not, whatever happens, no, that dispute, he will not go into the public and he will not give that information. He will not reveal that information. Amma. What he does is, he will do it everything in a secret manner, confidential. Okay, he will not leak this information out. Okay na? అర్థమైందా? మనమైతే చిన్న గాసిప్ అయితే అరే అలా ఇంద్రా అంటాం కదా, అలా ఉండదు ఇక్కడ. అర్థమైందా? So there will be no revealing of information. He will be very confidential. Pakka? Samajh gaye? Yes or no? This concept is called as what, Nana? Arbitration. Whereas this concept is called as what? Conciliation. Okay? Now, so there is an act called as Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. Arbitration and Conciliation Act. The act lays down a procedure for arbitration and conciliation. The arbitration, Amma, please understand, conciliation, there will be no agreement. But in arbitration, no, there will be an agreement. Because of that agreement only, these people will be mandatorily following that decision of that arbitrator. But in conciliation, there is no need for them to follow because there is no proper agreement between them. Okay? If they ask about differences between arbitration and conciliation, one is what? Agreement. Second one is what? Decision. Binding of decision. Pakka. Next. Before submitting, okay, the arbitration agreement can also be in a form of arbitration clause in a contract. Before submitting a first statement in a substance of dispute, the party of arbitration can apply to a judicial authority with a certified copy of arbitration agreement. Okay. Under the arbitration agreement, parties may decide the number of arbitrators but not in even number, or else it can be a sole arbitrator also. See, if this person says, sir, from my perspective, I will appoint an arbitrator. Okay, that arbitrator is called as Vignan because he is innocent. Okay, genuine, accountable, loyal, what not. So overreaction. So what not. So I am appointing Vignan Deepak. That is what this person said. Another person, what he said is, I am appointing a person called as Mr. X. So here, this person is appointing Vignan Deepak, another person is appointing another person. So there are two persons. Okay, as an independent neutral persons, two persons are acting. Is it valid or invalid? It should be what? Even or odd? It should not be in even. It should not be in even number. That means what these people will do is they will appoint another person also. That means how many people have to be there? 3 persons at least, or 1 person, or 1 person. That means it have to be odd but not even number. Pakka. Unless agreed otherwise, where there are 3 arbitrators, each appoints 1 arbitrator. The 2 appointed arbitrators appoint the third, who shall act as a presiding arbitrator. So here, Vignan Deepak is being appointed by Mr. A. Mr. X is appointed by Mr. B. So we need another person, no? Third person. Then what happens? This arbitrator, both arbitrators, they can appoint another person. That person will be what? Presiding arbitrator. Okay, to act as a presiding actor. If there is a failure that these 2 people have to appoint another person, right? It have to be made within 30 days, amma. 30 days kalla, they both have to appoint another person, that too independent neutral third person. Okay na? So if that is not made within 30 days, then what will happen? See, if there is a failure to appoint within 30 days of request, that is request, not request, or third arbitrator was not appointed within 30 days, then the party can request the court to make appointment. Then these parties, okay, they can only go to the court and ask, Are Babu, arbitrators are also, they did not appoint one person, third person. Court, you only appoint another person, genuine person. Okay, so then who will appoint? Court will appoint. Pakka. In case a sole arbitrator failed to appoint within 30 days of request by one party, then the party can approach court to appoint. That decision of the court shall be final and not appealable. Pakka. Whatever the decision which is given by court. Okay, if court is appointing Flashman as what? As a third arbitrator. Okay, if Vignan Deepak is not accepting that and Mr. X also is not accepting, can they have power to not accept Flashman? Court decision will be Pakka. Okay, you came to me and asked for the arbitrator. I appointed an arbitrator, most genuine arbitrator. I appointed Flashman. Then what these people have to do? These people, if at all they do not want that person also, they have to accept him as what? Third arbitrator. Pakka. Damn sure. Please go through with these concepts fast, Amma. Okay. Sorry, guys. We are going to discuss about the third type of ADR, Amma. What is that? Mediation. What is that? Mediation. Here also there will be two parties. Okay, na? When there is a dispute between two parties, they can go to a mediator. Amma, in arbitration we have discussed that arbitration, no, there will be an agreement before resolving a process. Yes or no? But in conciliation, will there be an agreement? No. See here, what happens is there will be a mediators. Under mediation, each party meet the experienced neutral mediator and they describe the problem and the resolution they desire. Here what happens? They will go to a mediator and what they will do is they will give their problem, they will present their problem to that person and they will also tell, sir, we are expecting this solution from you. That is what they say. And then what the mediator will do is, with his skill and experience, what he will do is he will assist. Please understand and underline this point. He will assist the solution. Mediator is a facilitator with skill and experience necessary to assist the solution. They will have separate and joint meetings held to hammer out agreement of both the parties. See here what happens is, in mediation, no, what happens is this person, what he is a mediator, no, what this person will do, he will give all the solutions, he will present all the solutions before those people, and he will sort, whatever he will do, that is for what? To resolve the process only. Whatever he will gather those people and he will arrange the place for them to meet and he will start the process, and that mediator what he will do is he will resolve that process and he will search if there are any alternatives or not, if there are any alternatives, okay, that alternative is applicable or not, whether that alternative is apt for this problem or not. That is what this person will do. Okay, so here the parties want to control the outcome, and the final agreement is that the parties themselves, the agreement, whatever the party says, that will be final, because it is they who bought this mediator, no, they will only say that, sir, we want this resolution. Here the other party also will say, sir, we want this resolution. Then what happens? Both the resolutions will be taken. Okay, and this mediator, what he will do is he will satisfy both the parties. Okay, he will bring this person's needs and he will bring this person's needs into one platform, and he will resolve that process in such a manner where that both the parties will be satisfied. That is called as what? Mediation. That is called as what, Amma? Mediation. Guys, are these points clear? Mediation. Okay. Last but not least, Lok Adalat. Lok Adalat. Lok Adalat in the sense Panchayat system. Panchayat. Amma, Panchayat. Who gave permission to Panchayat? See, National Legislative Services Authority Act 1987 deals with what? Lok Adalat. It means people's court. It means people's court and is an effective and alternative to what? Litigation. Okay. It is established for the settlement by way of compromise or conciliation. Either you can do one thing, compromise or conciliation. Conciliation, what is meant by conciliation? We already discussed. Suggestions. They will give suggestions and they will give what? They will give the proper solutions, proper suggestions, so that which will be apt for that people. Pakka. Next. That it is a judicial institution for what? Social justice. Amma, I'll give you a small example. See, Panchayat system, this Lok Adalat system, what happens is when both the parties came to that Panchayat or Lok Adalat, they are presenting their problem. Okay, I'll give you a small example. If one person killed another person, okay, one person killed another person, their family and this person's family both went to Lok Adalat. Is it valid or not? Is it valid or not? Mar court enduku? Yes or no? Okay, these people have power, but to an extent. So these people, see, no jurisdiction on the matters related to non-compoundable offense See, these people have power to give solution, to resolve the disputes, but not the what offenses. Yes, they do not have that powers. Okay, if at all there are that problems, that type of problems, that is murders and everything, then they can do one thing. They will, they will divert that problem to court itself. It is court who have to take a proper decision based upon these types of problems. So these panchayats or lok adalats, they do not have power to take a decision based upon these problems. Pakka, non-compoundable offense. The award of Lok Adalat is enforced as a decree of civil court and is final and no appeal. It is usually presided by the retired judge or social activists or members of legal profession. Who can take the solution? These people. They even accept cases pending within the jurisdiction of legal courts. If there are some courts, some cases in the courts, that also can be taken by these people. They can take and they can resolve the process. Because court only said, Are Babu, we cannot deal with the pending cases. We are dealing, we cannot take the new cases. We are only dealing with the existing cases. That is only very hectic for us to resolve. And what is the reason for us to take the new cases? So we will divert these problems to 4 methods of dispute resolution process. Okay, what are the 4 things? Lok Adalat, arbitration, conciliation, mediators. Pakka? Okay. Maximum they will be asking from which perspective? MCQ's perspective, not more than that. Okay. Please go through with the concept, that's it. When you are writing your exam, please just to go through with the concept, that's it. Okay. For MCQs, 2 MCQs will be asked. Okay. Please go through with the concept first. With this, we will conclude our session. This chapter name, what is that? Unit number 3, alternative dispute resolution. Okay. Okay guys, till our previous sessions we have discussed about sources of law and alternative dispute resolution process. Yes or no? Yeah, unit number 2 and unit number 3 of our introduction topic. What unit we have discussed? Sources of law and alternative dispute resolution. Okay, how law is made in India and what are the alternative sources other than parliament and other than customs and other than judicial president. What are the alternative dispute resolution? If at all there are disputes, how to resolve a problem? Directly, without directly going into the court, we can resolve the problems that we have discussed in unit number 3. Now we are going to discuss about unit number 1, which is discussing about Constitution of India. What is that, Amma? Constitution of India. I was keep on telling that, see, we have we can frame our law by ourselves. Yes or no? First, in the beginning session itself, I have discussed that see, if law can be made, okay, it have to be made in the parliament. Yes or no? Act, if at all there is a creation of any act, it have to be made in parliament. Avuna? Yes or no? Okay. Before going into the parliament, whose suggestion will be taken? Yes or no? Whose suggestion will be taken? Just general public. India is a democratic country, kada? India is a democratic country. So first they will be asking general public, Babu, we want to bring this act into force. Are you okay with it? Please give your reviews. Then experts' opinion will be taken. Okay, experts' opinion will be taken and general public opinion will be taken. Then it will be taken to parliament. That means India is a democratic country. Who has the highest power? If at all you want to vote someone, and make someone as your leader. Who has the power to vote them? They can directly sit in that position, huh? No. Who has the power? Public has a power. For every 5 years, okay, one time will be given for us who can elect some person to lead us. Yes or no? To make someone to lead us, we only have power to what? Select that person. Yes or no? Yes or no? Ardhamainda leda? Who made this? Who gave this? Evarichari? Our Constitution of India. So, our Constitution, when after independence, what happened is, after independence, what people thought is, we need to have, see, we have created India is a separate country, okay, India is a separate country, and we have made some freedom for us, we have got freedom for us, we have taken our freedom back. So we need some laws for ourselves. We need law for ourselves, not depending upon any other laws. So then what happened is, B.R. Ambedkar and his team, what these people did is, they analyzed different laws, different countries' laws, and they have analyzed the problems which are faced in India. Then they have prepared our constitution. See, whenever there is a country, that country, it have to be, if that country want to go smoothly, you see, whatever the problem arises, for that problems there have to be a proper solution. Every country needs some law. When law is made only, then that country can manage that country's problems smoothly. Everything can be managed very smoothly only when law comes into force. That is the reason what these people did is, they framed laws by taking and plucking different solutions for a problem, different laws, different countries laws. They analyzed the problems of India, and by taking our problems and taking the solutions of different countries' problems and solutions, they have prepared our Indian constitution. Okay, na? Yes or no? In which year, Nana? It was adopted on 26th November. Date is very much important. Amma, I already told you. From this chapter, they will not be asking what? Descriptive question, but they will be asking what? Only MCQs. Only MCQ. 2 MCQs will be asked from this chapter itself, Constitution of India and Legislative Process. Okay, so you can expect 2 MCQs. So what have to be in your mind? Dates have to be very much noted. Okay, na? Yes or no? So on which date this law has adopted? 26 November 1949. It made applicable from which date, Nana? 26th January 1950. 26th January, Republic Day. Okay, Republic Day, the day which the Constitution of India, law came into force in India. We got freedom, okay, but for that freedom, there have to be a proper legislative process. There have to be a proper, freedom of choice also, freedom of choice, and that came for us by framing what? Constitution of India. It was made applicable from 26th January 1950. Amma, our India's constitution is the biggest constitution in the world, Amma, which consists of 448 articles, 25 parts and 12 schedules. Indian constitution is the biggest constitution, which consists of how many articles, guys? 448 articles, 25 parts and 12 schedules. Out of those 12 schedules, 448 articles, we are going to discuss 6 fundamental rights. That is, some articles in our syllabus. 6 fundamental rights are from article number 14 to article number 32. Article number 14 to article number 32. These are the 6 fundamental rights which we have. 6 fundamental rights of a citizen of an India. If at all you guys are a citizen of India, you have 6 fundamental rights. I have a 6 fundamental right. You have a 6 fundamental rights. What are those 6 fundamental rights? Point number 1, right of equality, right of freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational right, right of constitutional remedy. These are the 6 fundamental rights. If at all I am a citizen of India, I have 6 fundamental rights. Aadhaar card unda leda meeku? Aadhaar card, why they will give Aadhaar card to you? Why you will apply for Aadhaar card? Because you are a citizen of India. If at all you are a citizen of India, then what happens? You have the 6 fundamental rights. What are those? Right of equality, right of freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational right, right of constitutional remedy, which consists of from 14, article number 14 to article number 32. Article number 14 to article number 32 will be learning in our syllabus. Okay, first go through with these points fast. Okay guys, now first we will be starting with this summer, right of constitutional remedy, article number 32. What is that? Right of constitutional remedy, article number 32. What is this right giving? Okay, what is the right which is given in article number 32? So these are the fundamental rights, basic rights of a citizen of India. Okay, if I am a citizen of India, I have this right. What is that right? Right of a constitutional remedy as per article number 32. Let's go to article number 32. Right of a right to constitutional remedy. If any of the fundamental rights have been deprived, then such person can apply to the Supreme Court under article number 32 for enforcing his fundamental rights. For example, if any person is feeling that his rights are misused, that means right of equality or right of freedom or right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational right. If he thinks that he doesn't have any of these rights, then he can directly go to the Supreme Court and file a case. For example, everyone has a right of equality, yes or no? Everyone have a right of equality. Boys and girls are equal, yes or no? For example, for male employees, if I am giving high salary, and for female employees, if I am giving low salary, is it equality? If I am giving a salary, if I am giving a job only to a restricted caste, restricted religion, is it a right of equality? Then if I find that, I can go and file a case as per article number 32. Article number 32. Did you get my point? Okay, article number 32, right of constitutional remedy. Right of constitutional remedy. Let's read that point once again. Right of constitutional remedy. What is that right giving us? if any fundamental rights, that is from article number 14 to article number 31 have been deprived, then such person can apply to a Supreme Court under article number 32 for enforcing his fundamental rights. Okay, I can go and file a case in where not high court nor a small local courts, but I can directly go to a Supreme Court and file a case. That power, I have that power. That is my fundamental right. Okay, అర్థమైందా అర్థం కాలేదా? Read this point, Amma. Okay, let's go to another right, Amma. Right against exploitation. Right against exploitation. See, article number 23. Article number 23 and article number 24. Article number 23 and article number 24. Prohibition of human trafficking and forced labor. KGF movie. KGF movie. Human trafficking and forced labor. Forced labor. They are bringing some employees, workers. Forcefully they brought them and they are making them to work in your organization. Yes or no? In your factory? Yes or no? Babu, they bought some people. Okay, they bought them as a laborers. Forcefully, they are giving some restricted time. They are giving salary. Forcefully, they are making them to work in their mind, in that mines. Yes or no? It is prohibited. It is prohibited. Right against exploitation. Right against prohibition of a human trafficking and forced labor. And forced labor. Come on, let's read that point. Article number 23. Prohibition of human trafficking. Human trafficking and what is mean by human trafficking? Selling humans, amma. Human and human beings, anamata. Okay? Human beings, child, kidnapping. See, purchase and sale of a human being like what? Goods. That means, that is called as human trafficking. That is called as what? Human trafficking. Are, did you watch Krishna Arjuna Yuddha movie? Human trafficking. Human trafficking. Yes, ma. Prohibits human trafficking. That is purchase and sale of human beings like what? Goods. It also prohibits beggary or a forced labor. See, forced labor, I already told you, KGF is the best example. Another example I will give you. Forced labor or some people in Mumbai, what they do is, they will bring some child, pillan తీసుకొని వస్తారు. Nayak movie, yes. So they will bring them. What they will do is, they will make them to beg. అడుక్కోమని చెప్పేస్తారమ్మా. So it is what? Prohibited. Right against exploitation. Right against what? Exploitation. Prohibition of what? Human trafficking and forced labor. Making someone labor with what? With what? force either with or without remuneration. Whatever I am giving, take that only. Don't ask too much of money. Okay? Nujese work ide ekwa. Whatever you are working, no, for that work, this salary is only more than enough. Okay? Just do what I say. If you are doing that thing, is it forcefully or you are doing with voluntarily? Forced. That is prohibited. That is prohibited. If you find someone doing that, you can directly sue a case as per article number 32. Pakka? Second. Abba, as per this, if you find no, this is against what fundamental right. But article number 32 gave you right to go and file a case in Supreme Court. If you are not having a right against this, okay, then you can go and file a case in Supreme Court. No, we discussed in article number 32. Dora Bujji. Yes or no? That one. Yes. Next, article number 24. Ma. Article number 21. 24. Prohibition of what? Child labor. Prohibition of child labor. Amma, in the Factories Act, there is a concept. Working hours. Working hours. Child can work. Adult can work. Adolescent also can work. Yes or no? Yes or no? Here, prohibition, article number 24 prohibits what? Employing children below the age of 14. See, if there is any person making some people to work, those people are which age? Below 14. Okay, na? Below 14. What happens? In mines and factory, then if you find so, you can go and file a case as per article number 32 in directly Supreme Court. Because, sir, article number 24 gave us that power. Article number 24 gave us that power. Prohibition of child labor. Prohibition of child labor. Is it valid? Valid or void? Yes. Please read this concept first. Article number 23 and article number 24. Fast, Amma. Okay, guys, let's go to the next right, Amma. Till now we discussed two rights. What is that? Right against? Then constitutional remedy. Now, right to freedom of what? Religion. Right to freedom of religion. Come on. It is discussing about, here there are three articles. Article number 25, article number 26, article number 27 and article number 28 also. So there are four articles which we are going to discuss here. right to freedom of religion. Right to freedom of religion. See, we find many people from Christianity to Muslim, and from Muslim to Christianity, and Hinduism to Christianity. We find that, yes or no, conversion, yes or no. So who gave that power? Who gave that power? This right to freedom of religion. In India, if at all you are a citizen of India, it is up to your discretion to follow your religion. Whatever you are following, what your ancestors followed, there is no need for you to follow the same. Who gave that right? These articles. Article number 25. Article number 25. Freedom of conscience. Freedom of conscience. Article number 25 gives every person freedom of conscience, inner sense of what is right and what is wrong. If I am feeling that, sir, this religion is not, I am not at all happy with this. If at all I want to convert, yes, you can convert. Who gave that power? Article number 25. Aloచింchadam. Okay. Manasu. Okay, next one. So, not only following, not only practicing, I can profess and I can also propagate. I can also propagate any religion of my own choice. Any religion of my own choice. I can. Okay, buy the pamphlet lamtar. They can, yes, can. Yes or no? They can. So, which article gave them that power? Freedom of conscience. If at all I go and restrict them, if at all I am going and restrict them, then what am I doing? I am restricting, I am prohibiting their fundamental right. I cannot do so. మీరు అలాంటి చూసారనుకో, you can directly issue a case against them in which court amma? Supreme Court itself. In which case? In which court? Supreme Court. Next one, article number 26. Freedom to manage religious affairs. Freedom to manage religious affairs. Any religious group or denomination can establish and maintain religious institutions. కొన్ని రిలీజియస్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి కదా, మిషనరీస్, తర్వాత ఏంటి జైన్స్కి సంబంధించినవి కొన్ని ఉంటాయి, తెలుసా మీకు? రిలీజియస్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఉంటాయి కొన్ని. ఓకే, సో ఎస్, ఇఫ్ ఎట్ ఆల్ యు ఆర్ అ సిటిజన్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా, you want to promote your own religion, yes, you can promote. If at all you want to start some religious institutions, establish and maintain religious institution, manage its own affairs in the matters of religion, to own and acquire a movable or immovable property, to administer such property as per law, it is given to you as per article number 26. Freedom to manage religious affairs. Freedom to manage what? Religious affairs. It is your wish. If people like that, they will follow. If people don't like, they will not follow. Simple. I can start my own religious what? Religious and trustly one follow the kadamma. Yes or no? Religious institutions. Religious institutions. It is given as per article number 26. As per article number 26. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. I have a right to start an institution. I have a right to start a religious institution. I have a right to follow my own religion. I have a right to convert also. But can I have a right to claim that? Can I have a right to levy religious tax? Religious tax is gocha. Adem undadamma. Only those taxes we have discussed, right? Income tax or direct or indirect taxes only we can levy, but not these things. See, article number 27. Article number 27. No person can be enforced to bear what? Religion tax. Are babu, if at all you are a citizen of India and you are born in that respective religion, you have to pay tax. If at all any person says that, you can directly sue him. No need to get worried. As per article number 32. Pakka? See? Because article number 27 is saying like this. What is that? No person can be forced to pay religion tax or a tax on proceeds which shall be used for promotion of a religion. Mana religion manam promote cheskundam. Tax pay cheyandi. We will promote our religion. Please pay tax. If at all anyone says that, you can directly sue him. Pakka? Any doubts? Article number 25, 26, 27. Article number 25, 26, 27. Now article number 28. Amma. Freedom as to attendance in religious workshops in educational institutions. That means education institutions wholly maintained by state funds. some religious institutions will be there, guys. So what these religious institutions will do is they will go and collaborate with state government. Then what will the state government do is state government will provide some funds. See here, educational institutions wholly maintained by what? State funds, that is government. State in the sense state government, central government, state in the sense government. State means what? Government. So education institutions wholly maintained by government funds, what happens? No religious instructions workshops can be held. So if at all I collaborated with government gave funds, then who will control? Who will control? Government only will control, because they gave funds. No, because they gave funds, no religious instructions or workshops can be held. Ardhamainda? Sir, our institution is an education institution. We got grants from state government. Grant is different, Namma. Grant is different. State fund funds which are provided by government is different. Government provides funds. Who will control that? Government only will control. But government gave grant and a subsidy. Subsidies, you know about subsidies, right? It is giving subsidy. Then if at all government is giving subsidy, government has power to control over that religious institution. Doesn't have power. No, religious workshops can be held, but attendance cannot be enforced. There is no need for that to what? Maintain. It will be wholly maintained by the religious institution itself. Pakka? Damn sure. So what are the four articles here? Article number 25, 26, 27 and 28. 25, freedom of conscience, freedom to manage religious affairs in article number 26. 27, no religion tax. 28, freedom as to attendance in religious workshops in educational institutions. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Babji is finished, huh? Okay. Fast. Okay, guys. Now let's go to the next point, Amma. Babjis, now we are going to article number 14 to article number 18, which is about right of equality. Right of equality. Okay. Right of equality. Right of equality from article number 14 to article number 18. Article number 14 to article number 18. Equality before the law and equal protection of law. Equality before law and equal protection of law. Right to equality is one of the basic feature of the Constitution of India. I already told you, yes or no? One of the basic feature, what is that? Right to equality. State in the sense, not state government, central government, amma. Government. We use the word government as state. Okay, state shall not deny to any person equality before the law and equal protection of law within territory of India. So every person is equal in the eyes of law, yes or no? Whether you have money, whether you are rich or poor, every person is what? Equal. Every person is what? Equal. It forbids class legislation. Guys, please highlight this point. Article number 14 forbids what? Class legislation. Class legislation. Like what is that class legislation in the sense? Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras. Amma, I'll explain, please listen. For Brahmins, this position is there. Okay, what happens is there is no what I want to say is every person is equal in the eyes of law. Yes or no? Okay. This position is restricted to these people. Okay. This position is not restricted to that person. Every person are equal. That is what law is telling. But if someone says, no, this job have to be given for this to this people only. That means this class of people. Who are they? Like Brahmins or Kshatriyas or Vaishyas, not based upon caste, not based upon religion, not based upon creed. It is based upon what? Classification is permitted. Class legislation is not at all permitted. Sir, what is the difference between class legislation and class classification? Class classification is the sense, I will explain, please listen. See, class classification, CA or a CMA or a CS. What I am doing is, I am making a difference. See, CA students come and sit in this class. That is what I am doing. What I am doing? CA students come and sit in this class. CMA students, you have to go and sit in that class. CA students, you go and sit in the other class. That is what I am doing. Am I discriminating students? Am I discriminating based upon their class legislation? That means, am I discriminating? Are Brahmins, you guys have to sit in this class. Okay, Vaishyas, you have to go and sit in that class. Shudras, you have to go and sit in this class. And Kshatriyas, you go and sit in that class. Are we discriminating based upon the caste or religion? No. Right? Here everyone are sitting equally in the same benches. Yes or no? Everyone are studying the same books. Yes or no? Okay. But what is the difference? What is the difference? Class classification is permitted, Rasai. Class classification is permitted. Ite chudu. Class classification is permitted, but class legislation is not at all permitted. Pakka? Class legislation permitted, classification permitted. Pakka? Okay. Adhamain example. Did you get this example or not? Yes. Next point. Prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of what? Religion. It prohibits the state from discriminating against any citizen of India on the grounds of what? Religion, race, caste or sex or place of birth or any of them. If anyone says, "Are you are from Andhra Pradesh?" No, you should not sit here. Go out. Are we doing like that? We are only South Indians only have to sit in this class. North Indians, there is no allow. Are we doing like that? No, right? Are we discriminating based upon religion? No. So, if at all there is a discrimination based upon race, religion, caste or sex or place of birth, male maatrame undali, female undakudadu ala emana unda? Everyone are equal. Yes or no? No citizen can be restricted in access to shops, public restaurants, hotels and places of public entertainment or use of well, bathing ghats, tanks, roads, public parks which are maintained by the state government, which are maintained by government. Every person, every Indian citizen has a power, has a right to what? To drink the water, to what? To use the well, to use what? Bathing ghats, tanks, roads, public parks, etc. Every person is equal in the eyes of law. Pakka. So that is given in article number 15. Article number 15. Are these points clear, guys? Okay, na? So please read these concepts, article number 14 and article number 15. So guys, article number 16 amma. Babji is article number 16. Equality of opportunity in the public employment. Equality in the opportunity in the public employment. See, what question which may be running in your mind is, sir, right, this is a right of equality. There should be no discrimination based upon class legislation. That is what article number 14 said. It is okay. There should be no discrimination based upon religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. That also it said in article number 15. Sir, then why reservation system is there in India? That is what question, yes or no? That is what running in your mind. For that only, next article is framed by our lawmakers. What is that? Article number 16. Equality of opportunity in the public employment. It guarantees equal employment opportunity to all the citizens in India in employments under the state. That means under the government. It ensures that every citizen of India have to get jobs equally. Which jobs? Government jobs. That is what it said. Okay. But there are certain exceptions. Okay. Every person have to get equal jobs. That is okay. But there are certain exceptions. What are those exceptions? I'll explain. Please listen, Amma. On the grounds of religious nature, to manage the religious institutions. Sir, everyone are equal, no? Everyone are equal. Then what we will do is, there is a, father in the church. Father in a church. Can I make that father to go and sit in a temple and do that puja? పూజారిని పూజ చేయకుండా నేను చర్చిలో కూర్చోబెట్టి ఫాదర్ని హల్లెలూయా అని చెప్పి ఇక్కడ in the temple చేపించచ్చా చేపిలేమా? So there are certain restrictions. Yes, based upon the employment, every person are equal. But there are certain restrictions. What is that? On the grounds of religious nature, to manage what? Religious institution. So religious institutions, it is restricted to that point of Stalin. So to manage religious institutions. See, I cannot make church father to come and work where? In Tirupati temple. Yes or no? I can make a Pasak. I cannot make that pujari to go and that Brahmin to go and sit in where? Church. Yes or no? Can I make it? No. When fire fires a fire, fire will be fire. I will be fire. Yes or no? Yes. Next one. Guys, next one. State, Babu, next one. State may prescribe certain professional qualification for public employment. That means, if at all you are working in a public employment, then what happens? It has a restriction based upon a professional qualification. That means every person, here the article says equality of opportunity in a public employment. Every person has a right to get the jobs. That what jobs? Government jobs. Okay. If I am a tailor and ever else kada mission kodtadu kada tailor. If I am a tailor, I know how to cut the clothes. I am also planning to do what job? I am also planning to work as a doctor. Can I do it? I am cutting, no? Cut chestunna leda? Stitching chestunna leda? Sir, I have a proper knowledge on stitching and cutting the clothes. Same thing I will also apply here. Cutting and stitching. Can I do that? Cheyagalnamma? Professional. It has, yes. Every person has an opportunity in the public employment, but there are certain exceptions. State may prescribe certain professional qualifications. State may prescribe certain professional qualifications for what? Public employment. Last point, the thing which you are waiting. Reservation in a public employment can be made for what? Backward classes, scheduled caste, etc. Even if every person have to have an opportunity, equal opportunity while giving what? Employment in the state, there have to be a proper reservation in the public employment. Endukamma? Why? Why did that B.R. Ambedkar and his team thought this thing? Why? See, I'll explain, please listen. B.R. Ambedkar, he came from a backward caste, yes or no? Even if he came from a backward caste, he is well trained, well knowledgeable person, and he has a greatest knowledge in all the, when compared to many of our professors also, he has a greatest knowledge. But still, what happened in India, they pointed out his caste. That is what happening now also. ఎక్కడైనా చూడండి మీరంత తోపైనా కూడా whatever his qualification is, whatever the source of income is earning, okay, they are looking at what? Caste. So it may be eradicated when people get a better qualifications. Casteism based చేసుకొని చూడడం కంటే మీకు అర్థమవుతుందా? కాస్టిజం బేస్ చేసి చూడడం కంటే వాడి క్వాలిఫికేషన్ ఉంటే అలా అయినా వాడి పర్స్పెక్టివ్ మారుతుంది కదా. అట్లీస్ట్ బై లుకింగ్ ఎట్ దేర్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్ or their opportunity of getting a government jobs, people's perspective may change. ఎప్పుడైతే అలా చేంజ్ అవుతుందో అప్పుడు this reservation will be eradicated. Till then this reservation will be there in our society. ఎప్పటిదాకా ఉంటుంది? పీపుల్ మైండ్ చేంజ్ అవ్వనంత వరకు అలాగే ఉంటుంది. మైండ్ చేంజ్ అయిందా మరి? పీపుల్ మైండ్ చేంజ్ అయిందా? అవ్వదు. అది అవ్వదమ్మా. అదైతే దెన్ వాట్ హ్యాపెన్స్? This reservation system will go while giving what? Employment to a public. అర్థమైందా? ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్ పాయింట్. బికాస్ మనం ఎంత చదువుకున్నా ఏం చదువుకున్నా ఫస్ట్ ఏమన్నా వస్తే అక్కడ టాపిక్ ఏంటంటే మనోడు, మన కులపోడే, అవునా కాదు? సో ఆర్టికల్ నెంబర్ 17. Abolition of what? Untouchability. Abolition of what? Untouchability. See, there was a system, untouchability. ఇండియాలో బిఫోర్ ఇండిపెండెన్స్ దేర్ వాజ్ సిస్టమ్ ఆఫ్ అన్టచబిలిటీ. తెలుసు కదా అన్టచబిలిటీ. సమ్ స్పెసిఫిక్ కాస్ట్ పీపుల్ ఆఫ్ అప్పర్ కాస్ట్ దే కెనాట్ గో అండ్ టచ్ దోస్ పీపుల్. ఎందుకు? దే ఫీల్ దట్ దే ఆర్ highly talented people and they think that they are God given gift. అర్థమైందా? వాళ్ళకి హై అనుకున్నారు. సో అంటే వేరే వాళ్ళని చూసి, బ్యాక్వర్డ్ కాస్ట్ వాళ్ళని చూసి వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారు అంటే దే ట్రీటెడ్ దెమ్ యాజ్ అన్టచబుల్స్. ఇప్పుడు ఉందా అలాగా అన్టచబుల్? ముట్టుకోవద్దు అనేది ఉందా అమ్మా? ఈజ్ దేర్ అన్టచబిలిటీ రైట్ నో? మీరు మమ్మల్ని ముట్టుకోకూడదు అనేది ఉందా? ఆ టైంలో at the time of independence there was untouchability. When Ambedkar went and drank water, that glass also people did not touch. వాటర్ తాగడం మానేసుకున్నారు కానీ ఆ గ్లాస్ ముట్టుకోలే. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్లో ఉన్నారు. చూసి చిరాకు వచ్చింది అన్టచబిలిటీ చూసి. ఇప్పుడు అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ వచ్చింది అనుకో, ఆర్టికల్ నెంబర్ 17. అర్థమైందా? ఆర్టికల్ నెంబర్ 17. అన్టచబిలిటీ ఇస్ వాట్? అబాలిష్డ్. అన్టచబిలిటీ ఇస్ వాట్? అబాలిష్డ్. సార్ మరి కరోనా వెళ్ళి ముట్టుకోకూడదు కదా? ముట్టుకోవద్దు అని అంటాం కదా. డోంట్ టచ్. కరోనా పాజిటివ్ అయితే ముట్టుకోవద్దు అంటాం కదా. మరి అది అలౌడా? It is in a practice, its practice in any form is punishable. Please understand this point. Instigation to a social boycott is not untouchability. గవర్నమెంట్ చెప్పింది బాబు కరోనా వాళ్ళని ముట్టుకోవద్దు. సార్ ఆర్టికల్ నెంబర్ 17 అన్టచబిలిటీ ఇస్ ప్రొహిబిటెడ్. నేను వెళ్ళి ముట్టుకో అంతే కదా. సో సోషల్ బాయ్కాట్ ఈస్ నాట్ అన్టచబిలిటీ. Untouchability. Guys, are these points clear? Last but not least, article number 18, abolition of titles. No person can use a title like sir, king, prince. Me Instagram untai kadama, you have Instagram titles. What will be your name? Dad's little princess, king cobra, ఓషన్ ఐస్. అమ్మో. లిప్స్టిక్ స్పాయిలర్ నందు. అయ్యో. సో గైస్ ప్లీజ్ లిసన్. బాబు ప్లీజ్ లిసన్. నో పర్సన్ కెన్ యూజ్ అ టైటిల్ లైక్ సార్. అమ్మా యూ కెన్ యూజ్ అ వర్డ్ కాల్డ్ ఎస్ సార్. యు ఆర్ కాలింగ్ మీ సార్? నో. Can I use that word as my name? Vignan Deepak. పుట్టుకతో నా పేరు విజ్ఞాన్ దీపక్ సారా? Vignan Deepak sir? No, right? See, Babu, please listen. I can use that word in Instagram or some or the other way, but I cannot use as my, no person can use a title called as sir, king, prince as a prefix or a suffix. Peruku mundu gaani. Prefix in the sense what? Before my name or after my name. I cannot use those words. I cannot use those words. What are those words? Sir, king, prince as prefix or suffix. That's why foreign law, even lecturers also, they call them by name. Not sir. Sir and ento telusa? Sir means slave I remain. Neni dasuni kadu baanisanayya. Sir means slave I remain. Neni banisane. So these words cannot be used as a titles before or after. Sir, after qualifying as a CMA, can I use CMA? Yes. It is what? See, Branda, atla kaadu. Can I use that word as my prefix or suffix before my name? Yes. Yes or no? Yes. But I cannot use these words. What are these words? Sir, king, prince, etc. as a prefix or suffix to their names. But however, military or what? Academic titles are allowed. Academic titles are allowed. No citizen can accept a title from a foreign state. A person who is not a citizen in India but working under a state can accept a title from foreign state after president consent. National awards and titles like Bharat Ratna, Khel Ratna, etc. But it cannot be added what? Prefix or suffix. It cannot be added as what? Prefix or suffix. Are these points clear? Yes or no? I'll give you 2 minutes. Please go through with this article number 17 and article number 18 fast. So guys, in today's session, we have discussed right of equality. Yes or no? Article number 14, article number 15, article number 16, article number 17, article number 18. 5 articles completed. Right of constitutional remedy. 1 article completed. Right to right against exploitation. Did we discuss or not? Article number 23, 24. Yes or no? Paka. Then we have discussed right to freedom of religion. Right to freedom of religion. Article number 25, 26, 27, 28. Have we discussed or not? Pakka. So 5, 9, 10, 12 articles we have successfully completed. We will be discussing the remaining articles in the next session. Okay na? All the best. Take care. Bye bye. Have a nice day. Okay guys. Now we are going to start with the chapter. What is this chapter name? Payment of Gratuity Act. What is that? Payment of Gratuity Act. Amma, this Payment of Gratuity Act is one of the industrial law. What is that? One of industrial law concept. Okay. I'll explain. Please listen. Okay. See, I already told you that in industrial laws there are 5 concepts which we are going to discuss in our syllabus. What are those? Payment of Gratuity Act, Factories Act, Code on Wages, ESI Act, EPF Act. Out of these 5 acts, we will be learning this chapter. What is that? The Payment of Gratuity Act. Okay. In this Payment of Gratuity Act, these are the learning outcomes. These are the learning outcomes. That is applicability of Gratuity Act. For which establishments Gratuity Act will be applicable. And what is the eligibility for the payment of Gratuity Act? Gratuity amount, how to calculate gratuity, and how this application of a gratuity will be made. Notice for payment of gratuity, mode of payment of gratuity, recovery of gratuity, forfeiture of gratuity, nominations, penalties, compulsory incidents, and important definitions. All these points, all these, these are the learning outcomes. These are the learning outcomes in which topic? Payment of Gratuity Act. Payment of Gratuity Act. Are these points clear? So each and every learning outcome we will be discussing now. Each and every topic we will be learning now. Are these points clear? Let's start. So first of all, what is mean by gratuity? 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 Come on, anyone? What is mean by gratuity? Gratuity means the gratuity of the gratuity. Gravity, yeah. Is also known as gratuity. Wow. Okay, so I'll explain, please listen. Okay, see, we are discussing about industrial law. Gratuity is a part of what? Industrial law. So, industrial law came into force based upon whose perspective, Amma? Employer's perspective or employee's perspective? By taking the consideration of employees' perspectives, okay, this industrial law came into force. Come on, tell me. See, if employer is giving salary to the employee, is there any problem with the employee? Is there any problem with the employee? So come on, tell me first, what are the problems which are faced by the employee while he is working under an employer? What are the problems which are faced by the employee when he is working under some employer? What are the problems? Em problems untai? Salary, wow. Next, holidays, wow. Working hours, wow. Voting, voting and vote. Wages, salary, wages, working hours, voting enduku. Welfare measures, benefits, benefits. Okay, employee benefits. What type of benefits? Maternity benefit. Nana Flashman. Sir, come on, tell me what type of benefit, what type of problems which employee faces. What are the problems? Same problems face, sir. What are the problems which are faced? One is wages. Wow, nice. Wages. 2, working hours. 3, working hours. That's overtime. Another one. Working environment. Wow. Holidays. 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 Sick leave. Leaves. Okay. Then online, come on. Maternity benefit. Okay. That is also coming under leave only. Okay. Lunch break. Lunch break. Okay. That is also will be coming under working hours only, Nana. Allowances. Okay. That will also come under wages or salaries. Commission for what? Okay. That will also come under. See, these are the problems. Just these are the problems. That is working hours is a problem. Second one, salaries or wages. Are Babu, there will be another problem. Bonus problems. Yes or no? Bonus. Bonus problems. Then what? During the course of an employment, if there are any accidents, that is employment injury. What we call in our language? Employment injury. What is the absolute solution for that? Okay. Another point. See, water facilities during summer. Wow. Same point, correct. Water facility. That is facilities. What we call in our language is welfare facility. Vehicle facility. Yeah. Welfare facilities. Then. So guys, these are the problems which are generally faced by an employee when he is working under an employer. Yes or no? Okay. See, these are the things during the course of employment. These are the things which he faces during the course of employment. There are certain things which he faces after he gets retired from the organization. Organization and retire in tarvata, there are some times, there are some problems which are faced by an employee after retirement. Come on, tell me, what are that problems? See, when he is working, he will be getting salary. Yes or no? When he is working, he will be getting salary and he is okay with that salary. But after retirement, he will not work in any organization. Yes or no? Any organization, will any organization allow a senior citizen to work in that organization or not? No. No, they will not allow. Then how can they get what money and how can they manage their family? Huh? Action. Huh? Pension. Okay, pension. So what they need is retirement benefit. Pension is a retirement benefit. Yes or no? So they need what? Retirement benefits. Retirement benefit. So this gratuity is a retirement benefit. This gratuity is a retirement benefit. Sir, see, if employee is working, no. Every month if employee is working, employer will be giving what? Salary or wages will be provided by the employer to his employee during the course of employment. Work చేస్తున్నాడు కాబట్టి every month he is working, so employer is giving salary. See, if he is working, okay, no problem. After his retirement, will employer give salary to that employee or not? There is no need for the employer to give. Yes or no? Even if there is no need for the employer should give what? Benefit. What type of benefit? Retirement benefit. Sir, this is benefit for employee. Are, నేను ఆపద్బాంధ ఉన్నా, am I looking like a god? See, I started my business for whose welfare? For employees' welfare. I also should get some benefit, right? What type of benefit should employer get if he is giving some benefit after the retirement? What type of benefit will employer get if he is giving what? Some amount after the retirement of employee? What type of benefit will he get? See, that is what human tendency is. Human tendency ఏంటి? నీకెంత నాకెంత, నువ్వేమి ఇస్తావు నేనేమి ఇవ్వాలి, అంతే కదా. ఓకే, ఈ పని చేద్దాం, ఓకే ఈ పని చేయాలంటే నీకేం బెనిఫిట్ ఉంది నాకేం బెనిఫిట్ ఉంది, వాట్ విల్ ఐ గెట్, వాట్ విల్ యూ గెట్, దట్స్ ఇస్ ద పాయింట్. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? హియర్ what the lawmaker is telling is whose perspective? Employee's perspective. Are babu, you are thinking about only employee, but think about me also. No, I am also a human being. I risked my life, I kept my property into risk and I started this business. Okay, so I should also get some benefit, right? What type of benefit should this employer get is what then lawmaker thought, yes, this is a problem. Okay, this is what the employer said is absolutely right. We also should think from the employer's perspective also. What is employer doing is, sir, please think from my perspective also. Na tarapuna kuda aalochinchandi. I am also a human being. I should also survive. I am also doing a business. I am also at risk. So you should think from my perspective also. Then what lawmaker said, okay Nana, no problem. What solution I will do is, if any employee, so see, don't give this retirement to benefit to all type of employees, but give this retirement benefit to only that type of employees who are working in your organization for at least how many years? 5 years. If any employee is working in your organization for how many years? At least 5 years. Only to that type of employees you have to give what? Benefit. What type of benefit it is? Retirement benefit. Retirement benefit. Guys, are these points clear? So, if at all there is an employee and that employee is working under an employer in an establishment, and how many years he is working? Not less than 5 years. Continuously, if he is working for 5 years, then for that type of employees only, you have to give what? Benefit. What type of benefit it is? Gratuity. So, if you go and check in what? Dictionary, what is the exact meaning of gratuity? Gratuity in the sense it is a gift. That means if any person is working in my organization for 5 years, then employer should give what? Employer should give what? Gift. What type of gift? See, gift in the sense you will expect something. Gift ante what you will do? How you will give? You will not expect something. You will give it for free. You will give it for free. Suppose if any person is giving some ring, okay, why they will give amma? They will expect something. Eman expect chestara? Em expect chestar? What will they expect? So they will not expect. See, they are giving it with love and affection. With love and affection. Yes or no? Yes sir. No, Mohan. Yes sir, no. నాకు ఇంకా రాలేదు సార్ అంట. ఎక్కడున్నాడు బాబు? ఫస్ట్ బెంచ్కి రా. కమ్ టు ఫస్ట్ బెంచ్. సో డిడ్ యూ గెట్ మై పాయింట్? సో హియర్ employer is expecting the service of employee. Because he is expecting the service of employee, he is giving what? Salary. Here, after retirement, employer is not expecting salary from that employee. Sorry, not expecting service from that employee. Then also he is giving some amount. That amount is called as what? Gratuity. So, without giving proper service after retirement also, employer is giving. That is why it is called as what? Gift. Okay, that gift in the sense gratuity. Pakka? Yes or no? Okay, come on, tell me. Who is eligible for receiving the gratuity? Who is eligible for receiving the gratuity? Point number 1. Who is eligible for receiving the gratuity? Those type of employees who has worked in that establishment for a continuous service of not less than 5 years. For those type of employees only, gratuity will be paid, but not to all types of employees. Pakka? Pakka? Okay. Now, sir, after completing 5 years, he is coming to the employer and asking, gratuity de do. Paisa leda ra. Paisa leda. Where is that amount? Where is that amount? That is what employee is asking. Now come on, tell me, what is the absolute solution? Is he retired? Retire ayada? No. Before retirement itself, he completed 5 years of service and now he is asking for what? Gratuity. Is it right or not? What did we say? What did we discuss till now? Gratuity is what, amma? Retirement. After retirement, you will be getting what? Gratuity. But you completed 5 years now. Did you retire from your organization? No. But still, what are you asking? Is it right or wrong? Then what lawmaker did is, yes, this may be the problem. So what we will do is, Babu, when you are in a position where you cannot work, then you take that gratuity amount. Sir, come on, tell me, what will be the position where we cannot work? Death. Wow. Accident. That is disablement. Accident aithe kaadu. Accident. After accident, what will be there? Disablement. If you are unable to work. Age bar. Age bar. Marriage gurinchi kaadamma. Okay, next point. Superannuation, retirement, resignation. Sir, resignation also, na? Yes. After resignation, you will not be able to take that amount, no? Okay, resignation, then what? Superannuation. Okay. So, guys, please listen. there have to be an event. What type of event it is? Event of termination. After 5 years, the relationship between employer and employee should come to an end. Relationship between employer and employee should come to an end. So when it will come? In only these 5 cases. What are these 5 cases? Death, disablement, retirement, resignation, and in only these 5 cases, if there is a termination, from the relationship between employer and employee, then employee can take what? Gratuity. Then employee can go and ask the employer, yes or no? Samajh gaye? Okay. So come on, tell me. Gratuity have to be payable by employer when? On an event. What type of event it is? Death, disablement, superannuation, retirement, resignation. Okay? Retirement, resignation, death, disablement, superannuation. In only these 5 cases, okay, if these are the 5 cases where employee gets terminated from the employment. In that event, okay, employee will get what? Gratuity, provided how many he has to work, how many years he have to work, provided he has to render a service of, continuous service of not less than, for example, if an employee is working for 5 years continuously in an organization, then he will be eligible to receive. But when he will receive? Not immediately, but definitely. At what event? On an event of termination. Event of what, Nana? Termination. Termination due to what? Death, disablement, retirement, resignation, superannuation. Provided he has to work, provided he has to render a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Pakka? Pakka? Okay. Let's see that point. Eligibility for payment of gratuity. What is that? Eligibility for payment of gratuity. Who is eligible to receive gratuity? Gratuity shall be payable to an employee on what event, Amma? On an event of what? Termination. Termination due to what? Superannuation or retirement or resignation, death or disablement due to accident or disease. Provided he has to render a continuous service of not less than. Pakka. Damn sure. So for that type of employees only, gratuity will be paid by the employer. Are these points clear? So what did we discuss now? Gratuity means what? It is a retirement benefit. Simply speaking, it is a gift which will be provided by whom? To whom? Which type of employees? Continuous service. How many years? On what event? On an event of termination. Termination due to what? Retirement, resignation, death, disablement, superannuation. Okay? I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. Tondaraga. Fast. Online. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Super. Go through with the point, Amma, fast.
Okay, sir, can we get the PDF which is on the screen? Same concepts, Amma. Same concepts in the material. There is no difference. This will be applicable for the next attempt actually. It's going on in process. Okay, same concept. No need to get worried. Okay, guys. So there is a practical question here. Practical question which is given in your workbook also. Please open your workbook. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. First, please let's go to this question. Question number 3 here. Mr. X joined the establishment for, Babu, please listen. Mr. X joined an establishment for how many years? 10 years. But died after 2 years. He joined in an establishment. X is a person. What he did, he joined in an establishment, okay, to work in that establishment, and there was a contract, okay, that he will work for how many years? 10 years. But after 2 years itself, what happened? Life is unpredictable, kada. So sad. So then what happened? But after 2 years, what happened? He died. His widow claimed gratuity from the employer, but the employer refused or continued on a ground that non-compliance of 5 years of continuous service. Sir, what is that employer saying? How can I give, amma? You came to me, okay, no problem. But we cannot give what? Gratuity, because he did not work in our establishment for how many years? Continuously worked in our establishment for 5 years, huh? He did not work. How many years he worked? 2 years only. But please understand, there was a contract between employer and employee. Okay, na? There was a contract between employer and employee that I will work in your establishment for how many years? Please note this point. If at all there is a contract between employer and employee, but you know, this is an unpredictable thing. The life is not in our hands, right? The death is in our hands, huh? No, it is unpredictable. He did not predict. This happened. What is that? Event of death happened after 2 years. Even if he did not work for 5 years, but still she can get gratuity or not. His wife, who is that? Widow. His wife can get the amount or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? According to section 4, in case of death and disablement of the employee, 5 years fulfillment is not at all mandatory. Please note this point here. See, yes, that employee should have worked in that establishment for a continuous service of not less than 5 years. But in this case, what is that case? What is that case? It is unpredictable thing happened. Death happened. But the contract was for 10 years. If at all the death did not happen, he would have worked there only. Yes or no? He would have worked there only for 10 years. But this is unpredictable thing which is not in our hands. Then his wife can go, that widow can go and claim for what? Gratuity. Because it is an event of what? Death. It is an event of death. It is not mandatory. Mandatory. Yes, 5 years continuous service is not mandatory in these type of cases. Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Please note this point. See, whenever they ask you a practical question, you have to write in this way. Provision, analysis, conclusion. Provision, analysis, conclusion. You directly know about the conclusion. Even if you know about the conclusion, what you have to write? You have to write the provision, amma. You have to write provision. Provision in the sense, what did the act say? What did act say? See, these are the provisions. Provisions in the sense, see, these things are the provisions. Provisions in the sense, what act is saying. What act is saying. So based upon that, what we are doing? We are doing an analysis. We are doing what? Analysis.
then we have to give what? Conclusion. You are a decision maker, yes or no? మీరు ఒక decision maker కాబట్టి you will directly not give the solution, but you will analyze it. Then how can you analyze it? Based upon the provision. So in this provision, what is that? So what is the provision which is related to this question? Continuous service is mandatory and not at all mandatory. Not at all mandatory. Are these points clear, my dear students? Yes or no? Online. So let's analyze it. Mr. X joined an establishment for 10 years but died after 2 years. Employer rejected the contention of the widow on the ground of non-compliance of continuous supply of 5 years. So that is what given in question, right? Same point which is given in the question, you can write in the analysis. But where you will get the marks? You will get the marks in the conclusion. Okay na? Conclusion and provision is mandatory, beginner. Okay? For provision, if at all they ask for 7 marks, for provision itself you will get 4 marks. For provision itself you will be getting 4 marks. And for conclusion you will be getting 2 marks. More than 2 itself. Pakka? Are these points clear? So come on, you already know. In the case of death and disablement of an employee, 5 years completion of continuous service is not required. Therefore, as per my analysis, what I suggest is rejection by the employer is not justified. Pakka? Samajh gaye? And widow may knock at the door of judiciary. She can directly go to the court. Yes or no? So yes, that is a point. Please go through with this question first. Online, are these points clear? Okay, guys, let's go to the next concept, Amma. See, what did we discuss till now? Please listen. What did we discuss till now? Employer and employee. See, employer have to mandatorily give what? Gratuity to his employee on an event. What is that event? Death, disablement, retirement, resignation and super. Provided that employee have to work for how many years? Continuous service of not less than 5 years. Pakka? Okay. Now, my question is, here you discussed about employees' eligibility. For whom gratuity have to be paid. That is what we discussed. Which establishments have to give? That means who have to give? To whom we discussed. Who have to give? Which establishments have to give? Which establishments have to give? For that, lawmakers have given a proper solution for that. Okay? For some establishments, it is mandatory for them to provide what, Subramaniam? Gratuity. Okay? What type of establishments? There are some mandatory establishments which have to be which have to provide gratuity. What are those? Every factory mandatorily have to provide what? Gratuity. Every factory. Shanmuko. Every factory. Then gratuity. Oil fields. Every factory, oil fields, mines, ports, plantations, railway company. So for these establishments, it is mandatory for them to provide what? Pakka. So these are mandatory establishments to give what? Gratuity. Sir, we are not factory. Our establishment is not factory. Our establishment is not oil field or mine or plantation or port or railway company. We are not from these organizations. Then also we should give gratuity. Yeah? These are the organizations which mandatory have to give. There are some other type of establishments which also have to give what? Mandatorily. So which establishments, Nana? See, every shop or establishment in which how many people have to be working there? 10 or more people have to be working there on any day of a preceding. So, if in an establishment 10 or more people are working, continuously in that year also, in the full year they have to be working. They have to come to organization. They have to be present in organization. There is no need for them to present in organization complete year. 1 year, if in an establishment 10 or more persons are working, then that establishment also have to be mandatorily providing what? Gratuity. Because gratuity means what? Retirement benefit. Gratuity means what? Retirement benefit. Pakka? Okay? For whom they have to give? We discussed. Who have to give? Come on. Who have to give? Every factory, oil field, mines, plantations, ports, railway company. Mandatory or optional? Sir, any other establishment, that means any shop or any establishment in which how many people have to be working there? 10 or more members have to be working, people have to be working. How many days? On any day. On any day of preceding. For these type of establishments, gratuity is mandatorily applicable. Gratuity is mandatorily applicable. Guys, are these points clear? They have to give to their employees for sure. For which type of employees? This type, action. This type. For which type of employees, Amma? For which type of employees? For those employees who have rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. We will discuss about this later. Okay, guys, are these points clear? Wow. Super. Start, Chadama. So let's read these points. Babu, please, for which establishment gratuity is applicable? For every factory, oil fields, mines, ports, plantations, railway. For them it is mandatory or optional? Mandatory. For every shop or establishment in which how many people have to be working there? 10 or more people have to be working there continuously throughout the year. No, on any day of a preceding. For those also, for that type of establishments also mandatory. Sir, is there any other establishments for which Gratuity Act is applicable mandatorily? Yes, there are another type of establishments which are notified by. So for some establishments, central government will directly notify, Babu, your establishment should mandatorily provide what? Gratuity. Pakka. So for that establishments also they have to provide what? Gratuity. Okay. Now my question is, last year Gratuity Act is applicable. This year number of employees are just 5. Just 5. Is gratuity applicable now or not? Once the act is applicable, it is continuously applicable irrespective of number of employees employed thereof. Even if the number of employees will come down less than 10 also, you have to provide gratuity. Pakka? Yes or no? I'll give you 1 minute. Please go through with that concept fast. So guys, there is a practical question here. Let's read this concept first. So, తిట్టుకున్నారు కదరా. So let's read this point here. Babji Limited Incorporated, second question, practical. Babji Limited Subramania, please read this question. Babji Limited incorporated on 2nd January 1980, carrying on a business from the date of incorporation, employing how many? So there is an establishment. That establishment name is what? Babji Limited. How many workers are working there? 50 workers. Wow. 50 members are working there. When did it start, Amma? 1980. 1980. It started its business on 1980. Okay. Due to loss, the number of employees reduced to 5. Are Babu, 50 nundi how many? So how many went off? 45 workers. They went off from the organization. Yes or no? Okay. With respect to which date? 2019. From 1980, how many workers were there? 50 workers were there. In the year 2019, how many reduced? 45 reduced. How many are there? 5. Okay. Mr. Chandu retired on 31st May 2020. So, in the year 2020, one person retired from the organization. Okay, na? Okay. Employer refused to pay the gratuity on the ground that total number of employees is below. Are Babu, in the year 2019, okay, our organization, no, 45 workers went off. So how many workers are there? 5. Now in the year 2020, okay, in the year 2020, there are how many workers, Nana? So it is less than 10, more than 10? Less than 10. So we cannot give you what? Gratuity can be paid or cannot be paid. That is what employer is telling. Papam, that employee who don't know Gratuity Act, he came to you guys and asking, Sir, Ayya, please give me the right solution, Ayya. Then what solution you will give, Amma? What solution you will give? That is the question. See, whether the employer was justified, what the decision he is given is right or wrong. Kimmu bolo. Right or wrong? Wrong or right? Wrong. Kaiku. Why? Yeah. Yeah. Manik ade Shanmukh godle. Chitti. Chitti. Sepu. Come on, Chitti, come on. Hima. Come on, tell me, is the employer's contention correct or wrong? Employers is correct, employees is correct. Employees are employers the Kaiku? Once the act is applicable, yes or no? See, first we discuss that how many workers have to be working there? At least 10 workers have to be working there. Okay. On how many days? On at least one day of the preceding 12 months. Here, 50 workers were working in the year 1980. From that day, gratuity is applicable till 2019. Yes or no? Yes or no? Then what happened? Once that act is applicable, it will be applicable. Yes or no? Even if the number of employees were reduced below 10. See, according Mr. Chandu is eligible for gratuity and the contention of employer is not at all justified. Pakka. For that, what provision you have to give? Section 1. What is that section 1? Oh. Applicability of Gratuity Act. For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable, Amma? Every factory, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines, railway companies. Mandatory or optional? Second, for any other shop or any other establishment in which 10 or more persons are employed on any day of a preceding 12 months. Okay, once the act is applicable. Any other establishment which is notified by? Wow, 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 wow. So guys, online, are these points clear? Online, Amiru. So online, are these points clear? Okay, super. Done. So with this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Bye. So guys, in our previous session, we started with the concept called as payment of gratuity act. Yes or no? So we already discussed that it is a retirement benefit which employer have to pay some amount of retirement benefit to his employee on an event of what? Termination due to death or disablement, resignation, retirement, superannuation. In these 5 events, employer have to pay some retirement benefit, and that retirement benefit is called as what? That benefit is called as what? Gratuity. Actually, when we search the name gratuity in description, sorry, in dictionary, what we'll get? It's a gift. Okay, it's a gift. What is meant by gratuity? It is a gift. So when you are not working also, employer have to pay some amount to his employee. So some amount have to be paid by the employer to his employee, and that concept is called as what? Gratuity. Okay, so we have discussed these points. We have discussed these points. Okay, what is that? Who have to pay and to whom this employer have to pay. So who have to pay? Employer. Which type of establishments? Every factory, oil fields, mines, plants, ports, and railway companies. For them, it is mandatorily applicable. They have to mandatorily pay to their employees. Pakka. Other than this, what are the mandatory other establishments? Every shop or establishment in which 10 or more persons are employed on any day of a preceding. If any establishment consists of any at least 10 or more persons, at least 10 or more persons working in that establishment, okay, how many days? At least 1 day. So that type of establishments also should what they have to do? Should pay gratuity to its employees. Any other establishments which are recommended by central, they also have to mandatorily pay gratuity to its employees. Pakka. Okay, Amma, these are mandatory. Mandatorily applicable establishments. For these establishments, it is mandatorily applicable. For example, if there is a company and that company is not a factory nor an oil field or a mine or port or plantation, but it's just a shop and it consists of less than 10 employees, but still it want to give gratuity. Can it give or not? Yes. If it is your Sarda, who says no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Pakka. So yes. To whom this gratuity have to be paid? To an employee. Which type of employees? Which type of employees? Who has continuously rendered a service of not less than 5 years. Sir, just after 5 years they will be getting gratuity. No. But at the time of at the time of termination, at that time of termination due to what? Superannuation, retirement, resignation, death or disablement. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Okay. So yesterday we have discussed the practical question number 2, Babji Limited. Okay. Amma, మీరు homework did you write your homework? చేశారా? ప్రాక్టికల్ క్వశ్చన్ చేయలేదా? ఓకే, నో ప్రాబ్లం. This is a practical question number 1. This is also a homework, Amma. In the year 2019 and 20, there are 8 employees in an establishment. How many workers, Amma? 8 employees working in an establishment. Whereas during the next year, number of employees increased to 12. So how many workers used to work in the year of 1920? Now in the next year, that is 20. In the year 1920, how many workers are there? 8. In the year 2021, how many workers are there? And in the next financial year, it has been reduced to 6. That is 21-22. How many workers are there? 6. Comment the applicability of payment of gratuity act 1972. Okay, 1972. Come on, tell me. Gratuity act is applicable or not applicable? Okay, in the year 1920, gratuity act is applicable or not applicable? Not at all applicable. But in the year 2021, how many workers are there? 12 workers. Applicable or not applicable? Okay. In 2021, 22, how many workers are there? 10 workers are there? More than 10 workers are there? Less than 10. So now it is applicable or not at all applicable? Applicable or not at all applicable? What is that? During 1920, there are 8 workers, hence Gratuity Act is not applicable. 2021, Gratuity Act is applicable. Though there are 60, but the Gratuity Act will continue to apply because once the Act is applicable, it will be continuously applicable irrespective of number of employees reduced below 10. పక్కా అర్థమవుతుందా? తెలుగు భాష ఇంగ్లీష్ భాష ఏ భాష అయినా అర్థమవుతుందా అర్థం కావట్లేదా? Guys, online, are these points clear? Yes or no? So this will be the provision. In this provision, you have to write what? ఏం రాస్తారు? As per section 1 of what? Gratuity Act 1972. Every factory, oil fields, plantations, ports, any other establishment in which 10 or more workers are working, any other establishment which is notified by central government, for them it is mandatorily applicable. Once the act is applicable, it will be continuously applicable. Pakka. That is a point, that is a provision which you have to write, Sharmok. That is a provision which you have to write. Are these points clear? Next point. Guys, let's go to the next concept, Amma. See, employer have to pay what? Gratuity to his employee. Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Pakka? Okay. Now we are going to discuss about, sir, how much amount have to be paid by the employer to his employee? How much amount have to be paid? How much amount have to be paid? That means we have to know how to calculate the payment of gratuity. Okay, see, employer have to pay to his employee. Once the employee gets retired or, once the employee gets terminated from his establishment, employee is eligible for receiving gratuity. How much amount? How to calculate? How to calculate that we are going to discuss now. How to calculate the amount of gratuity? How to calculate the amount of gratuity? What amount? What amount of gratuity should the employer pay to his employee? How much amount? How much amount of gratuity? Who shall pay? To whom it shall be paid? We discussed. Point number 3. What is that? How much to pay? How much to pay? So, how much to pay in the sense that we will discuss now. That is how to calculate the payment of gratuity. How to calculate the amount of gratuity. See, I already told you, gratuity is a gift, right? Gratuity is a gift which have to be paid by the employer to his employee. Sir, how much amount should this employer give? How much amount should this employer give? See, for example, I'll explain. Please listen. If the employee at the time of his retirement, he used to get around 40,000 salary. Around 40,000 salary per month. Amma, please listen. He is getting around 40,000 salary per month. He is getting how much? 40,000 salary per month. Okay. Now he retired from his organization. Okay. Now 40,000 per month he is getting till now because he is rendering a service. So that is the reason he is getting 40,000 from his employer. Now what the lawmaker says is, yes, employer, you have to pay the gratuity to your employee. After retirement, every month employer have to pay na. Every month employer have to pay some amount. No, but rather he have to pay some lump sum amount. Some lump sum amount. Sir, how to calculate that lump sum amount? In the sense, are employee, you are getting how much salary, Nana? You are getting how much salary? 40,000. Every month you are getting how much salary? 40,000. In that, how many years you worked in that establishment? Sir, I rendered a service of 30 years. Wow. How many years? 30 years. 30 years service provided, sir. You have rendered a service of 30 years. Every month you are getting how much salary? 40,000. That means 30 years, 30 years into 40,000, for 30 years into 40,000. That means how much amount he should get? Please calculate. How much amount he should get? 1 crore 40 44 lakhs. Oh, calculate it, Nana. 40,000 into 30. 12, 12 lakhs. Yes or no? How much amount? 12 lakhs. 30 years into 40,000. What is the amount? 12 lakhs. Then, sir, 30 years into 40,000. It is absolutely all right. No problem. But in the complete, 12 months in 1 year, how many months are there? 12 months. That means he should get 12 months. 12 months every month he will be getting that amount. Or else only 1 month amount he will be getting. In that sense, what lawmaker said is, no, not 12, but rather only half month salary. If he is providing 30 years of service, in that 30 years, every year, at least half month salary, who have to give? Employer have to give to that employee. That means half month salary in the sense 1 by 2. 1 by 2. Friday kada? Okay. Sorry. So that means how much? 1 by 2. Guys, are these points clear? 30 into 1 by 2. Every month, half month salary, every year, in that every year, at least half month salary have to be paid by the employer to his employee. Okay, nice. Half month salary in the sense of there are 4 Sundays, no? 4 Sundays. 4 Sundays undaya? Yes. That means what lawmaker said is, I'll explain, please listen. 1 by 2 in the sense 15 by 30 is also 1 by 2, no? 15 by 30 is also 1 by 2, yes or no? But in that 30, what are there? 4 Sundays are there. 4 Sundays. So we have to deduct 4 Sundays from that 30 days. That means how much amount? 15 by 26 days. Okay. Not the entire 360 days, but how much salary you have to get? Half month salary. Half month in the sense, if he is getting 40,000, 40,000 divided by 2, 20,000. Sir, not at all 2, 1 by 2, but 15 by 26 because 4 Sundays are there. So deduct 4 Sundays. Deduct 4 Sundays. That means 15 by 26 into 30 years into 40,000. So now come on, tell me what is the amount, Amma? 6 lakhs 92,000. Pakka? 30? 30? 308. This is the way where employer shall calculate the amount of gratuity to be paid to the employee. Guys, online, are these points clear? So come on, how to calculate the amount of gratuity? How to calculate the amount of gratuity? Come on, tell me. This is 30 years. Yes or no? 30 years in the sense number of completed years of service. Number of completed years of service. Okay. If, for example, if at all that employee is working 30 years, no problem, okay. If that employee is working like this 30 years, 8 months, 30 years, 2 months, then how to calculate, Amma? 30.8, 30.2, how to calculate that? If at all that employee is working more than 6 months, you have to treat it as what? One completed year. That means 30 years, 30 years plus 1 is equal to how many years? 31. If at all that employee is working for how many months? Less than 6 months. Less than 6 months. Here 2 months in the sense. Less than 6 or more than 6 are? Less than 6. That means 30 plus 0. That is how many years he is working? Okay, na? We have to calculate like this. Or that means number of completed years of service or part. What is that part there? What is that part there? Yes. Or part thereof in excess of 6 months. Okay. That have to be treated as a completed year. Okay. Every number of completed years of service or part, that part can be treated as a completed year when if it is greater than 6 months. If it is greater than 6 months, then we can add it as a completed year. Pakka? Damn sure? Yes or no? Yes. Now, number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months into 15 by 26 into what is this? What is this? Salary. What is this? Salary. Sir, which salary we have to take at the beginning of the beginning while joining into that organization? His salary was 10,000. That 10,000 we have to take into consideration, or 40,000. That is at the time of retirement. His salary is what, Amma? This amount we have to take into consideration. That means last drawn salary. Last drawn salary, but not when he joined in that organization. Not that amount, but rather which amount? Last drawn salary. That means at the time of retirement, how much amount he is getting, that amount we have to take into consideration while calculating what? Gratuity. Pakka? Yes or no? Now, I'll give you an example. If that employee is working in a, please write this point, Amma. Please calculate. Please calculate. If that employee, first example, if that employee is working in that establishment for 30 years, 9 months, 28 days, and last drawn salary is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees per month. Okay, 1 lakh rupees per month. So come on, calculate the gratuity. What is that? 17 lakhs? 17 lakh 88,462. Can that amount of gratuity be paid by the employer to his employee? Yes, obviously. Why not? Yes or no? So how much amount gratuity to be paid by the employer? 17 lakhs 88,000. How did you calculate? Come on, tell me. Number of completed years of service. What is that? 31 into 1 lakh into 15 by 26. Pakka? Damn sure. Online, yes or no? Kiran, D. Kiran. Yes or no? Okay, next. Second example, Nana. That 28 years, guys, 28 years, 11 months, 1 day. 1 day. And he is earning a salary of 1,30,000 per month. 1,30,000 per month. Please calculate and tell me. 21 lakhs 75,000. And then okay, 21 lakhs 75,000. Come on, tell me, this amount can be paid by the employer to his employer? No, yes, sir. Yes, sir, no. Why? Kaiku? Huge amount, no. Huh? Up to 21 lakhs is payable, 25 lakhs, 20 lakhs, Amma, in June, please understand, in the year 2024, there was an amendment. What is that amendment? What is that amendment? What is that amendment in the sense? See, actually, the maximum amount to pay the gratuity is 20 lakhs. Is restricted to 20 lakhs. But in the year 2024, it is not restricted to 20 lakhs, but it is restricted to 25 lakhs. That means how much amount of gratuity to be paid is, if it is less than 25 lakhs, you can pay how much amount you calculated, that amount you can pay. If it is more than 25 lakhs, how much amount of gratuity you have to pay? Paka. Damn sure. So, whichever is lower, how much amount you can pay? 21 lakhs 75,000. 25 lakhs. Yes or no? So, how much you got? 21 lakhs 75,000. This amount you can pay. Yes. Okay. Now, there is another example. If that employee has worked 28 years, 3 months, and his last drawn salary 1,55,000. Come on, please tell me the amount of gratuity to be paid by the employer to his employee. 25 lakhs 3,846. Wow. So this is the amount which you got. But how much amount you can pay? So how, if at all that employee is getting 25 lakhs 3,846, employer is not at all liable to pay this amount, because the maximum amount which the lawmaker have framed is how much amount, Anna? Yes or no? This amount can be paid. That means how much amount you are going to calculate, that amount should be less than 25 lakhs. Up to 25 lakhs you can pay. But more than 25 lakhs you can pay? No, subject to the maximum of how much? 25 lakhs. Let's go to the provision, guys. Let's go to the provision. Come on, guys, please listen, Amma. Please listen. Amount of gratuity to be payable by the employer to his employee. Gratuity shall be payable. How many days wages, Amma? Half month. Half month in the sense 15 days wages for every completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months on the basis of last drawn salary. Last drawn salary. Paka. Subject to the maximum of 25 lakhs. Not more than that. Recent amendment, guys. Please make sure this is being noted. Okay? అర్థమవుతుందా? సమజ్ గए బాబు. Now, provided that in the case of peace rated employee, sir, then what about peace rated employee? Who is called as peace rated employee? Amma, when it comes to payment of wages, okay, wages can be paid to two types of employees. One is what? Time rated. Two is what? Piece rated. Time rate in the sense based upon month, based upon week, based upon, yes, that means based upon time. Okay, daily, weekly, hourly. If you are paying, no, those people are called as what? Time rated. But piece rated in the sense based upon number of units produced. So for 1,000 units, I will give this amount. Okay, for 1 unit, I will give 25 rupees. If you produce 1 unit, I will give how much? 10 rupees. Like that, if you are measuring based upon the number of units produced, that is called as, that employee is called as what? Piece rated employee. Daily wages shall be computed on the average of total wages received by him for the period of how much? 3 months immediately preceding the termination of his employment. And for this purpose, wages paid for any overtime work should not be considered. Next, provided further that in the case of an employee who is employed in a seasonal establishment, guys, come on, tell me who is called as a seasonal employee? Seasonal. Mangoes, sweaters, custard apple, seasonal fruits करना हाँ umbrella, water, Vinayak Chauthi, chocolates my mistake. So guys, seasonal establishment in the sense, hey Babu, February 14th February uh, బానే సరే cool సరే guys, let's listen. uh, Seasonal establishment in the sense, any establishment which the establishment is in operation for how many months? Less than 6 months. Less than 6 months. That means woolen clothes manufacturing. Okay, how many days it will be open? Less than 6 months. Less than 6 months. Pakka. That is a point. If any seasonal establishment in the sense less than 6 months, and who is not so employed throughout the year, the employer shall pay a gratuity at the rate of what? 7 days wages, not 15 days wages, but how many days? 7 days. Sagona sagam. Half low half. Quarter. 7. Okay. Not 15 days wages, but how many days wages, guys? 7 days wages. Pakka. Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Read this point. Amount of gratuity payable. Babjis, here there is a small practical question, Amma. Please try to practice this. There is a small practical question online, guys. You also try to practice this. I'll give you 5 minutes. Tondarga. Hello. Guys, Hare Babu. Nana, please listen. Mr. R joined the establishment at the age of 20. His salary was at the beginning of the establishment. How much was his salary? At what age he joined the establishment? At the age of 40. That means how many years he started? I mean, how many years he worked in that establishment? 20 years. He met an accident, and at such time he was drawing a salary of 30,000. When he was earning salary of 10,000, he joined in that establishment. Now, after 20 years, he was earning how much amount of salary? 30,000. Wow. Now, per month after accident, he continued employment at a salary of how much? Per month for the next 20 years. For the next 20 years. That means what is the total number of years he completed in that establishment? 40 years. And he retired at the age of 60. Wow. For 20 to 60, that means 40 years. Yep, okay. And at the time of retirement, his salary was wow, 1 lakh per month. Now, calculate the gratuity. Calculate the gratuity. What salary you will, I mean, what amount of salary you will calculate this amount? 10,000, 30,000, 29,500, 1 lakh. How? Why? Kaiku? Last drawn salary into 15 by 26 into 40 years. Wow. Okay. How much? How much? 23 lakhs, 7,692. Wow. Okay. Guys, online, are there any doubts? 23 lakhs, 7,692. Wow. Okay, guys, what will be? Will it make any difference to your answer? If, guys, even if after accident his salary would be the same. After salary, sorry, after accident, if his salary is how much? 30,000. Will it make any difference? ఎందుకు చేయదు? 30,000 ఉంది. 30,000 ఉంది. చేంజ్ అవుతుందా అవుదా? Wow. Will it make any difference to your answer? If even if the after accident his salary would be same. Amma, that means from 30,000 it went to 29,000. Okay. He retired from that establishment in the when he's earning 29,500. Okay. Due to his disablement, he got terminated from his establishment. No. If it gets terminated from his establishment in the event of accident, then we can calculate by taking what? 29,500 into consideration. But there is no clarity here whether he got termination in this year or in this year. So, is there any difference? Simple. Pakka. Clarity. అర్థమైందా అర్థం కాలేదా? Damn sure. Wow. No. See, yes. No. Many of students they asked this doubt, Amma. I'll explain. Please listen. See, this is for time rate of wage. I mean, if an employee is getting a salary based upon time, that means one yearly, monthly, okay, fortnightly. For that persons, we will calculate like this. Okay, then what about seasonal establishment? Seasonal establishment, how we will calculate? 7 days of wages. 7 days of wages for each region. 7 days. That is 15 by 26. Badalu, what we will use? 7. Now, provided that in the case of peace-rated employee, daily wages shall be computed on average of total wages received by him for a period of 3 months immediately preceding the termination of his employment. At the time of his retirement, see, last drawn salary is there, no? Last drawn salary. How we'll calculate that last drawn salary for a seasonal establishment? In the sense, last 3 months, what we will do, that salary we will average it. Last 3 months salary we will average it. After doing average, for example, he got an amount before retirement, for example, he worked in that establishment for 28 years. That is which establishment, Amma? Seasonal establishment. In the 28th year, before getting retired, last 3 months, in 1 month, first month he got 58,000. First month he got 58,000. Second month he got 60,000. Third month he got 58,000. How you will calculate it? We have to take average. That is 58,000 plus 60,000 plus 58,000 divided by 3. What amount we got now, that we will take and write it here. Last drawn salary. Pakka. Last drawn salary amount. What is the average? 58,000 plus 58,000 plus 60,000 divided by 3. 50. Yes, in that place we will write 58,000 600. Okay, 600 667. Okay, na? Simple, ah? Simple. That is a point. Okay, guys, please go through with this point fast, amma, fast. Samayam ledu mitrama. Overaction. Guys, online, are there any doubts? Okay, guys, finished, huh? Ah, okay. So, huh? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, Amma, let's go to the next concept. Ui, ఎంతసేపు రాస్తారు? Okay, Amma, most important concept, Amma. Please listen. Most important concept, Nana. Who is that? Amma, last person. Who is that? Dinesh. Uh, most important concept, guys. This is A category in this entire Gratuity Act. Okay, please listen. See, till now, what did I discuss is employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Yes or no? It is mandatory or optional? Mandatory. Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Till now, what did we discuss is who have to pay? We discussed or not? To whom gratuity have to be paid? Yes or no? Third point, how to pay? How much to pay? How much to pay? That also we discussed. Yes or no? Now we are going to discuss the next point, that is, if at all that employer want to pay, okay, if he is wanting to pay or not, he is not at all interested to pay, but mandatorily employer have to pay. Employer have to pay the amount which the Gratuity Act has prescribed. Okay, now what we are going to discuss, if for example employer want to pay gratuity to his employee, but provided he calculated the amount of gratuity. He calculated the amount of gratuity. The amount of gratuity which he calculated came to 15 lakhs. How much? 15 lakhs. He calculated the whole amount of gratuity. Then he got to know that he have to pay gratuity how much? 15 lakhs. But employer is not willing to pay that 15 lakhs to his employee. And I gave salary. Again, I have to give gratuity. I am not at all interested. Can that employer say so? Chapacha. Yes or no? I'm online. Yes or no? Yes or no? Can that employer say so? He cannot say. Okay. But guys, he should mandatorily provide that amount of gratuity to his employee. To his employee. But in two reasons, there is a chance for the employer to skip this amount to, to what to say, there is no need for him to pay this entire amount of gratuity to his employee. In only how many cases? Only two cases. Only two cases. That concept is called as forfeiture. Forfeiture from payment of gratuity. So, guys, what I want to say is, if at all the employer want to give gratuity to his employee, he should give actually. But if he doesn't want to give, then also that is acceptable in only two reasons, in only two cases. If that employer doesn't want to pay gratuity to his employee, that is acceptable in only two reasons. In other than two reasons, if that employer is saying, no, 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 I'm not at all interested to pay, can he say that? Can he say that? No. In only these two reasons, employer is not needed to pay this amount of gratuity. Employer can deduct that gratuity. Employer can deduct that gratuity. What are those 2 points? Is point number one. Point number one. To the extent, guys, please listen. To the extent of financial loss of establishment. See here, if an employee's service is terminated for any act or negligence or willful omission or causing any financial loss to the establishment or destruction of the property of the establishment, if this happens, then gratuity can be paid, gratuity can be forfeited only to the extent of loss. I'll give you an example. Please listen. See, there is an employer, there is an employee. This employee's name is, for example, Vignan. Employee's name is what, Nana? Vignan. So he is working under an employer, and that employer, what this employer did, his employer gave a quarters for this person. Who is that person? Vignan. Okay. ఓకేనా క్వార్టర్స్ వద్దా లేకపోతే ఏదైనా ప్లాంట్ అండ్ మెషినరీ ఎస్ హీ గేవ్ ఎ కార్ అరే ఆట్రా హీ బెన్జా బెన్స్ ఓకే సో ప్లీజ్ లిసన్ ఓకే wow sir come on please listen. So this is a car. Who provided this car to whom, amma? మీకంటే దారుణం నైస్ కార్ అంట థ్యాంక్ యూ అమ్మ. సో వాట్ హ్యాపెన్, దిస్ కార్ ఈస్ ప్రొవైడెడ్ బై ద ఎంప్లాయర్ టు హిస్ ఎంప్లాయీ. హూ ఈస్ దట్ ఎంప్లాయీ? Vignan. So what happened is, this employer gave car to Mr. Vignan. So this car is whose? It is under establishment control. Are babu, you are coming from far place, no? Please take this car. Please take this car, okay, and use this car till you work in our establishment. That is what employer said. Wow, acha, bahut acha. So what employee did, Vignan did is, yes sir, okay sir, acha sir, bahut acha sir. I took that car and I used for my own purpose and also for office purpose. But in one instant, what happened is, I met with an accident. So sad. So this car, I met with an accident. Even the car also met with an accident. Yes or no? Then what happens? Obviously, what will happen? Repair, na? Who will bear that repair, amma? Employer will bear that repair. Employee Vignan will bear that repair. Vignan will bear that repair. Employer have to bear that repair. Are employer gave a nice car to Mr. Vignan. Nice car, wow, nice car to Mr. Vignan. Then what Vignan have to do? He have to use it. So he have to look that car in very pressure. He has to use it in very clean. Okay, in a very clean manner, and he has to use that for only which purpose, Nana? Office purpose. For what purpose? Office purpose. But he used it for office purpose. Even if he is using for office purpose, what happened? He met with an accident. Now what can Vignan do? What can Vignan do? Can I do anything? Can I do anything? I cannot do anything. Sir, it is not in my control. It is not in my control. Okay. But please understand, did I do or intentionally did I spoil that car? Intentionally I did that one. Huh? It is an accident. Unpredictable future event. Unpredictable future event. If it is in my hands, కావాలని వెళ్ళి గుద్దుకుంటాను నేను. No, I will not do that. No, it is not at all in my hands. So what can I do? What can I do, Amma? I have to bear that expenses. Ayyo, why? Employee, yes, I use it for office purpose, but even if I am using it for office purpose, I met with an accident. There is a destruction in the property of the establishment. Whose property is that? It is a property of establishment. Yes or no? Now, which establishment property it is? My employer's establishment property it is. That property is destructed. Now, what employer did is employer went to a mechanic and asked to repair that car. Okay, employer went to a mechanic to repair that car. Now, what mechanic is telling is, sir, wow, acha, what we are doing is this amount we are charging 2 lakhs to repair that car. Chitta in the car. Okay, how much he charged, Amma? So, guys, please listen. Please understand. Please understand. Now, at the event of retirement, I actually have to get 18 lakhs as a gratuity amount. How much, guys? I have to get how much amount? 18 lakhs. Now, can employer deduct this 2 lakhs? Can employer deduct this 2 lakhs and give the balance amount 6 lakhs, 60 lakhs to me? Yes or no? Ikkada, come on, tell me. This is not my mistake. This is not rather his mistake. It is unpredictable event. I cannot do anything. He can also do anything. But what happens is it is under my control. It is in my hands. That action took place in my hands. So I only have to bear. I only have to bear. Now, that amount of 2 lakhs, can I deduct that amount? Sorry. Can this employer deduct that amount and give me the balance amount of gratuity? Yes or no? So what this employer is doing, he is forfeiting this amount of gratuity. He is deducting that amount of gratuity. Total amount of gratuity is how much, guys? 80 lakhs. So how much he is deducting? Because of what? Destruction of property of what? Establishment. Or I am causing a financial loss to whom? Establishment, to the employer. Then employer can deduct how much? To the extent of that loss. Can that employer deduct whole amount of gratuity? Yeah? Are Babu, I gave you car. You met with an accident. I am deducting entire 18 lakhs. Can he say that? Okay. How much you have to give? How much you have to give? 16 lakhs you have to give. How much you have to deduct? Only to the extent of financial loss. Pakka. Damn sure. So let's read this point now. To the extent of financial loss to the establishment. In which event, sir? If an employee's service is being terminated for any act or negligence or willful omission or causing any financial loss to the establishment or destruction of property of the. In these cases, how much amount of gratuity can be deducted? Full amount, only to the extent of loss. Only to the extent of financial loss which is incurred by the establishment. Pakka. Damn sure. Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Pakka. No. I'll give you another example, Amma. Movie. తీసేయడం చెప్తాను. I'll give you another example, guys. Please listen. There is a Gannareddy in our college. Who is that flashman? Okay. So what I did is here I am acting as a employer. Who is employer here? There is a second example, guys. Please listen. I am acting as a employer. So in my establishment, who is the employee here? Flashman. Gora Gannareddy. Ada unda, ida ada padte ada unda. So Flashman, what I did is, guys, please listen. Actually, total amount of gratuity which that Flashman have to get. He worked in my establishment, Amma. He worked for 10 years. Please understand. He worked for 10 years. Okay. 10 years he worked in my establishment, and I calculated his amount of gratuity. His amount of gratuity is around 18 lakhs. His amount of gratuity is around 18 lakhs. Now what happened is, recently what I did, this is just an example, please understand. Recently what I did is, I told Mr. Flashman, I don't know. Yes, hi. So I told to this Flashman, Hare Babu, I will give some amount of money. I'll give some amount of money. Guys, please understand. I'll give some amount of money. Please take this money and please deposit in some bank, in our bank account. In our bank account. Please go to the bank and deposit that amount in that bank. Sir, what is given as what amount of cash is there in that briefcase? There is around 12 lakhs. How much amount, Amma? 12 lakhs. I told this Flashman, Babu, this is a briefcase. In this briefcase, how much amount is there? 12 lakhs. So this Flashman, he's in need of money. Karulo ఉన్నాడు, డబ్బు అంటే కరువులో ఉన్నాడు. So greedy fellow. Then what happened is, this Flashman needs some amount. So what he did is, he took that 12 lakhs. Instead of going to a bank and depositing that amount in the bank, he used that 12 lakhs for his own purpose. For his own purpose. Now, I only went to that bank. Are bank, I deposited 12 lakhs, no? But I did not get my message. What is that problem? That is what I asked to that bank. Then bank said, sir, what are you talking? 12 lakhs you did not deposit. Sir, I sent it through my accountant. Who is that? Flashman. Did he not deposit in your account? No. Then what can I do, Amma? What did actually Flashman do? He used it for his own purpose. He went somewhere with that 12 lakhs. Now what can I do? Kya karu mai? నేనేం చేస్తాను, ఏం చేయగలను? పాపం దౌర్భాగ్యుడు, 18 lakhs రావాలి అతనికి గ్రాట్యుటీ. If we wait for just 1 month, he will get how much amount, Amma? 18 lakhs. But he is greedy of money. He took how much amount? 12 lakhs and went off. Theft. Okay. Dongatanam. Okay. Now, come on, tell me. After knowing this, he again came to me, sir, ayya, tappu chesanayya, I did a mistake. Sir, this is everything is my mistake. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. And aduguta unnadu. What should I do now? If he is asking forgiveness, what can I do? I will forgive, no problem. Okay, give that 12 lakhs. I took that 12 lakhs. What can I do now? I should deduct that 12 lakhs and give the balance amount. How much? 6 lakh to this person. Sir, what amount of loss you got? 12 lakhs. To the extent of loss. Are you used it for you use that amount? Sir, I use that amount. Okay, what I will do? I'll deduct that amount and give the balance amount. That is what employer will say. What will employer say? Come on, tell me, guys. What will employer say? ఏం చెప్తాడమ్మా ఎంప్లాయర్? When fire fires the fire, fire will be fire. I am not the fire. You are fired అంటారు. Yes or no? Job పోయింది. ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి. Come on, tell me. I'll give balance amount of 6 lakhs. I will completely forfeit the amount of full amount. Completely forfeit the full amount of. Now I have power or not? I have power to deduct the entire amount of gratuity or not? In these two reasons only, guys, please understand. In these two reasons only, employer can forfeit the amount of gratuity. Other than these two reasons, employer is not given power to deduct the amount of gratuity. Pakka. What are the two reasons? One, if what happened? If the employee service is terminated for any negligence or act, or willful omission or causing any loss to the establishment or destruction of a property of the establishment, then to the extent of financial loss incurred by the establishment, that amount can be deducted to the extent of loss. Second one, if employee services are terminated of any which behavior, Arjun Reddy, Kabir Singh behavior, or violent behavior, or disorderly conduct, or anything which constitutes a moral turpitude, then how much amount of gratuity can I deduct? Full amount, partial amount, or to the extent of loss? Full amount. I can. Yes or no? How much? It is my wish. Whole amount or partial amount. It is my wish. Guys, are these points clear? I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick. This is an A category concept. Okay. Guys, online, are these points clear? Saubhagya, which concept, Amma? Okay, guys. Yes, sir, Jeevan Kumar. Sir, you mean in case of a fraud by the employee, we can forfeit whole amount of gratuity or half? It depends upon the. Yes, yes. What you have said is absolutely right, Amma Jeevan.
Mr. D. Kiran, Sir Saubhagya says about the amount of gratuity payable in case of piece-rated system of employee. Okay. Saubhagya, are there any doubts now? Okay. I'll give you one question, guys. Okay. There is a question number 4, Amma. Question number 4. Please read this question fast. Please read this question first. Piece rated worker in the sense his last 3 months salary is there, no? Last before retiring from his organization, last 3 months salary that can be taken into account by averaging it. That means, for example, if he is getting 58,000 one month and another 60,000, and the last month of his duty he is getting 58,000. So 58,000 plus 60,000 plus 58,000 divided by 3, that amount which he is getting, no, that will be taken as a last down salary. That will be taken as a last down salary into 15 by 26 into 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service. That is how we take into consideration for piece rate system. Simple point. 15 by 26 is same, and number of completed years also same. But where will be the difference coming here is last drawn salary. For calculating the last drawn salary, we will calculate in this manner for the piece rate. Okay. Now, guys, are these points clear, Saubhagya? Okay, guys. Now, question number 4, Amma. Question number 4. You got 3 minutes. Question number 4. Mr. Roy, a dissatisfied worker willfully causing damage of a machine. Mr. Vignan, who is an employer, had to spend 1 lakh to get the machine rectified. Wow. So how much amount of, for the rectification, how to repair it, how much is he have to invest? 1 lakh. Hence, his gratuity amount was forfeited. Is the action of the employer legally terrible? Yes or no? Why? As per the provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, forfeiture of the amount of gratuity can be made in 2 ways. To the extent of financial loss, whole or partial amount. Okay, when is to the extent of loss can be taken into consideration? Any act or willful omission or causing any financial loss to the property of the employer or establishment or destruction of the property of the then in that case can he deduct? Yes, but here is there anything given that the employee services are terminated? ఇక్కడ point అదే. Here what did I say? Here every point is most important, amma. If the employee services is terminated, you are doing that thing. Okay, you are bringing a destruction of a property of my establishment. You are bringing financial loss to me, no problem. Because of this reason, I have to take you out of my organization. I have to terminate you from my organization. Did I do that? Did I do that? See here, in this exam, in this question, did Mr. Vignan do that? See, yes, a dissatisfied worker, Mr. Roy, willfully causing damage to a machine. Mr. Vignan, who is an employer, had to spend 1 lakh. Okay,
These have to be rectified. Hence, his gratuity was forfeited. Is his services terminated? Employee services. He did not give a clarification whether his services are being terminated or not. If his services are terminated, then the employer can, to the extent of loss, he can forfeit. Pakka. That is a point. In the given case, it is not given whether the employee services have been terminated. అర్థమైందా? చిన్న point. What you said directly, yes, employer can deduct. When he can deduct? When he can deduct, amma? When he can deduct? When his services are terminated. When his employee services are terminated. Pakka? Damn sure? Pakka? Okay, this is a homework. Please try to write this, read this question and try to write this answer also. Online guys, what you have to do is you have to write this and take a picture and send it through the WhatsApp in that group. Okay, I'll check it and I'll give you suggestions how to write. Done. The action of employer should be at the extent of loss to the establishment. Wow. Yes, Jivan, did you get this point now? Okay. Okay, with this we'll conclude the session, guys. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Bye bye. Online, bye. Bye, guys. Okay, guys. Am I audible? Hi, online. Am I audible? Please give me a confirmation. Okay. So, guys, in the previous session, we discussed many concepts regarding what, which act, Payment of Gratuity Act. Which act? Payment of Gratuity Act. In this Gratuity Act, we also have discussed about for which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable. Come on, tell me. For which establishments Gratuity Act is applicable? Every factory, oil fields, plantations, ports, mines, railway company. For these establishments, Gratuity Act is mandatorily applicable. Yes or no? Then every shop or establishment in which 10 or more employees have worked on any day in a preceding 12 months. In a preceding 12 months. Are these points clear? Then any other establishments which are notified by central government. Yes or no? Then we have also discussed about eligibility for payment of gratuity. For which types of for which type of employees Gratuity Act is eligible? For every employee who has worked in that establishment. Yes, for who has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5. Then yes, he is working in that establishment, okay, for 5 years. In which event he will be getting that amount? On an event. Which event? Event of termination due to what? Superannuation, retirement, resignation, death, disable. Pakka? Damn sure? So, gratuity amount to be payable. Gratuity amount to be payable. Come on, how to calculate the amount of gratuity? 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months. In excess of 6 months. Yes or no? Pakka? Into last drawn subject to the maximum of 20 or 25 lakhs. Pakka? Super. And we also have discussed which point number? Forfeiture of gratuity. Forfeiture of gratuity. Come on, tell me. Gratuity can be forfeited by the employer to his employee. Yes or no? Yes, So yes, when it comes to forfeiture, forfeiture means what? Deduction of gratuity amount. Deduction of gratuity amount. For example, if he is eligible for receiving 25 lakhs, can employer deduct the amount of gratuity from the 25 lakhs? Yes. So this amount can be deducted in two ways. Only in two reasons. What are those two reasons, Amma? What are the two reasons? Huh? Yes, when there is the termination of the employment of the employee due to what? Due to willful omission, any act or willful omission or causing any financial loss to the employer or destruction of the property to the establishment, then how much how much amount can be deducted, forfeited to the extent of financial loss. Okay, yes or no? Yes. There is another point. If the employee's services are being terminated due to violent behavior or reduced behavior or any other causing moral turpitude, opposed to moral any causing moral turpitude, then what? To the extent of loss of full amount, partial or full amount, partial or full, can be deducted or cannot be deducted? Pakka, damn sure. Okay, okay. Now we are going to discuss another concept, Amma. What is that? Now we are going to discuss about application for payment of gratuity. Application for payment of gratuity. So this is an A category topic, Amma. Okay, what is that? A category topic. In the entire topic of gratuity, there are three A category topics. One is application for payment of gratuity, then forfeiture of gratuity. Third one is what? Nomination for gratuity. These are the three concepts where, the examiner frequently they will ask from these three concepts many times. Okay, are these points clear? So remaining concepts are B category. There are three A category concepts in which chapter? A Gratuity Act. Now we'll start with what topic? Application for payment of, or they can ask like this: determination for payment of gratuity. Determination for payment of gratuity. Pakka. Let's start this concept. Start Chadama. Yes. Application for payment of gratuity. Application for payment of gratuity. Application for payment of gratuity. Please listen, Amma. Application for payment of gratuity. Now, see, for example, there is an employee. And also there is an Amma Devaki. There is an employee and an employer. There is an employee and an employer. Now, see, this employer have to pay gratuity. Yes or no? Employer have to pay gratuity to his whom? To his employee. Okay. For example, if employer wants to give gratuity to his employee, okay, this employee have to work how many years? Continuously he have to work 5 years. Okay. Yeah, and after completing this 5 years, he will get no, he will be eligible for receiving. But at what event he have to get? Retirement, resignation, death, disablement, super. In these events, he will be getting what? Gratuity. He will be getting what? Gratuity. Now, for example, employee services are terminated due to what? Retirement. Due to what? Retirement. He is retired from his organization. Okay, he used to work in the establishment in which this employer gives salary. Every month, the employer will be giving salary to his employee. But on an event, what type of event it is? Event of termination. What type of termination it is? Retire. So this employee's services are being terminated due to retirement. Now, what that employee does is, he have to make an application to the employer. Babu, employer, I worked in your establishment for how many years? For not less than 5 years. Okay, for not less than 5 years. Now, I became eligible for receiving gratuity. But now I have to receive that amount. No, that is the reason I am making this application. In which form? Form number I. So, employee have to request employer in such a form. Which type of form it is? Form number I. He will make an application to the employer for asking what? Gratuity. Sir, I am eligible for receiving gratuity. My services are being terminated due to what? Retirement. So now I am eligible for how much amount? 25 lakhs. So please provide me my gratuity amount. Who will ask that amount? For whom? Employer. In which form? Form number I. Form number I. So this employer after receiving this application from the employee, then what this employer will do is, this employer have to arrange the money within how many days, Nana? Have to arrange that amount within how many days? 30 days. Okay, pakka. So now, what I want to say is, this employee will make an application to the employer. Then this employer have to settle that amount within how many days? 30 days. Within how many days? 30 days. Now, sir, after receiving this from the employee, this employer have to arrange this within 30 days. Or this employee is being retired, no? Okay, before retirement only he have to arrange that funds. What I want to explain is, see, in this year, in this month, what I'll do is, okay, how many employees are going to retire from my organization? I'll go and check that list. Okay, for example, if there are 10 employees who are going to retire from my organization in this year, that do in this month. So what I have to do is, I have to arrange that amount within how many days? 30 days. For example, if there are 10 workers working in my organization, 10 workers, they used to work in my organization, and for that 10 workers, I have to give how much amount, Nana? 10 workers, maximum amount is what? 25 lakhs. So within 30 days, how much amount I have to arrange? 2.5 crores. Are these points clear? Oh. 2.5 CR. Who have to arrange these funds, sir? Employer have to arrange. Yes or no? Employer have to arrange. Amma. Employer have to arrange. Chakka kurchunu. Bale. Kanabatleda. Munduku వచ్చాయి. Sorry. Now, so how much amount this employer have to arrange, Amma? 2.5 CR. So this 2.5 CR, can he arrange within 30 days? 10 workers are going out of our organization, and 10 workers are giving me the application, and I received those 10 applications, and after receiving these applications, I have to arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. Can this amount be arranged by the employer within 30 days? Small amount. Small amount. 2.5 CR. 2.5 kotlu. Within how many days? 30 days. Can this amount be arranged by the employer? So what the lawmaker said is, Are Babu, what you said is absolutely right. This employee have to make an application. But employer have to be proactive, not reactive. Proactive in the sense, after arising the problem, he should not react. Before the problem arises only, he have to react. That means, in this month, who and all are going to retire? That I'll check. I'll check those names. And these people are going to retire within 2 or 3 months, no? So what I have to do? I have to arrange my funds before their retirement itself. So I'll be ready. I'll be ready. So after these people are giving this application from the employee to the employer, this employer will be ready to give. He have to be ready to give that amount. This employer have to be ready. If that employer is not ready, then what will be the provisions we will learn afterwards. But what I want to say, employee shall make an application in which form? Form number I to his employer. Then employer have to arrange the funds within how many days, guys? 30 days. It is his responsibility to arrange the funds. Sir, After giving that application only employer have to arrange the funds, not before the application. If these people are making application or not making application, it is employer's responsibility to what? Arrange the funds. It is whose responsibility to arrange the funds? Employer. So employer shall arrange the funds within 30 days from the date of application. In which form? If he is accepting, then form number L. If he is rejecting, then form number M. If he is not accepting, then which form? M. If he is accepting, which form? Form number I gadra L. Form number L. Okay? Yes or no? Samajh gaye? Pagga? No. This employee, within how many days of retirement, he have to make an application to the employer? Within 30 days. Within 30 days, this employee have to make an application to the employer. In which form? Form number I. Then this employer, after receiving the application, he have to arrange within how many days? In which form? If he is accepting, in L form. If he is rejecting, in which form? M. Guys, are these points clear? Samajh gaye? Pakka? Damn sure? No. Next point. Sir, this reason, this termination is due to retirement, no? If that reason, that is termination, is not because of retirement, is not because of resignation, is not because of superannuation, but if it is due to death or disablement, employee directly he cannot make application to the employer, no? నేను చచ్చిపోయా, if I die, can I make application? చేయగలనా? మేఘ సందేశం ఆత్మలాగా వచ్చి చెప్తానా? No. Can I? చేయలేను. I cannot. That is not in my hands. నీకు వస్తుంది application. That is not in my hands. నువ్వు చనిపోయినా వస్తాయి. సో మాకు అట్లా కాదు. సో వాట్ ఎంప్లాయీ హ్యావ్ టు డూ? నో, ఎంప్లాయీ ఇన్ ద ఈవెంట్ ఆర్ డెత్ ఆర్ డిసేబుల్మెంట్, his nominee shall make an application to the employer. Yes or no? Yes. If employee is not in existence, then who will make an application? Nominee shall make an application in form number J. Adenti sir, form number K. Not form number K, amma. Form number J. Form number J. Within how many days? Within how many days, Nana? Babu, within how many days? In which form? Sir, he is not in existence, no? He died, no? Yes. Instead of him, who will make an application? No. In which form? Form number J. To whom? Employer. Okay. Pakka? Sir, I do not have nominee. Wow. Then what should I do? For example, if I am in existence, if I am in existence, who will make an application? Subhani? Who will make an application, Nana? Guys, if I am in existence, who will make application to whom? Employer. Employee, because I am in existence. If I am not there in existence, who will make an application? My nominee. Within how many days? 30 days. In which form? Even if that form number J is filled by the nominee, employer shall arrange within how many days? 30 days. Sir, if the nominee, this employee did not give the name of nominee, then who shall send the application to employer? If a nominee has not been appointed, if employee is not there in existence, then his legal heir shall make an application in which form? Form number K. Form number K. Ardhamainda? Form number K. So his legal heir shall make an application within how many days? 30 days, huh? 1 year. 1 year. So within 1 year, legal heir shall make an application to the employer. So if employee is in existence, I. If employee is not in existence, his nominee shall make an application in J. If nominee has not been appointed, then their legal heir shall make an application in which form? Form number K. Whatever the form is, employer shall arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. If he is accepting, in which form? If he is rejecting, in which form? Pakka? Damn sure? Okay. Now what I want to say is, if the employer is not arranging the funds, then what will be the problem? I already told you, if he did not arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. Then what lawmaker said is, Are Babu employer, if you are not arranging the funds within 30 days, na, oh, Panji, do one thing. What is that? In addition to this gratuity amount, you have to pay how much? Okay, you have to pay how much? Into 10% simple interest per annum. So, if at all you are not paying the gratuity amount within 30 days, then do one thing. What is that? Additional amount on that gratuity amount. What is that? Interest. Pay some interest. That do what percentage, Amma? 10% interest per annum. How many days, how many months you are not giving, based upon that many days, that many months you have to pay him what? 10% simple interest. See, if there is any delay in a payment of gratuity by the employer, then the employer shall pay the interest for which period, Nana? Delayed period. At what percentage? 10% per annum. On what basis? Simple interest basis. On what basis? Simple interest basis. Pakka? Damn sure? Damn sure? Ardhamainda? Now, if employee is in existence, he shall make an application. In which form? To whom? Within how many days? If employee is dead, then who shall make an application? To whom? In which form? Form within how many days? Okay, na? Any doubts? If nominee has not been appointed, who shall make an application? Within how many days? In which form? Whether that application has been received or not, employer have to arrange the funds within how many days? If he is accepting, which form? If he is rejecting, okay. If he is not paying within 30 days, then what will be applicable on the employer? 10% simple interest. 10% simple interest. Pakka? On which basis? Per annum basis. Okay, na? Per annum basis. Are these points clear? Ardhamainda? Okay. Now, sir, 10 workers died immediately, sir. I did not do anything, but they died. That is unpredictable and it is not there in my hands. I thought they will be retiring after 5 years, but within their tenure itself, they died. What can I do? I have to arrange within how many days? 30 days. Then what I have to do, sir? 10 workers died on a spot, okay, due to some fire accident or something. They died. I have to pay how much amount, Nana? 2 points. Sir, you are thinking from the employee perspective only. Just think from employer's perspective. From my perspective, think once. Okkasar aalochinchandi. 2.5 crores. Can I arrange within 30 days? Can I arrange within 30 days? Then what I have to do is, if the employer is not in a position to pay amount of gratuity within 30 days, okay, he is liable for what? Simple interest. How much amount? 10%. Sir, this I cannot bear, sir. 2.5 crores itself I cannot give. And on addition to that, I have to pay what? 10% simple interest. It cannot be bearable by me, sir. Please understand. Within 30 days, it is impossible. So, I'll give permission. Okay, Babu, employer, you are genuine. You said that you will be paying. Sir, I am interested to pay, but not immediately, but definitely. I will pay. But I need some time. I need some time. So, if the employer, come on, please listen. If the employer have taken the permission of whom, Nana? Controlling authority. Okay. If the employer takes the permission of whom, Nana? Controlling authority, then even if he is not paying within 30 days also, no problem. He will not be liable for what? 10% simple interest. Okay. So what are the exceptions of this? What are the exceptions of this? Point number 1. If he is taking the permission of whom? Controlling authority. Controlling authority. If he is taking the permission of controlling authority, then he will not be liable for what? 10% simple interest. 10% simple interest. If there is delay also, there is no need for the employer to pay what? Simple interest. Pakka? Ardhamainda, ardham kaleda? No. Sir, I will give you another example also. Sir, I am interested to pay gratuity. I am ready to pay gratuity. I was keep on calling that employee. Are employee, I am sending form number L. Babu employee, please come to our organization and take that amount. I was keep on telling, but this employee is not coming to my organization. Evar tappadi? Delay is due to whom? I am ready to pay, I am not ready to pay. Who am I now? Employer. Employer is ready to pay the gratuity, but employee is not willing to receive what? Gratuity. In that situation also I have to get simple interest. Huh? Yes or no? No. So when there is a delay in payment due to whose default? If there is a default due to the delay of the employee, then also there is need for me to pay simple interest. Huh? No need to pay simple interest. Please note these points, guys. Are these points clear? Yes or no? Please read these points first. Online, are there any doubts? Are there any doubts? Please let me know if you have any doubts. Okay, guys. అయిపోయిందా? Yes or no? Online. Let's read these points. అవలేదా? Okay, cool. Right. Okay, guys. Are there any doubts? Okay, let's read these points. Application of payment of gratuity. Please listen, guys, please. See, they will be asking question like this. Discuss the procedure for determination of amount of gratuity. What is that? Discuss the procedure for determination of amount of gratuity. June 2024, December 2021. Same question. Discuss the procedure of for determination of amount of gratuity. Come on, let's read this point. How to write this exam? Sorry, how to write in this examination? The same points. An employee who is eligible for payment of gratuity under the Act, any person authorized shall apply ordinarily within how many days? 30 days from the date of what? Gratuity becomes payable in which form? Simple. So you whenever you try to write theory question, theory examination, you have to put this red points. Okay, these are the keywords. These are the keywords in your brain. These words, what you have to do is you have to elaborate this into a sentence. That's it. 30, form number I, employee, in the event of what? Termination, due to retirement, resignation, superannuation. Simple. Yes or no? 30 days from the date of gratuity, in which form? I. If at all he is an employee, if employee is not in existence, in case of death of an employee, who will make an application? In which form? Within how many days? To whom? Employer. Simple. That is the point. Nominee of an employee who is eligible for payment of gratuity within 30 days from the date of gratuity payable, in which form? Form number I, shall make an application. Shall make an application. To whom? Employer. If employee does not have a nominee, that means he did not make any nomination. He did not make any nomination. Then who will make an application? Within how many days? Within 1 year from the date of gratuity become payable to in which form? To whom? To the employer. To the employer. Are these points clear? Same points are? Same points, but what did we do here? We elaborated into a sentence, simple. These keywords chala important number. Red color words are the keywords. Those words, what you have to do is, you have to elaborate into a sentence, that's it. Adhamainda? You have to elaborate into a sentence. For example, if employer shall not, if employer shall arrange the funds, whether the employee has made an application, whether the employee has made an application to the employer, within 30 days, he have to what? Arrange the funds. Yes or no? Whether he makes application or whether he may not make an application, what employer have to do? He have to arrange the funds. And if he is okay with it, he have to accept in which form? L. And he have to reject it in which form? M. Simple. Ardhamainda? Next point. If there is any delay in the payment of gratuity, employer shall pay the interest for the delay period. How much? 10% per month or per annum? Per annum. On what basis? Simple interest basis. On what basis? Simple interest basis. Samajh gaye? Ardhamainda? Babu, ardhamainda? Okay. Next point. However, if employer, there is no need for the employer to pay simple interest, even though there is a delay in the payment of gratuity, if any of the following conditions are satisfied. What are those? Delay in the payment is due to whose default? Default of the employee, or permission is taken by whom? Controlling authority. If he takes the controlling authority's permission, or if the delay is due to the delay, if the default is due to the delay of the employee, then what employer have to do? He is not responsible for paying what? Simple interest. Kantam? Simple? Ardhamainda? Next point. If the employer rejects the application, okay, now I'll explain, please listen. See now, employee made an application to whom, Nana? Employee made an application to employer. If employer is accepting, employer will accept in which form? L. If employer is rejecting, he have to reject in which form? Okay. Yes or no? Okay. For example, I'll give you an example. This employee made an application to the employer. Employee made an application to the employer. Sir, okay, I worked in your establishment for 5 years. Okay, now there is an event of termination due to retirement. So I am eligible for receiving how much? 20 lakhs gratuity. 20 lakhs gratuity. So this 20 lakhs employer, if employer accepts, then in which form he have to give? If he is rejecting, then which form? Okay. This rejection, what employer is telling, Babu, I cannot give 20 lakhs. I am reducing certain amount. I will be giving only 15 lakhs. Wow. Why? Why 15 lakhs? Can employer reject that amount? Employer reject cheyagalda. Can employer forfeit some amount? In only what cases? So if that rejection, if that forfeiture is due to 2 cases, then it is okay. If that is due to any other case, then what this employee can do? He can go to some person, some authority for help. Nyayam tirchandi. Okay. Which authority? Controlling authority. Which authority, amma? Controlling authority. So, what I want to say is employee is making an application to the employer, then employer can accept or reject. If he is rejecting, then if that rejection is not at all appropriate, then this employee can go to some person. Who is that person? Controlling authority. Who is that person, guys? Controlling. If the employer rejects the application of the employee, then within how many days? 90 days. Employee can file an application in which form? Form number N. To whom? Controlling authority. Within how many days? 90 days. Within how many days? 90 days. In which form? Form number N. Form number N. Pakka? Guys, ardhamautunnaya? Which form? Form number N. To whom? Controlling authority. Controlling authority. Pakka? Now, If there is any conflict between employer and employee, it must be referred by whom? Controlling authority. Then he shall pass an appropriate order after conducting of proper inquiry. What this appropriate controlling authority will do? He will bring employee to sit and talk, and he will also bring employer also to sit and talk, and he will take both the persons their perspectives, and what he will do, he will give a final solution. Babu, employee, what you said is absolutely right. Are Babu, employer, please give that another 5 lakhs to that employee. If that is not appropriate, then what controlling authority can do, I will explain later. Okay, till now please read these points fast. ఇక్కడ దాకా తొందర చదవండి fast. Guys online, please read these points fast. Are there any doubts? Okay. Okay, guys. Next concept, Amma. Appeal. Appeal. If the employer is not satisfied with the order passed by the controlling authority, the employer can appeal to appellate authority within how many days? 60 days from the date of order passed by the whatever the order passed by the appellate authority is final. Sir, I did not understand. Please let me explain. Guys, if the employer, guys, please understand. If the employer, what employer did is, actually he followed Gratuity Act only. Okay, in two reasons, gratuity amount can be forfeited by the employer. Yes or no? What are the two reasons? Any act or omission or causing any financial loss to the employer or negligence or destruction of the property of the establishment, then to the extent of financial loss. Sir, I followed this provision only. I followed this provision only. That is why what I did is, because of the employee, we incurred 5 lakhs of loss. We incurred 5 lakhs of loss. That's why we deducted that 5 lakhs, and the balance amount 15 lakhs we paid as what? Gratuity. But this employee is not satisfied with the decision of the employer. So he went to the controlling authority. Controlling authority is also supporting employee only. Then what controlling authority will do? Controlling authority will pass an order to the employer. Babu, employer, what you said is absolutely not right. Please pay that amount of gratuity. How much? 20 lakhs. But this employer is following what? Gratuity Act only, no. That is the reason he deducted how much amount? 5 lakhs, no. Now, this employer is not at all satisfied. This employer is not at all satisfied. Then what this employer can do is, this employer can do one thing. What is that? He can go to appellate authority for the final decision. Sir, whatever I did is I followed Gratuity Act only. Okay, but this controlling authority is not listening my words. He passed an order. To pay what? Gratuity amount within a respective time. But what I should do is, I followed Gratuity Act, so there is no need for me to pay this 5 lakhs. So please give us some solution. Please give me some solution. Who will ask that? This employer will go to the appellate authority for the solution. Then what this appellate authority will do is appellate authority will give a final decision. Okay, whatever decision this authority is giving, that will be final. Who will go to this appellate authority? Employer. He will appeal. Vinnapinchukuntadu ayya ani. How? Ayya. Okay, who will go? Employer. To whom? Appellate authority. So what this appellate authority will do? Babu, controlling authority, whatever decision you have taken, that is not at all right. So please sit quiet. Okay, that order is not at all applicable. This employer, there is no need for you to pay this 5 lakhs. There is no need for you to pay this 5 lakhs. There is only what amount to pay? 15 lakhs only, not 20 lakhs. Who will take that decision? Appellate authority. That is a point. If the employer is not satisfied with the order passed by whom? Controlling authority. This order which is passed by the controlling authority, then employer can go and appeal it to the appellate authority within how many days? 60 days. Within how many days? 60 days. Within how many days? 60 days. Then from the date of order passed by the controlling authority, the order of the appellate authority is what? Final. Is what? Final. Pakka? Ardhamainda? I'll give you 1 minute. Please be quick, fast. Guys, PUBGs. Now let's go to the section 8 concept, Amma. What is that? Recovery of gratuity. What is that, Nana? Recovery of gratuity. See, I already explained. Please listen, guys. Babu. Wow. Sorry, come on. So, recovery of what? Recovery of gratuity. Section 8, recovery of gratuity. So, what happened is, guys, employer and employee. What is that? Employer and employee. For example, I already told you that if employer is in a position where he is unable to pay the gratuity, then what this employer can do? Sir, I am willing to pay, but I cannot pay that gratuity. That is what he says. Yes or no? Then what employer can do? Is employer have to go to a controlling authority for taking some permission. Yes or no? For escaping what? Simple interest. How much is that? 10%. Now, in section 8, what we are going to discuss is, this employer is not at all willing to pay the amount of gratuity. There, he is willing to pay, but he needs some time to pay. Here, this amount of gratuity which is payable by the employer to his employee, that employer is not at all willing to pay that gratuity to his employee. Then what will be the procedure? What will be the situation? Now we are going to discuss in section number 8. What is that, Nana? If an employer has defaulted to pay the gratuity on or before the due date, then the employee or his legal heirs or nominee can go to some person. Can go to some person. Then what that person will do? What this person will do? Please listen. If he is satisfied that the gratuity is not paid, he will issue a certificate. See. Now this employee, what this employee will do is, sir, that employer is not at all willing to pay the amount of gratuity to me. Okay, I am liable to receive how much? 20 lakhs. But this employer is not at all willing to pay that amount of gratuity. That is the reason we are coming to you. Please give a proper solution. Then what this person will do is, this person will ask the employer, Babu, employer, do you have an employee named Vignan? Yes, sir. Okay. Did he work in your organization? Yes, sir. How many years he worked? Sir, he worked for 15 years. If he is working for 15 years, okay, if he is working for 15 years, you are liable to pay what? Gratuity, no. Why are you not paying? Is there any provisions related to forfeiture? Are you deducting that amount? No. Is he a thief? No. Did he bring any financial loss to you? No. Is there any willful omission? No. Is there any negligence? No. If at all there is nothing like this, then why are you not giving that amount to your employee? Iva, I will not give. Enti ipudu? Yes or no? I will not give. Nenu కూర్చుంటా, క్లాస్కి వస్తా, అలా పడుకుంటా. ఏంటి నీ బాధ? నువ్వేం చేస్తా చేసుకో. Same. I will not give. I will not give. What you will do? What you will do? Then the employer shall give a show cause notice. Why he is not giving? If at all that reason is not at all appropriate, that reason is not at all appropriate, or he is not at all giving that reason to this person, then what this person will do is he will appoint a collector. He will appoint a collector. What this collector will do, he will directly go to the establishment of the employer. Okay. He will directly go to the establishment of the employer and he will ask, Babu, you have to give some gratuity to your employee called Vignan, no? Yes, sir. But why you are not giving? I am not interested. We are interested. So what we will do? Is there any property? Okay, you have any plant and machinery? Yes, sir, I have plant and machinery. We will go take that plant and machinery and we will sell. What you will do now? What you will do now? Sir, no, you cannot do that. Why I cannot do? As per section 8, As per section 8, I, who is called as a collector, I can go directly to the establishment of the employer and I can collect the amount of gratuity along with what? 9% compound interest, not simple interest, amma. There, employer is willing to pay, but he is not paying. Here, sorry, employer is willing to pay, but he is unable to pay. Here, he is not at all willing to pay and he is bringing some disputes. Is it right or wrong? Wrong. Then what this collector will do? He will go directly to the employer and he will charge what? 9% compound interest on whom, amma? Employer. Vaddi meeda vaddi. Not just vaddi. Vaddi meeda vaddi. Chakra vaddi. Okay. Yes or no? So that is how much? 9% compound interest. అర్థమైందా అర్థం కాలేదా? Let's read these points. See, guys, please listen. If an employer has defaulted to pay the gratuity on or before the due date, then the employee or his legal heir or nominee can send what? Application to whom? Controlling authority. Sir, here also controlling authority only. Yeah? Yes. This authority will ask that employer, Babu, what is the reason why you are not giving? If that reason is not appropriate, then what this person will do? He will issue that to collector. Okay, he will issue what? To that collector. If a controlling authority is satisfied that the gratuity is not paid, he will issue a certificate to the collector. He will issue a certificate to the collector for recovery of gratuity, provided before giving that certificate, before issuing a certificate, he shall give an employer reasonable opportunity. Reasonable opportunity. Are Babu, why you are not paying? Why you are not paying? If at all he is asking, but there is no appropriate answer. Okay, if there is no appropriate answer or that employer is not at all giving his reply, then what this controlling authority will do? He will appoint a collector and this collector will go and recover the gratuity as of what? Arrears of land revenue. Arrears of land revenue. That employer shall pay an interest for which period? Delayed period. At what percent? 9%. On the basis of what? Compound interest. On the basis of what amount, amma? Compound interest. See, they will be asking question like this. How can a gratuity be recovered by the employees? There is no need for you to write big answers, amma. Straight 5 points, more than enough. 5 points. Katte kote teche. How many? 5 points. 5 to 6 points, more than enough. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Okay, please read these points. If you want to write, you can write this also. Rastara? Rastar, okay, right. Guys, online, are there any doubts? Okay, guys. So, are there any doubts? Huh? Okay, let's go to the next concept, Amma. Nominations for payment of what? Gratuity. Nominations for ఇంకా రాయలేదా? ఓకే, అరే బాబు, డిడ్ యూ నో దిస్ పాయింట్స్ ఆర్ నాట్? నోట్ చేశారా ఆన్లైన్? ఇంకెవరు ఉన్నారమ్మా? హూ ఆర్ దోస్? రైట్ అమ్మా, వైషు. ఎస్ సార్, వాళ్ళు ఫినిష్ చేస్తారు. సూపర్ ఆన్లైన్, సూపర్ గైస్. ఎస్ సార్, నైస్. Okay, Babu, till now we discussed about what application for payment of gratuity, then recovery of gratuity. Yes or no? And appeal also we have discussed. Okay, na? Now we are going to discuss about nominations for payment of gratuity. See, if employer is not in existence, then what employer can do? Employee's nominee can make an application. Yes or no? So someone asked about a doubt of nomination. Yes, we are going to discuss about that. If employer doesn't have a nominee, then who will make an application? If employer is orphan, then who will make an application to the employer? And that orphan died. In that situation, who will make application to the employer? What are the procedure? Everything we are going to discuss now. Everything we are going to discuss now. Which concept is this? Nominations for payment of gratuity. What is this, Amma? Nomination for payment of gratuity. Nomination in the sense, for example, if I am working in some establishment, and in some or the other reasons, there may be unpredictable situations. Life is unpredictable, kada. So what happens is, if I go through an accident, okay, if I go through an accident, if I die, who will receive that amount? Who will receive that amount? Who will receive that amount? My nominee will receive, because I worked in the establishment for 5 years, okay, 5 years or 10 years, and on the event of death, who will receive that amount? My amount. I worked in that establishment, and I have to receive around 8 to 9 lakhs. Who will take that amount? It will be benefit for the employer only, no? Yes or no? So in that situation, there will be some eligible persons who can receive what? Amount of gratuity. Who are those eligible persons? In the sense, when employee is not in a position to take that gratuity amount, then he can appoint a nominee to receive that amount. Sir, this nominee, who can be a nominee? Nominee have to be a family member. Family member in the sense, if I have a brother, can I make him as my nominee or not? My brother, can I make him as a nominee? Yes or no? Okay. Can I write Praveen's name as my nominee? Yes or no? Shanmukh name as a nominee? SP name as a nominee? Yes or no? Can I Kim's name as a nominee? Hi. Huh? Motor's name, huh? Come on, tell me, Amma. Can I write your name as my nominee or not? In the event of death, who will receive that amount? Who has the eligibility to receive that amount? Nominee. But that nominee have to be whom? Nominee have to be a family member. Nominee have to be a family member. In the event of death, who can receive that amount? Nominee. Who can receive that amount? Nominee. But this nominee have to be a family member. This nominee have to be a family member. I can write my brother's name, huh? Yes or no? I can write Flashman's name, huh? Yes or no? He's family member, huh? I can write Pravin's number, huh? Yes or no? Huh? No. Yes or no? Huh? No. Who will say no? ఎంతమంది చెప్తారు? Number of persons who are telling no. Guys, online. Can I write any one of you guys' name as a nominee or not to receive the amount of gratuity? Serious guy. Come on, tell me, Amma. Nominee have to be a? Nominee have to be a? If at all I am an orphan. If at all I am an orphan. నాకు ఫ్యామిలీ లేదు. I do not have a family. Then whose name I have to write? Pakka. Pakka. If an employee doesn't have a family, then nominee can be. If I have family, then I have to write in that family member's name only. If I don't have family, then whose name I have to write as a nominee? Anyone's name. First of all, you have to get to know who is called as a family as per Payment of Gratuity Act concept. Who can be called as a nominee? Sorry, family member. Who can be called as a family member? I asked you one question. My brother can be called as a nominee. Pakka. My brother can be called as a nominee. My father can be called as a nominee. Yes or no? Babu, from boys, I am not at all hearing any response. Yes or no? What is? Nominee? Nominee can be a family member. Asma Dilsu. Who is that person? My brother can be a family member. Can be a family member. He is my nominee. He can be a nominee. Pakka. No. Kaiko. If my brother is independent on me, dependent on me, then only he is family member. Nominee. Nominee అవ్వాలంటే ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్ అవ్వాలిగా. Yes, guys, first nominee have to be a family member. Okay na? If at all I do not have a family, then nominee can be anyone. First you have to get to know who is called as a family member. Yes or no? My brother can be called as a family member. My father, my mother, my sister, వాళ్ళందరూ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ అవుతారా? Let's go to family definition. Let's go to family definition. Babu, please listen. Who can be called as a family member? Depending on you, sir. What is depending on me? Babu, Kiran, if your family less your wish. Depending on you, sir. What is depending on me? అదేలే సరే guys please family member first I need a confirmation from Kiran. Then first we have to discuss about who is called who will be coming under definition of family. Who will be coming under definition of family? In case of a male employee, first we will discuss about female employee. Who is called as a family member? In case of a female employee, first herself. You yourself can be called as what? Family member. Your husband can be called as what? Family member. Your children? Your children? But your father? Is there anything like that? Is there anything like that? My father, my mother, can I write their name? Myself I can write. My wife's name also I can write as what? Nominee. My children and our children? Yes. అంతేనా కదా? Yes. అలా కాదు. Himself, his wife and his children. Then what? Babu, ఇది comma. Please understand. This is comma here. Whether married or unmarried. There is no comma here. There is no comma here. His children, whether those children are married or unmarried. See, I have a child. That child, whether he is married or unmarried, that person's name I can call him as what? Family member. If he is a family member, I can call him as a what? Nominee. My wife, I can call her as a nominee. My children, whether they are married or unmarried, they can be called as what? Family. When there is family, they can be called as what? Nominee. Then dependent parents. Dependent parents. Dependent parents. Dependent parents in the sense, my father is not depending upon me, Amma. For your kind information. He has his own work. He is also doing his own job. He is also getting his salary. Come on. Can I write my father's name as a family member? Can be he called as a family member? Adan gaadu kada. So only if that father, if my father is dependent upon me, na jeetam mida on my salary. If my father is depending on my salary, then he can be called as a dependent. Then I can call him as a family member. Then I can write him as a nominee. Pakka? Yes or no? I asked two things. Point number one, can I write my brother's name as a nominee? Second point, can I write my father's name as a nominee? Are they under family definition? Family definition కింద ఉన్నారా? ఎవరున్నారు? Who are they? And who are the people who can be called as a family member? One is wife, one is children, whether they are married or unmarried. Okay. Point number three, dependent. Dependent. If my father is not dependent upon me, can I write his name as a nominee? Because he is not what? Family member. He is not what? Family member. And dependent parent-in-laws. That means dependent parents of my wife. They can also be called as what? Family member. మా మామగారి పేరు మీద నేను రాయచ్చా గ్రాట్యుటీ? ఆటోమేటిక్గా. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అవునా కదా? ఎస్. మా అత్తగారి పేరు మీద ఆబ్వియస్గా. మా నాన్నగారి పేరు మీద ఎప్పుడు? వెన్ కెన్ ఐ రైట్? I can write, but only when they are dependent upon me and my wife. Pakka? My wife? Can I write her name as a nominee? Yes, because she can be called as what? Family. My children? Family. My parents? Only dependent parents, Amma. Only dependent parents. My wife's parents? Only dependent. I can write these people's name as a nominee, but I cannot write my brother's name, my sister's name, and their children's name also. My grandfather's name, my grandmother's name also, I cannot call him them as what? Nominee. Pakka? Damn sure. Guys, are these points clear? Ardhamainda? Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Babu Pavano? Ardhamainda? Yes or no? No. Amma, wife, there is no need for wife to depend upon me, Amma. Okay, wife na మీద dependent అయినా dependent కాకపోయినా wife will come under which category? Family. But my parents, no, they have to be dependent upon me. అందుకే ఇక్కడ they have used this word, dependent parents. Wife, whether she is dependent, or children, whether they are dependent or not, it is irrespective. But parents have to be what? Dependent. Parents have to be what? Dependent. But then when it comes to brother and sister, వాళ్ళు డిపెండెంట్ అయినా డిపెండెంట్ కాకపోయినా their name cannot be called as what? Family. Pakka? Damn sure? Now, guys, please listen. I have a brother. I have a sister. నాకు బ్రదర్ ఉన్నారు, సిస్టర్ ఉన్నారు. Okay? I have mother and I have father. Can I write these four people's name as a nominee? No? Yes or no? Because they are not what? They are not what? Family. అంటే నేను లా ప్రకారంగా what am I called? Orphan. Yes or no? What am I called? Orphan. So, if I am orphan, can I write anyone's name as a nominee? Yes or no? No. I want to write my brother's name as a nominee. Can I write? Yes. Ardhamainda? Okay. As per legal tendency, they cannot be called as what? Family. If at all I do not have family, then I can write whose name? Anyone's. Then I can write your name, or his name, or my brother's name, or my sister's name, anyone's name. Pakka? Ardhamainda? Now, last point, Nana. Please listen. The widow and children of a predeceased son. Widow and children of a predeceased son. They can be called as what? family. Widow and children of a predeceased son. I'll explain, please listen. For example, anyone. For example, SP, Mrs. SP. Okay, SP, Mrs. SP. So what they'll have, they will automatically have what? Child. Child, after that child becomes big, no, he also will, what will happen, Nana? He will also will get married. Guys, please listen. Now, for SP, Mrs. SP is what? Wife, what is she? Family member, okay. And for SP, his children are called as what? So he can write her name as a nominee, children name as a nominee. So this child, when he got married, that child also will get a son. Okay. So this son, grandson of whom, Amma? Grandson of whom? SP. So this grandson of Mr. SP, can you call this grandson of Mr. SP as a family member or not? How can you say that? Is he called as a family member? What did a lawmaker say? Babu, if you and your wife will be called as family member, your child will be called as what? Family member. But not your grandchild, Nana. But not your grandchild. Sir, my grandchild cannot be called as my family member. My child's wife, and my kodalu, she also cannot be called as my family member. Why, sir? Yes. She can be called as your family member. Your grandchild also will be called as your family member. Only if one thing happens. What is that? If your child dies. If your child dies. When your child dies, when your son dies, then what will happen? Your daughter-in-law and their child will also be coming under which definition? Family. Then I can write my SP's grandchild's name as a nominee. Yes or no? SP's daughter-in-law's name also as a nominee. Because they also can be called as what? Family. When SP doesn't have a son, predeceased son. See? The widow in the sense she, and the children of a predeceased son, the one who died. Widow and children of a I can write only these people's name. My wife's name, my children's name, my grandchild's name also, only when my son dies. Okay. Then my daughter-in-law's name also, only when my son dies. Then these people can be called as what? Family. If I do not have these people, I can write the nominee anyone's name or not. In anyone's name or not. Yes, that is the point. Chinna point lo anta pedda explanation undi. Nominee has to be a family member. If employee doesn't have a family, then nominee can be. Guys, online, are there any doubts? Then nominee can be anyone. But please listen. In future, see what I did? I do not have a wife. I do not have children. Now what happens? In future, what I did? Now I do not have wife and children. So what I did? I wrote on Pravin's name as a nominee. Pravin per Rasa. Ni per Rasa. As a nominee. Who is eligible for receiving the gratuity if I die? Pravin will be eligible for receiving the gratuity. Okay. Now what happens? In future, after 1 year or 1.5 years, if I marry someone, but in future, if the employee acquires a family, then the previous nomination, whose nomination I made? That nomination shall be void. Pakka? That nomination shall be void. Point number 1. Nominee can be family member. If the employee doesn't have family, nominee can be anyone. Okay. In future, if the employee acquires a family, then previous nomination will be void. Yes. A fresh nomination of family has to be made. Fresh nomination of family, because it becomes void now. Yes or no? Now he is making a fresh nomination. Before making the fresh nomination itself, the employee dies. Wow. enta daridra. So if the employee dies before making a fresh nom, because previous nomination, Praveen's name become void. After Praveen's name is becoming void, what I am doing, I am bringing my wife's name into consideration. మా భార్య పేరు నేను తీసుకుని వస్తున్నా. ప్రీవియస్ నామినేషన్ ఏమైపోతుంది? void. Fresh nomination kada. This is a fresh nomination. Before making the fresh nomination in my wife's name, I died. Chudu. A fresh nomination of a family has to be made. In case the employee dies without making a valid nominee, who will get that amount? Pravina, my wife. Who will get that amount? Pravina, my wife. Then the gratuity becomes payable to the legal heir who is appointed by the court. Pakka? Damn sure. Samajh gaye? Kimo? Yes sir. Yes sir. No. Yes. Pakka? Provided there is a small MCQ question, amma. Gratuity amount shall be payable by the employer to his employee. Nominee also can be appointed by the employee. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. But in which form? In form number. For example, if I work in an establishment, after working 5 years, I will be eligible for receiving what? Gratuity. But for writing nominee's name, there is no need for me to write work how many years? 5 years. If I work only 1 year, that itself is sufficient for appointing some nominee. For appointing some nominee. And simple ga cheppali ante, please concentrate. Nominee can be appointed, cannot be appointed. Can be appointed in which form? Form number F. Within how many days? 1 year what? I have started doing job. From commencement of my work, at least 1 year have to be completed. After the completion of 1 year, I can appoint a person as a nominee. Sir, to appoint that person as a nominee, which form I have to make? Form number F. Okay. Sir, he have to be a family member? Yes. But he is not my family member, no. If I do not have family, then I can appoint anyone's name. Can I appoint anyone's name? Yes. But in future, if I acquire a new family, then what happens? Previous nomination will become, before changing that name itself, I died. Then what will happen? Yes, nominee, the gratuity will be payable to legal heir appointed by the court. Amma, the words which are given in the red color, I am giving you once again clarification. The points which are given in red color, most important. That points only you have to put in your mind. That points only you have to revise. That points only you have to revise by attaching some additional words to become as a sentence. That's it. Okay? Okay, na? You have to frame it into a sentence, but you have to put some words in your mind. These red color are the important words which examiner will check it. Okay? These are the words which evaluator will check. That's it. These are the additional points which you are using for making a sentence. That's it. Ardhamainda? How they will ask you this question? Nomination for the payment of gratuity. Explain the provisions relating to nomination. December 2023 attempt. This question has been asked. There is, once again I am telling, there is no need for you to write paras as a answer. Straight points, straight direct points, 6 points, more than enough. Okay? 6 points, more than enough. Okay? Pakka? 6 to 7 points, not more than that. Okay? Please read this concept fast. Online guys, are there any doubts? Are there any doubts? Okay. Nice. So guys, Babjis, Nana, okay. These are the sections which are in our Gratuity Act concepts. These are the sections which are in Gratuity Act concept, but in our CMA intermediate level, there is no need for you guys to read all those sections. Okay, Pakka? Okay, in the previous session, we discussed about nomination concepts. Yes or no? Okay. We also have discussed about applicability and extent of gratuity, then recovery of gratuity, determination for the amount of payment of gratuity. Yes or no? Pakka? So we will be discussing the remaining topics now. Let's start our concept today. Before starting our concept, let's revise all the concepts. Let's revise all the concepts, Amma. Okay. So yes, this is which subject? Which subject? No. Which chapter? What is the name of a chapter? Payment of payment of payment of Gratuity Act. Payment of Gratuity Act 1972. Okay. So what is mean by gratuity? What is mean by gratuity? It is a gift. Every month when an employee is providing his service, employer is paying some amount for rendering the service of employee. Yes or no? But if employee is rendering a service of not less than 5 years, this employer have to do one thing. What is that? He have to provide some additional benefit to an employee, because in this growth scenario, without shifting from one organization to another organization, employee is sticking on to only one employer and he is working in only one establishment. So this employer have to pay some gift. That concept is called as what? Gratuity. So in this Gratuity Act, what we discussed is to whom gratuity is payable, to whom, by whom, which establishments have to pay, to what type of employees, to what type of employees. Come on, tell me. Gratuity have to be payable to an employee whose service is what? Who has rendered a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Sir, after 5 years, gratuity will be provided by the employer. Ah? No. But an event have to be there. Yes or no? Yes. What is that event? Event of termination. Event of termination. Termination due to what? Retirement, resignation, superannuation, death or disablement. So in these cases, gratuity have to be payable by the employer to an employee, provided he has to render a continuous service of not less than 5 years. Okay. So this gratuity have to be payable by the employer to the employee. Sir, which type of establishments have to pay gratuity? Which type of establishments have to pay gratuity? Every factory, oil fields, mines, ports, plantations and railway companies. These have to be mandatorily pay what? Gratuity. Then any other shop or establishment in which how many people have to be working there? 10 or more persons are employed on any day in the preceding 12 months. If an employer, whether that establishment is a shop or any other establishment, provided in that establishment, how many people have to be working there? 10 or more persons. In a continuous year, any day of a preceding 12 months, if that establishment consists of 10 or more workers, that establishments have to mandatorily pay what? Gratuity. Okay, na? Sir, other than these establishments, what are the other than these establishments? Any other establishments which is notified by central government, they also have to mandatorily pay what? Gratuity. For them, for these three types of establishments, it is mandatory for them to provide what? Gratuity to its employees. For which type of employees? Who has rendered a continuous service of not less than. Sir, once this establishment is, is covering under Payment of Gratuity Act, it have to continuously pay gratuity or not? Once this act is applicable, it irrespective of a number of employees are employed below 10 also, that establishment is what? For that establishment, it is applicable for paying what? Gratuity. Guys, are these points clear? So, applicability and eligibility for paying gratuity, that we discussed. Yes or no? Pakka? Okay. Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Employer have to pay gratuity to his employee. Come on, tell me, how to calculate that amount of gratuity? How to calculate that amount of gratuity? Come on, tell me. 15 by 26 into number of completed years of service or part thereof in excess of 6 months, into last drawn salary. Sir, if we calculate this amount, whatever amount we get, that amount we have to pay as a gratuity. Yeah? No, subject to the maximum of. So maximum amount of to be paid is what? 25 lakhs. Maximum amount of gratuity to be payable by the employer to his employee is what amount, Nana? Maximum is 25 lakhs. Okay. For seasonal establishment it is different. Okay. Then also for what? For piece rate worker also there is a different type of calculation. Yes or no? Then we have also discussed determination for payment of gratuity. Determination for payment of gratuity. How to determine the amount, or if at all that employee is eligible for receiving gratuity after retirement or after termination, he have to get what? Gratuity. From whom? From his employer. From his employer. Come on, tell me the procedure for receiving the gratuity. Procedure for receiving the gratuity. See, in your examination they will be asking like this, Amma. Determination for payment of gratuity or application for payment of gratuity, or they will be asking like this also. Procedure for payment of gratuity. Then also you have to write these points. Come on, tell me. Every employer is liable to pay gratuity to his employee, provided that this employee shall within 30 days of becoming eligible, he have to make an application in which form? Form number I. Form number I. To whom? Employer. Within how many days? 30 days of becoming eligible. Okay. After he is retiring, no. From that day, from the date of retirement, within how many days he have to pay the gratuity? 30 days. Sorry, he have to ask, he have to make application to the employer. Within how many days? 30 days. So, when employer is making an application, when employee is requesting the employer, then employer have to arrange the funds within how many days, guys? Within how many days? 30 days. From what? From the date of application. If he is accepting, it will be made in which form? L. If he is rejecting, it will be made in form number M. So, if the employee is terminated due to retirement or resignation or superannuation, then employee himself will make an application in form number I. But if in the course of death or disablement, then employee directly he cannot make what? Application. Yes or no? He cannot make application. Then in that case, who will make that application, guys? His nominee, and that application shall be made in which form, guys? Form number J. Within how many days? Within 30 days. To whom? Employer. Then also, if nominee is also making application, then also employer is what? Employer have to arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. Pakka? Okay. Sir, if the employee has no family with him, if employee has no nominee, he did not appoint any nominee, then in that case, who will make an application, Amma? His legal heir. His legal heir. In which form? Form number K. Within how many days? Then also employer have to arrange the funds within how many days? Pakka. Whether these people are making application or not, it is a responsibility of the employer to arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. Pakka. Come on, tell me. If the employer is not arranging the funds within 30 days, what will be applicable upon the employer? 10% simple interest per annum will be applicable on whom? Employer. Sir, this 10% simple interest to be payable by the employer to his employee, if employer is not arranging the funds within 30 days, now, how can an employer escape from this simple interest? From this simple interest. In what ways? In which situation he can escape, Amma? In two situations. What are those two situations, guys? If he has taken the permission of whom? Controlling authority, or if the delay is due to the default of the employee, then also he can escape from what? 10% simple interest. That we discussed. Yes or no? If there is any delay in the payment of gratuity, the employer shall pay interest for a delayed period at the rate of how much? 10% per annum on simple interest basis. What are the exceptions? If the delay is due to the default of an employee, or if he has taken the permission of the controlling authority, then there is no need for the employer to pay what? Simple interest. Guys, are these points clear? We have discussed yesterday, na? Yes or no? Eligibility, pakka. Applicability, pakka. How to calculate the amount of gratuity, pakka. And determination for payment of gratuity also. Are there any doubts? Next point, next what we discussed. If there is any conflict between employer and employee, if there is any clash between employer and employee, then employee can go to some person. Who is that person, guys? Controlling authority. Ayya, please give me proper solution. My employer is not at all willing to pay what? Gratuity. So what you have to do is, please give me a proper solution. Please tell the employer to pay the gratuity amount, because we both are in conflict. We both are in conflict. Then the controlling authority shall pass an appropriate order for what? Conducting an inquiry. He will ask, Are Babu, employer, what is the problem? You are not willing to pay the gratuity, it seems. No. Why? What is the problem? Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. So who will ask that, Nana? Controlling authority. Who will ask that? Controlling authority. If controlling authority is asking and this order is not at all satisfied by the employer, if employer is not satisfied, then how many days? Within how many days? Yes, from the date of passing the order by the controlling authority, within 60 days, this employer can directly go to some person who is at affiliate. Sir, I want to pay gratuity, but as per the provisions of Gratuity Act, okay, he have to get 20 lakhs, but due to some reasons, I forfeited the amount of gratuity. I forfeited the amount of gratuity. So I was keep on telling to controlling authority, but controlling authority is not accepting my request. That is the reason I came to you. So please deal the situation from my side. Who will ask that? Employer. Okay, who will ask that? Employer can directly go to some person. Who are they? Affiliate authority. And whatever the solution which is given by the affiliate authority, whatever the judgment which is passed by the affiliate authority, it is final. It is final. Pakka? Damn sure. Discuss da. Discuss da. Yes or no, guys, online? Now, recovery for payment of gratuity also we discussed. Any doubts in that? I'll explain, please listen. What is the point? Recovery from payment of gratuity. See, if the employer and employee, if employee is liable for receiving the amount of gratuity, okay, he is eligible for receiving the gratuity amount of 20 lakhs, but employer is not at all willing to pay the amount of gratuity to the employee, then what employee can do, Nana? What employee can do? Employee, I already told you, he has a power to go and talk with whom? Controlling authority. Sir, employer is not at all willing to pay gratuity. Then what controlling authority will do? Controlling authority will ask the employer, what is the situation? What is the situation? Please give me a valid reason. If employer is not at all giving a valid reason, or if employer is not at all interested to pay the amount of gratuity to his employee, then controlling authority will issue some person. Who is that? Collector. Who is that? Collector. Collector will directly go to the employer, and what will collector do, Nana? He will recover the amount. How much? Simple interest, compound interest. Here, guys, I already told you this. Here, if there is a delay in payment of gratuity to the employee by the employer, then how much amount of interest have to be payable? 10% simple interest. When employer is willing to give, but he is unable to give, in that situation, 10% simple interest. But here, he is not at all willing to give. He is not at all willing to give, but as per the provisions of the Gratuity Act, he have to give what? Gratuity to his employee. Then who will come and ask amount? Collector. He will collect the amount in what percentage? 9% simple interest basis. Compound interest basis. Compound interest basis. Pakka? Damn sure. Samajh gaye? He will recover the amount as if recovering the arrears of land revenue. Pakka. అర్థమైందా అర్థం కాలేదా? అలా చూస్తున్నారు, అర్థమవుతుందా? ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? ఓకే. Now we also have discussed another provision. What is that? Forfeiture of gratuity. So employer can deduct the amount of gratuity from the employee's amount. Yes or no? In what cases? In only two cases. What is that? If the employee services are being terminated due to any act or willful omission or negligence or causing financial loss to the establishment or a destruction of the property of establishment, then how much amount can be forfeited by the employer? Full amount, to the extent of financial loss. To the extent of financial loss. How much loss did he get? That much amount only you can deduct. Pakka? Not full amount. Then what about this one, Amma? If the employee services are being terminated for what? Disorderly conduct, riotous behavior, violent behavior, or any act which constitutes a moral turpitude, then for that, is there any provision? Can employer deduct based upon the loss, financial loss? Can he calculate it? Measure cheyagalda? Can he measure? No. Paru nashtam kada. Ardhamainda? Respect. Can I measure respect, amma? If one person is scolding me, are okay, ee booth maatiki inta amount charge cheyali, aa booth maatiki inta amount charge cheyali. Can I do that thing? No, right? Can I measure it? If he is beating, okay. If he is hitting, okay, I'll deduct 1 lakh from you. Come on, hit me hard, yeah. No, kada. So that is the point. I can forfeit how much amount? Full amount or partial amount? We cannot measure because his services are being terminated due to what? Riotous behavior, violent behavior, disorderly conduct, or any act which constitutes moral turpitude. How much amount can be deducted? Full or partial, based upon the discretion of the employer. It is his wish. Okay? Enta aithe anta. Pakka? Yes or no? Yes or no, guys? Are babu, yes or no? So bro. No. So applicability for payment of gratuity, eligibility for payment of gratuity, how much of gratuity amount can be payable, then what? Application for payment of gratuity, then recovery of gratuity, forfeiture of gratuity, nominations also we have discussed. Yes or no? Let's discuss nomination once again. Let's revise nomination once again. Okay. Come on, tell me, guys. See, I already told you when on the event of termination, that gratuity amount have to be received by the employee from the employer. Yes or no? If employee is not in existence, who is liable? Sorry, who is eligible to receive that amount? Nominee. Who can be a nominee? Who can be a nominee? Nominee can be a family member. But if at all employee doesn't have a family, then a nominee can be anyone. Okay. So now nominee can be anyone. So I appointed a person as a nominee. But in future, employee acquired a family. Then previous nomination shall be void. Okay, yes or no? Okay. New nominee has been appointed by the employee. Before appointing the nominee itself, employee died. Then what will be the situation? Who will be a nominee, valid nominee? Old one or new one? Old one or new one? Yes, the legal heir which is appointed by the court. Okay. Nomination shall be made within how many days, Amma? Yes. If at all an employee has joined in an organization and completed a service of how many years? At least 1 year. Then in which form he can make an application for nomination? Form number F. Khatam? Yes or no? Ardhamainda babu? Samajh gaye? Ardhamainda Tista? Boys? Mohan? Pakka? Okay. Now, Amma online. Are there any doubts? Whatever we discussed, we have revised it once again. Are there any doubts? Okay. So now there is another concept, Nana. Mode of payment of gratuity. What is that, guys? Mode of payment of gratuity. Yes, gratuity have to be payable by the employer to his employee, subject to the maximum of how much? 25 lakhs. That we discussed. Yes or no? Okay. Sir, how to calculate gratuity we discussed. Who shall be liable to pay gratuity we discussed. To whom we discussed. Okay. Procedure also we discussed. Recovery of payment of gratuity also we discussed. Sometimes employer can deduct some amount of gratuity. That also we discussed. Sir, my doubt is how to pay gratuity? In cash or in kind or by way of depositing the amount in a bank account? How? Yella. How? Yella. So gratuity can be paid by way of cash. Directly, Babu, come to our office. Okay, come to our office. We will pay you gratuity. If at all it is 25 lakhs also, employer can pay it in cash. Yes, he can pay it in cash or through check or through DD. Sir, employer can pay it by postal order, money order. Babu, employer can pay it through money order subject to the maximum of 1,000. Subject to the maximum of 1,000. That means more than 1,000 if he is paying, no, he is not eligible to pay by way of what? Money order, postal order. Guys, are there any doubts? Samajh gaye sir, thank you. Okay, so mode of payment of gratuity. Guys, Jeevan, are there any doubts? Did you get this point? Jeevan, Cap or Babu, ardhamainda? Pakka. So what is the mode of payment of gratuity? Either he can pay in cash or through check or DD. If at all he is paying through what? Postal order, subject to the maximum of 1,000. If more than 1,000 he can pay, no, he is not eligible to pay more than 1,000. So that concept is called as what? Mode of payment of gratuity. Mode of payment of gratuity. See, mode of payment of gratuity. Gratuity can be paid by the employer to his employee by way of cash, a check, or DD. It can be paid by postal money order also if the gratuity amount is less than 1,000. Less than 1,000. Please go through with the point fast. 1 minute fast. Okay. Now, Amma, we are going to discuss another concept, Amma. That is insurance. Babjis, please listen. Section number 4A. This is called compulsory insurance. What is that, Nana? Compulsory insurance. Compulsory insurance in the sense, I'll explain, please listen. For example, Babu, for example, if there is a company or if there is an establishment, if there is a establishment, Amma, DD means demand draft. DD, what is mean by DD? Demand draft. Okay. Thapura. Sorry, guys, please. What is that? Establishment. What is the section which we are going to discuss now? Okay. What is that? Section number 4A. I'll explain, please listen. See, so if there is an establishment and due to some fire accident, 20 workers died on spot. 20 workers died on spot. Okay. So when 20 workers died on a single day, within how many days that employer have to arrange the funds, Amma? Within 30 days, employer is eligible. Sorry, employer. It is mandatory for the employer to arrange the funds within 30 days. Yes or no? No. 20 workers died. If at all 20 workers, each guys, silence please. 20 workers, each one is eligible to receive a gratuity amount of 25 lakhs. Each one is eligible for receiving a gratuity of 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs, that means 25 lakhs into 20, 5 crores. 5 crores within 30 days, employer have to pay gratuity to their nominees. Yes or no? Yes or no? To their nominees, employer have to arrange the funds within how many days? 30 days. Can employer arrange the funds within 30 days? Can employer arrange the funds within 30 days? 5 CR, 5 crores. 5 crores. Oh, 5 crores. It is impossible for the employer. See, for a big establishments, they can arrange the funds. But for some establishments, it is impossible for them to arrange the funds within 30 days. Then what law is telling, what Gratuity Act is telling, Babu employer, it is mandatory for you to pay the gratuity. We cannot do anything. Sir, yeah. What can I do? Yeah. Chinnapilla. And see, if employer is willing to pay, but can he pay? He is willing to pay. He is interested to pay, but is there any amount to pay in his organization? If he sell all the property also, if he is taking loan also, he is getting how much amount? Maximum 3 crores. Sir, remaining 2 crores, I cannot arrange that fund, sir. Please understand from my perspective. Okay. What employer is telling is also absolutely right. What employer is telling is absolutely right. But still, employees, families, those nominees cannot wait. Yes or no? Well, wait chegalra. Then what is the absolute solution for that? That concept we are going to discuss now. Babu, if you have an establishment, if you are running an establishment, then first what you have to do is, there may be an unavoidable, unpredictable things. Life is unpredictable, yes or no? So we cannot predict that fire accident will be taking place today. Tomorrow tsunami will come. Day after tomorrow, lava will come. Ilantivanni evarana expect chestara? Anyone will expect? No. Yes or no? They will not expect. So it is unpredictable. It is unpredictable. Ardangala. Sacrifice. Bhukam, earthquake. Abba. Sare, Babjis. So now, what lawmaker said is, Babu, whatever you are saying is absolutely right. Whatever you are saying is absolutely right. That's why what we are telling is, you do one thing, directly you make an insurance for your organization on your employees. On your employees. That if they die also, there is no need for you to pay that amount of gratuity. Insurance company only they will give. Insurance company only they will give. Sir, then what I have to do? Monthly or annually, you pay a certain amount to the insurance company. Okay? By whose name? By your employees' names. Okay, if you have 10 workers or 20 workers or 30 workers, okay, what you have to do? You have to pay insurance. Okay, so that is mandatory. So that is the reason its heading itself is what? Compulsory insurance. The establishment shall take a what? Insurance policy from LIC or any other insurer against the liability of the employer for payment of gratuity. So when your establishment is a small establishment, what you have to do? Life is unpredictable. So do one thing, go and insure in some LIC or any other insurer with the LIC or any other insurer. Then it is safety for you, and it is safety from whose perspective also? Employees' family. Employees' family's perspective also. Pakka? Ardhamainda? Yes or no? Okay. I already told you that for big establishments there is no need for them for what? For searching money, for searching funds. Sir, big establishments in the sense, what type of establishments? What type of establishments in the sense? Those establishments which has how many number of employees in that establishment, Amma? Not less than 500. That means more than or equal to 500 employees. Okay, establishment law, if in an establishment which consists of 500 or more employees working in that establishment, and what they are doing is they created a fund. What is that fund? Gratuity fund. Management wants to continue the same, and number of persons employed are how much? 500 or more. So that establishment is a big establishment, bada establishment. So what that type of establishment will do is, sir, please do one thing, please go and insure upon the life of your employees. Sir, ruko zara, sabal karo, we already created a fund account. What is that? Gratuity fund account. If at all there are any unpredictable things happening, what we will do? We will open that account, and what we will do? We will withdraw the amount from that account. No need for us to what? Depositing into insurance. So it is a big establishment, right? So for that establishments, it is not important for them to pay what? Insurance. For them to pay what? Insurance. Guys, are these points clear? And any other establishments which are in control of what? Which are under the control of central government or state government. For those type of establishments also, there is no need for them to what? Compulsory insurance. Insure. Pakka? Ardhamainda? What is that section, Nana? What is that section? Section number 4A. The establishment to which this act is applicable shall take insurance policy from LIC or any other insurer against the liability of the employer for payment of gratuity. Below specified establishments are not required to take the insurance policy. Sir, what are those establishments? Establishments which are under the control of central government or state government, or when the establishment which has created a gratuity fund account and management wants to continue the same, and number of person employed are how much? 500 or more. For that establishments also, gratuity is mandatory to, establishment is mandatory for paying what? Insurance or not? For those establishments, it is not mandatory. It is not compulsory. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please be quick, fast. Online, are there any doubts? Okay. Amma, Bajis. So, mode of payment of gratuity we have discussed. Then what? Compulsory insurance also we have discussed. Any doubts? Now we are going into another concept, that is penalties. That is penalties. Okay. Let's go to the concept called as penalties. See, for those establishments which are liable for paying what? Gratuity, mandatorily, if that employer is not paying gratuity, if that employer is not paying gratuity, so what happens? What will be the punishment? If he is paying, okay, no problem. Within a prescribed time, that is within 30 days, if he is not paying, then what will happen? On him, what will be applicable? 10% simple interest will be applicable. Yes or no? Yes. If he is not at all interested to pay the gratuity, then what will happen? Then what will happen? Recovery of payment of gratuity, 9% compound interest will be applicable on the employer. Yes or no? Now, in extension to it, penalties. What are that? Penalties. If any person, for avoiding such payment, if it is he is eligible to pay the gratuity, okay, he is eligible to pay the gratuity. Sorry, he is mandatorily, that establishment have to pay the amount of gratuity to the employee, to the eligible persons, but he is knowingly making or causes to make a false statement. See what he is saying, 20 lakhs have to be paid by the employer, but what he is telling, sir, not 20 lakhs, only 12 lakhs I have to pay, remaining 8 lakhs. What he is doing? He is doing some fraud. He is doing some fraud. He is not at all in an intention to pay the amount of gratuity to the employee. How much amount of gratuity to be payable by the employer as per the provision? 20 lakhs if the employer have to pay. He calculated the amount of gratuity. When as per the provisions of a Payment of Gratuity Act, when he calculated, it is around 20 lakhs he have to pay. But how much amount he is paying? Only 12 lakhs. Then some employee went to some intelligent person called as, what intelligent person? Mohan. Where is that Mohan? Okay, he went to a person, intelligent person called as Mohan. Babu Mohan. Keep it. Kim. So Kim also is an intelligent person. Mohan is an intelligent person. So these two intelligent persons, I went and asked Kim and Mohan, Babu, see, can you please calculate the amount of gratuity? No, I don't know how much amount to calculate. How to calculate the amount of gratuity? Then what Mohan said, Arey Babu, no problem. I am there now. So when he calculated how much amount of gratuity have to be payable by the employer, 20 lakhs. Then what Mohan is saying, Babu, you have to get 20 lakhs. But your employer is giving how much amount? 12 lakhs. That is right or wrong? Wrong. So here, but what employer is doing, he is knowingly making or causes to make any false statement or any false representation, then that type of employees have to be punishable with an imprisonment of at least how much? At least maximum, which may extend to 6 months. Maximum 6 months. Where they can go? Where they can go? Jail. Okay, where they can go? Jail, or with a fine which may extend to 10,000 rupees or both. Pakka? Damn sure? Ardhamainda? Okay. And next point, employer who contravenes or makes a default in complying with any of the provisions of this act. See, here what happened? Here employer is doing any fraud or mischievous things. He is intentionally doing that. Then he is liable for imprisonment of 6 months, maximum 6 months, and with a penalty which may extend to 10,000 rupees. But here he is contravening in the sense, haddul atikramisnar. What act is saying? We have to follow what act is saying. Yes or no? He is doing something in extension to act, beyond the powers, beyond the limits he is doing. then what will happen? He is contravening or makes any default in complying with any of the provisions of the act, then he shall be punishable with an imprisonment of a term which shall not be less than how many months? Minimum 3 months, but maximum which may extend to 1 year, or with a fine which shall not be less than 10,000 rupees, but which may extend to 20,000 rupees also. అర్థమైందా సార్? I mean, I did not understand this. I'll explain, please listen. Employer have to follow compulsory insurance concept, yes or no? Yes or no? If he is not following compulsory insurance concept, but he is paying gratuity, his intention is to pay gratuity, but he is not following what? A section in the provision, then he will, for those type of employees, not for doing fraud, not for doing any mischievous things, but here what is he doing? Intentional or unintentional? Yes, unintentional. He is contravening the provisions. He is contravening the provisions. Then for them imprisonment which may extend to 6 months. Sir, here imprisonment up to 6 months only and fine up to 10,000 only. But here this is very small mischief thing, no? This is very small when it is compared to this one. This is intentionally they are doing fraud, but here they are not doing fraud. There might be a chances of contravening without intentionally. Without intentionally also they might be doing this. Yes, Babu, for this no fraud or intentionally if they are doing, for them compound interest will be applicable. Compound interest also will be applicable. Punishments also will be applicable. For these type of people, punishments only will be applicable. That's it. అర్థమైందా? ఎనీ ఆఫ్ ద ప్రొవిజన్స్ ఆఫ్ ద యాక్ట్ ఫాలో అవ్వకపోతే వాళ్ళకి ఏమవుతుంది? పనిష్మెంట్స్ అప్లికబుల్. సార్ వీళ్ళకైతే రికవరీ ఆఫ్ పేమెంట్ ఆఫ్ గ్రాట్యుటీ అక్కడ 9% ఆఫ్ వాట్? కాంపౌండ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఆల్సో విల్ బి అప్లికబుల్. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అది ద మ్యాటర్. Where any offense relating to non-payment of a gratuity amount payable under the act, then the employer shall be punishable with imprisonment of minimum 6 months up to 2 years. But fine is there? Fine is not defined. There is no need of fine. If the offense is relating to just non-payment, gratuity pay cheyakapothe, the amount of gratuity have to be payable. Yes or no? For them compound interest will be applicable. So no need of penalty. Just what is that? Imprisonment will be applicable. అర్థమైందా? Please go through with the concept first. Penalties. Amma, this is a new material concept, so please write these points, penalties. Okay, write these points in your note, running notes. This penalties concept. Okay, right. Online, you guys also please note these points in your running notes. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Hold it, hold it. Guys, finished, huh? Online finished, amma? ఇంకా అవ్వలేదు రైట్ సూన్ అమ్మ ఫాస్ట్ అమ్మా ఫాస్ట్ ఓకే బాబ్జీస్ So penalties concept also we have discussed. Babjis, Babu. So see, these are the topics, these are the learning outcomes. Applicability for payment of gratuity, eligibility for payment of gratuity, gratuity amount payable calculation, and application for payment of gratuity, mode of payment of gratuity, recovery of gratuity, forfeiture of gratuity, nominations of gratuity, penalties, compulsory insurance. See, there are only two concepts which we have to discuss. One is notice for payment of gratuity and important definitions. Okay, these two concepts we will be learning tomorrow. Okay, with this we'll conclude this session. Okay, all the best. Hi guys, hi, am I online? Am I audible? Am I audible?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jeevan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, nice. So, we have completed many of the concepts of payment of gratuity, right? Yes or no? So, are there any doubts? Are there any doubts in the payment of gratuity? Maximum, all the important concepts we have discussed, Amma. What are those concepts, Nana? Applicability for payment of gratuity, for whom gratuity amount is eligible to receive, and gratuity amount to be payable, application for payment of gratuity, mode of payment of gratuity, how to pay gratuity amount, whether it may be in cash or in check or but in kinda. No. Sir, by way of postal order, can we send the amount of gratuity to the employer? Yes, subject to the maximum of. Okay, recovery of payment of gratuity. If employer is not paying gratuity, then employee can go and appeal to whom, Mama? Can go and ask to whom? Controlling authority. If controlling authority is telling that employer you have to pay the gratuity amount or provide me the valid reasons why you are not paying. If controlling authority is asking and still employer is not responding or not showing the cause for what? For delay in the payment of gratuity, then controlling authority will appoint whom? Collector, and that collector will recover the amount as how? As arrears of land revenue. And is there any compound interest or simple interest on that amount of gratuity? Compound interest, subject to how much percentage? Compound interest, 9% compound interest. And we have also discussed A category concept. What is that? Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. Forfeiture for payment of gratuity. Gratuity amount can be forfeited. Yes or no? Gratuity amount can be forfeited or not. Employer can deduct the amount of gratuity in only two reasons. In only two reasons. What are those two reasons? Any act or willful omission or causing any destruction of a property of establishment or causing any financial loss to the property of the establishment, then how much amount of gratuity can be forfeited? To the extent of financial loss. To the extent of financial loss. In any other reason, what is the second reason, guys? What is that second reason? Huh? Yes, violent behavior or riotous behavior or disorderly conduct, any other thing any other act which constitutes moral turpitude. Then partial or full amount of gratuity can be forfeited. Yes or no? Nominations for payment of gratuity also we have discussed. Yes or no? Come on, tell me. Nominations. Employee is eligible for appointing a nominee after 5 years, after 1 year, after 2 years, after 2 years, 1 year, 1 year of completion of his service. Yes or no? In which form? Form number F. Nominee have to be a family member. If a family member is not present, if if the employee doesn't have a family, then nominee can be anyone. Okay. In future, family has been acquired by the employee. Then what happens? Previous nomination shall be void. Previous nomination shall be void. Pakka. Okay. Before the changing the name itself, if employee only dies, then what happens, Nana? Then what happens? Court will appoint a legal heir. Okay. Court will say someone, Babu, you are the legal heir, you are only eligible for receiving what amount? Gratuity amount. And we have also discussed about penalties. Yes or no? We have discussed another concept. What is that, guys? Compulsory insurance. What is that, Nana? Compulsory insurance. What is meant by compulsory insurance? If at all there is an establishment and that establishment is covered under, is applicable under Gratuity Act, then that establishment have to pay what? Gratuity amount. Yes or no? It is eligible for paying what? It is applicable for paying what? Gratuity. Okay? Gratuity amount. Now, yes, this establishment is eligible for paying gratuity amount to its employee, but
there may be certain unavoidable reasons. So what lawmaker said is, Babu, you have to pay gratuity amount to your employee. Yes, but provided, do one thing. What is that? You pay some amount every month or every year. Every year certain amount have to be paid to what? Life insurance, to an insurance policy. You take some insurance policy. You take some insurance policy. Okay, yes, insurance policy. If at all there might be some unavoidable and unpredictable things happening, then what happens is, this insurance companies, what they'll do is, they will only come and settle the amount. There is no need for you to pay, because you are paying insurance every month and every year, na? Certain amount is paid in behalf of whom? On behalf of employee. On behalf of employee, employer is paying this insurance. So that is mandatory or optional? Compulsory, means mandatory. Compulsory and mandatory. Pakka. So there are two types of establishments which are not required to pay what? Insurance. What are those two types of establishments? Establishments who has how many workers? 500 or more workers, and they are maintaining what? Gratuity fund amount. Gratuity fund account. Pakka. Or establishments which are controlled by central government or state government. Pakka. For those type of establishments also, it is not compulsory for them to pay what? Insurance. Pakka. Advainda ardham kaleda? Then there are only some minute concepts, that too miscellaneous concepts, that too miscellaneous concepts. Those are important definitions. Important definitions. Today we are going to discuss these important definitions and notice for payment of gratuity, and we can successfully conclude the chapter. Okay, we can successfully conclude the chapter. Are these points clear, Nana? Yes or no? Now we are going to important definitions concept. Important definitions. Come on, let's go to important definitions, Amma. Important definitions. See, we have studied that if employee is not getting gratuity, then employee can go and complain it to someone. Who is that someone? Controlling authority. Sir, who is this controlling authority? How will he get power? This controlling authority means an authority which is appointed by appropriate government. So this appropriate government, what this appropriate government will do? It will appoint a controlling authority. It will appoint a controlling authority. It will appoint a controlling authority. So now what we have to discuss is, sir, who is called as an appropriate government? So what establishments? So who, to call a appropriate government, what are the eligibility criteria? Eligibility criteria, whether central government, can we call central government as an appropriate government, or state government or as an appropriate government? For that, I'll give a small clarification. APS RTC. APS RTC. For Andhra people, what is that? There is a road transport. What is that? APS RTC. For Telangana people, there is a road transport. What is that? TSRTC. So, for them, who is an appropriate government for those type of employees? Who is the appropriate government? State government. Okay. Who is an appropriate government for APSRTC? State government. Okay. Now, second example. Railway companies. Sorry, railway. Railway is controlled by whom? Central government. So, for railway employees, who is an appropriate government for that railway? Central government. Let's read that. For the following establishment, the appropriate government means the central government. Sir, for which type of establishments appropriate government is central government? Any establishments which are under the control of whom, Amma? So any establishment which is under the control of central government, then for that establishments, appropriate government is what? Central government. Any establishments having branches in more than one state, if there is some company and that company has a branches in 3 states, for that type of companies, who is appropriate government? Central government or state government? central government, because establishment having a branches in more than one state. Okay. Next one, an establishment of factory belonging to or under the control of what? Any establishments which is under control of what? Direct by central government. Any establishment like a major port or mines or railway fields or oil fields or railway companies, for this type of establishments, who is appropriate government? In any other case, what is appropriate government? RTC. Who is appropriate government for that? State. Adhamainda? Samajh gaye? Yes or no? Guys online? Yes? No? Who is who is this controlling authority? Controlling authority is a person, is an authority which is given, which is appointed by whom? That authority will be given by whom? Appropriate government. Appropriate government will appoint an authority to look at whether payment of gratuity provisions are properly maintained or not. Okay, so this appropriate government will appoint controlling authority. The appropriate government may by notification published in the official gazette appoint any officer as a controlling authority who shall be, what is the controlling authority's work? Who shall be responsible for the administration of the act. This controlling authority, what power he has? What power he has? Amma, when it comes to power, what we will see is we will look at the power itself, but it is a responsibility. Responsibility. See, this controlling authority shall be responsible for what? Administration of the act. Administration of the act. Whether Gratuity Act is properly maintained or not, it is responsibility. Who will take that responsibility? Controlling authority. Controlling authority. Are these points clear? So we have discussed about two definitions. What are those? Appropriate government, controlling authority. Appropriate government and controlling authority. Third definition, we have already discussed about family. We have already discussed about family. Are there any doubts regarding family concept, Nana? Are there any doubts? So, fourth one, what is that? Retirement. See, we have already discussed retirement, resignation, death, disablement, superannuation. Yes or no? In these 5 events of termination only, employee can get what? Gratuity amount. So, in that point, when it comes to eligibility for receiving the payment of gratuity, we know about resignation, yes or no? We know about death, yes or no? Death ante telusa telida? We all know about death. We know about disablement. Disablement also we know. But what is meant by superannuation and what is meant by retirement? What is meant by superannuation and what is meant by retirement? Come on, anyone? Anyone? Age limit అయిపోతే superannuation. Online? Can anyone give the clarification, the difference between retirement and superannuation? Offline? Age? More than? ఎక్కువ పని చేస్తే ఎక్కువ ఇయర్స్ పనిచేస్తే కంపెనీలో సూపర్యాన్యుయేషన్ అంటారు, తక్కువ ఇయర్స్ పనిచేస్తే రిటైర్మెంట్ అంటారు. ఆన్లైన్ కమాన్, ఈస్ దేర్ ఎనీ డిఫరెన్స్? బాబ్జీస్, is your notes? Can anyone give me a clarification? The difference between superannuation and retirement. There is some point here. Please read this point and explain. What is mean by retirement and what is mean by superannuation? Vacation of employment after a, అది ఇక్కడ ఉంది కదా, చూడలేదంట. రాపిచ్చాను కదమ్మా. What is the difference between superannuation and retirement, Nana? Babji? Huh? Prescribed age? Specified age? Devaki? Monica? Nandakishore? Kanchana? Amma Janu? Lily? What is the difference between retirement and superannuation? Dev, parent? Durgamani? Praveen? Kya? Arey, there is this point, Nana. Please read these points. What is meant by retirement other than superannuation? It is a termination of services of the employee for reasons being other than superannuation. So, what is meant by superannuation and what is meant by retirement? Retirement anna, superannuation anna. If see these both the terms we use when we use the same point. What is that? Termination of services, vacation of employment. Here, superannuation refers to vacate the employment after attaining a certain age. After attaining a certain age. Here, employee can get out of his organization after attaining a certain age only. But in retirement, no. If he want to go out of the organization, he can before attaining that age itself. For example, I will give you an example. In certain establishments, employees have to mandatorily work for, they have to retire at the age of 58. 58 they have to terminate from their organization. They have to vacate from the organization. Yes or no? Okay. That concept is called as what? Superannuation. Did you hear the word called as voluntary retirement? Voluntary retirement. That means retirement in the sense, yes, even if in that organization, they told us to work for 58 years, then only we have to what? Vacate from the organization. But still, if we want to retire, if we want to vacate, before attaining the certain age also, we can vacate. That concept is called as what? Retirement. And here, in superannuation, what is there? What is there? On attaining of a certain age only, what happens? You can go. But here, even if you are getting that certain age or not, okay, if you want to vacate, you can vacate. That is a point. Pakka. That is the difference between retirement and superannuation. Samajh gaye, Babjis? Yes or no? Pakka. Okay. Now, we are going to discuss another definition, Amma. Continuous service. What is that? Continuous service. What is meant by continuous service? See here, when it comes to eligibility, gratuity shall be payable to an employee on the event of termination due to what? Superannuation, retirement, resignation, death or disablement, provided he has rendered a continuous service means 5 years. Na? Every year he have to work for 365 days. 365 days, 365 days, 365 days, 365 days, 365 days. He have to work for 365 days continuously. That means there is a proper definition as per the lawmaker. Lawmaker, what is his intention for giving this definition? He gave a proper definition. Okay, for what? For what? Continuous service. For what? Continuous service. So come on, let's go and discuss what is meant by continuous service. What is meant by continuous service? Continuous service in the sense, employee is not at all, what to say, there is no need for the employee to work for continuous 5 years. At least in every year, certain number of days he have to work. He have to come to the organization. What is that? Employees employed below the ground. Employees employed below the ground. In the sense, like mines. Mines underground, they will work, no? They will work in the underground. Yes or no? Yes or no? They will go to the tunnel, they will go to the they will go under the ground and they will work there. Yes or no? So this is very risky job. This is very risky job. So what they did is, employees who are working below the ground in mines or any other, in mines, then for them there is no need for you to come for how many days? 365 days to the organization. There is no need for you to come to the organization for 240 days, but rather how many days is required? If you come to the organization for 190 days, that's self-sufficient. That's self-sufficient. Did you get my point? So what is mean by continuous service? If that establishment is mine and under the ground, people working under the ground, people working above the ground. I am working under the ground, above the ground. Above the ground అంటే ఈ గ్రౌండ్ నుండి స్టేజ్కి అబోవ్ కాదు. వాట్ ఈస్ దట్? అబోవ్ ద గ్రౌండ్ అంటే ఏంటి? వాట్ ఈస్ మీన్ బై అబోవ్ ద గ్రౌండ్? భూమి పైన, భూమి కింద, భూమి పైన. ఓకే, వినండి అమ్మా. సో అబోవ్ ద గ్రౌండ్ ఇన్ ద సెన్స్, see I am working right above the ground. For me how many days I have to work? I have to come 240 days. If the employees are working below the ground, how many days they have to come? 190 days. There is a second point also. For some establishments, even if they are working above the ground, what happens is, their number of working days in a week shall be less than 6 days a week. MNC companies, only 5 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Only 5 days are there for them to work. For those type of establishments, they are working above the ground or below the ground? Above the ground. Even if they are working above the ground, for them there is no need for 240 days of eligibility. For them only how many days of eligibility is required? 190 days. If you want me to explain, I'll explain. Please listen. Nana. See, when it comes to continuous service, what happens? People are working above the ground, people working below the ground. People are working above the ground, people are working below the ground. When people are working above the ground, and people are working below the ground, guys, in this there is a 2 bifurcations, Nana. People are working below the ground. See, when people are working below the ground, come on, tell me, how many days of working day, how many days of continuous service they have to go on? 190 days. Pakka. So for them, how many days they have to come to the organization? Continuously, not 190 days, Nana. In a whole year, they have to come for how many days? 190 days. Now I'll explain, please listen. So there is a worker. So in year 1, he came to an organization for 195 days. This is under the ground. For example, he is working under the mine. Okay. So, Amma, please listen. Year one. How many days they are coming to an organization, Amma, to work? 195 days. In year 2, it is under the ground. That means mines. Okay. So in year 2, they came to an organization for how many days? 180 days. For how many days? 180 days. Year 3, they came to an he came to an organization for how many days? 200 days. Year 4, he came to an organization for how many days? 192 days. In year 5, he came to organization for 150 days. Come on, tell me. Is he eligible for receiving gratuity? Is he eligible for receiving gratuity? So continuously how many years he have to work? Sorry, continuously how many years he have to come to an organization? 5 years. Yes, this is 5 years. In year 1, what is the, to calculate the continuous service, how many days he have to come to an organization? 190 days. Year 2 also he have to come for how many days? 190. Year 3 also 190. Year 4 also 190. Year 5 also 190. So year 1, is he eligible? Year 2, he came to an organization. Yes or no? Year 3, year 4, year 5. Come on, tell me, is he in a continuous service of not less than 5 years? No. Okay. He is not in continuous service of not less than 5 years. So, in that case, is he eligible for receiving gratuity? No. Otherwise, continuously he have to come to an organization for 5 years. In that continuous service, we calculated number of days. Number of days. So, come on, tell me, below the ground, people working below the ground, what is the number of days to come to an organization, Anna? 190 days. Samajh gaye? Ardhamainda? Pakka? No. People are working above the ground. People are working above the ground. If people are working above the ground, it is also categorized into 2 ways, Nana. It is categorized into 2 ways. What is that? Okay, first don't write. I'll explain. Please listen. Okay, number of working days in a week. Number of working days in a week are less than 6. Less than 6. If it is yes, then how many days you have to come, Nana? How many days you have to come? Less aithe 190 days. In this case also, how many days you have to come? In a year, 190 day. Like that, every year, how many subject to the maximum of 5 years? If he is continuously coming to an organization, if he is continuously present in an organization for 190 days, then what? Then what happens? Is he eligible? Yes. No. Next one. The establishment, the number of working days in an establishment are less than 6. If it is yes, then 190 days. If it is any other case in the sense, then what will happen? 240 days. 240 days. Are these points clear? Pakka? Damn sure? Ardhamainda, ardham kaleda? Okay. Third point. Then also how many? 240 days. Pakka? So note these points first. Note these points first. Actually, there is no need for this. Any other case, there is no need for this. These 2 points are more than enough. These 2 points are more than enough. Please note these points. Babjis, did you note this point? Haibenda. Now please go through with this concept, Amma, fast. Continuous service. Continuous service, fast. We don't have much time. Continuous service, first. Okay. Okay, guys. Amma, please listen, Ra. So there is a next point, Amma, where employee employed in a seasonal establishment. Seasonal establishment in the sense, please note this point. What is mean by a seasonal establishment? That establishment which is not open for how many months? At least 6 months. In the span of 12 months, at least 6 months it is not at all open. అర్థమైందా? 6 months open లేదు. Then that type of establishment is what? Called as seasonal establishment. So sir, in a 1 year, it will not be open at least for how many days? 6 months also. That means, how can you calculate? How can you calculate? See here, in one complete year, employee have to come to an organization for how many days? 190 days. In one complete year, employee have to come for how many days? 240 days. Here, if it is less than 6 months, in the sense, the days of open, the days in which establishment was in open is less than 190 days. Yes or no? 180 days kuda open lo ledu. It is not open for how many days? Not even 180 days. For that type of establishments, how to calculate the continuous service? How to calculate continuous service? In that case, lawmakers, what they did is they gave a marvelous solution. What is that? Where an employee employed in a seasonal establishment, he shall be deemed to be in a continuous service for such period for not less than 75% of what? Number of days in which establishment was in operation during such period. That means, for example, if he worked in an establishment for 10 years, if he worked in that establishment for how many days? 10 years. Okay. In that 10 years, please understand, in that 10 years, establishment was in operation. Establishment was in operation for how many days? In the sense, 2000 days. 2000 days. Establishment was in operation for how many days, Nana? 2000 days. Okay. In that 10 years, establishment was in operation for how many days? Operation and enti? Work in progress. Okay. Establishment was in operation for 2000 days. Now, how to calculate the whether that employee is in continuous service or not? That means, in that 10 years, In that 10 years, 2000 days were in operation. Out of the 2000 days, he have to come to an organization for at least how much percentage? 75 percentage. That means 75 percentage into number of days on which? Number of days of operation. Operation in such period. Okay, that means 75 percentage into how many days, guys? 2000 days. In his speech, in his period, what is his period? 2000, sorry, 10 years was his period. He was in service for how many years? 10 years. In that 10 years, how many days were in operation? 2000. So 2000 into 75 percentage, then what is that? 1500. At least he have to come to an organization for how many days? 1500 days. If he come to an organization for 1500 days, then you can call him as what? He is in a continuous service. He is in what? Continuous service. Are these points clear? Let's read this point once again. Where an employee employed in a seasonal establishment, he shall be deemed to be in a continuous service for such period. What is that period? 10 years. For not less than 75% of the number of days on which such establishment was in operation. In that 10 years, how many days how many days the establishment was in operation? 2000. 2000 into 75 percentage. That means that employee have to come to an organization for how many days? 1500 days. To call him as a continuous service of rendering a service. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Ardhamainda? You want to write this example? Please write this fast. Okay. Okay. ఎక్కడుంది Amma, there is a small case law here. Jeevan, sir, at last, after completion of all the concepts, please discuss case laws. Yes, Jeevan. Okay, done. So, guys, there is a small case law here. Interrupted service due to sickness and accident or disablement shall not be deemed as what? Breaking or violation of continuous service. An employee shall be provided with what? Reasonable opportunity of being. That means interruption of service due to what? Sickness or accident or disablement shall not be deemed as breaking or violation of continuous service. See, I'll give you a small example. If employee is working in an organization and while he is working, there is a proper sickness or he met with an accident. Then number of, see, I'll show you, please listen. See, I already explained that, for example, in year number 1, that employee came to an organization for 195 days. He worked in the organization for how many days? 195 days. In year 2 also, he worked in that organization for how many days? 192 days. And when it came to year number 5, he worked in that establishment for how many days? 179 days. 179 days. The reason is he met with an accident. Because of that, number of days of service is below 190 days. Now come on, tell me. Year 1, he came to an organization for 190 days. Yes. Year 2, yes. Year 3, yes. Year 4, yes. Year 5, but still, if that situation is a valid situation, what is that situation? Interrupted service due to what? Sickness or accident or disablement. Sir, accident hua. Chahi gaya. Okay, hand gaya. Then what happened? Disablement. What is that? Disablement. Shall not be deemed as breaking or violation of a continuous service. Even if you met with an accident and even if your service is being interrupted, but still it will be added. For example, he took, because of accident, he did not come to an organization for how many days? 30 days. For how many days, guys? 30 days. Now, that 30 days we can add or we cannot add? Add chegalama, add cheylema? Yes, we can definitely add. That is the point. This is a case law. What is that? Lallappa, Lingappa versus Lakshmi Vishnu Mills. Pakka? Okay, this is a case law. Guys, are these points clear? Lallappa, Lingappa versus Lakshmi Vishnu Mills. Okay, there is a small case law here. Practical question. Let's go through with this practical question, Amma. Please open your notes first. Open notes. Let's discuss this practical question. It is being asked in December 17 and June 19. Please, let's go with the question. First, read this question. I'll give you 5 minutes fast. Let's read this question. I'll give you 5 minutes fast. Please be quick, fast. Okay. Guys, I'll explain. Please listen, Amma. Deepak is employed in an Assam Coffee Estate Limited. In which company? Assam Coffee Estate Limited, which is a seasonal establishment. Which is a seasonal establishment. Come on, tell me. To calculate the continuous service of a seasonal establishment, how to calculate that? 75% of number of days of operation. Okay. Operation in that period. In such period. Yes or no? Okay. The factory was in operation for how many days? 4 months only. That means less than 6 months. Yes or no? Okay. During the financial year 18-19. During the financial year 18-19, it was in operation for how many months? 4 months. Deepak was not in continuous service during this period. He was not in continuous service for during this period. Okay. Deepak was not in continuous for during this period. However, he worked for only 60 days. He worked for how many days? 60 days. Come on, tell me. Come on, tell me. How many days of operation was there? 120 days. Yes or no? Out of that, Deepak was not in continuous service during this period. However, he worked for only how many days? That means 120 days, 75%. How much is that? 90 days. He have to work in that organization for how many days? 90 days. But how many days he came to organization? Okay. Now, referring to the provisions of the Payment of Gratuity Act 1972, decide whether Deepak is entitled to get the gratuity or not. Is he in continuous service? No. How many days he came to organization? 60. Is he in continuous service? If he is not in continuous service, he is not eligible for receiving what? Gratuity. Okay, this is question number 1. There is another question. Would your answer be the same in case of Deepak if he works for how many days? Okay, one is 90. Sorry, one is 60. Another one is 100. Yes or no? 60 days. Valida, invalida? How many days he have to come to an organization? 90. So, 90, 60 only he came, he worked in that organization. So, is he eligible for receiving gratuity? Because he is not in continuous service. Second case, he came to an organization for how many days? 90. How many days gratuity is eligible for that? 90. So, in excess, how many days he worked? 10 days. That means, is he eligible for getting the gratuity? Yes, because he is in a continuous service. Simple. Huh? The only point where you get diverted is to interpret the provision and to write it in a paper. That's it. Okay, that is a heavy task for you. So what I'll do is I'll give you a small suggestion. Please write this as a homework. Take this as a homework. Okay, na? Please try to write this and come to tomorrow's session. Okay, na? Now let's go to the next concept. Babu, online are these points clear? Last section. Okay, Jeevan Kumar. Sir, I think for 60 days, Deepak is not eligible for gratuity. And the answer will change if he works for 100. Absolutely right. What you said is absolutely right. For 60 days, no, he is not eligible. Because how many days he have to come to an organization? 90. Then what about second case? He is eligible because he is working for more than 90. Exactly. So what you have to write? You have to write this provision and analysis and conclusion. Guys, are these points clear? Pakka? So these two questions will be the homework for you guys. Question number 2 and question number 3. Question number 2, please try to read this first. Question number 2 also, please try to read this first. Question number 2. Nice. Absolutely right answer, Jeevan. Okay, guys, let's read this question, Amma. Question number 2. What is that? What is given in that question? Mr. X works in a shop which is seasonal in nature. Total season is of how many days? 120 days, and worked for 120 days and was on 2 weeks అది మెచ్యూరిటీ లీవ్ కాదమ్మా, మెటర్నిటీ లీవ్. దట్ ఈస్ మెటర్నిటీ లీవ్. ఓకే, so she is Mrs. X. Okay, Mrs. X works in a shop which is seasonal in nature. Total season is 120 days, and she worked for how many days? 120 days, and was in 2 weeks maternity leave. Has she complied with section 2A of the Gratuity Act 1972? Did she comply with the provisions of Gratuity Act, yeah, or not? That is what they are asking. What did they ask? Babu, that organization is working for how many days? 120 days. Okay, yes or no? Okay, she took a leave and was on 2 weeks on maternity leave. Can anyone take leave on maternity? Yes or no? తీసుకోగలరా, తీసుకోలేరా? Yes or no? It is a valid reason కాదా? Yes or no? Has she complied with section 2A of the Gratuity Act? According to section 2A of the Gratuity Act states that an employee shall be said to be in a continuous service in a seasonal establishment if how many days? 75% of attendance of a total season, and the maternity leave is up to how many weeks? 12 weeks is included in the working days. So 12 weeks in the sense she is in absent for how many weeks? 2 weeks. Below 12 weeks. So can she get that leave? Yes. Is she in continuous service? She came to an organization for how many days? 120 days. 120 days. Plus how many days she was in leave? 14. So total how many days of working she was? 134. Mrs. X works in a seasonal establishment of, Amma, this is 180 days, not 120 days. Please change that. This is 180 days. Mrs. X works in a seasonal establishment of how many days? 180 days. She came to an organization for 120 days and she has worked for 120 days. 180 into 75%. What is that? 135. She have to come to an organization for how many days? 135. But how many days she came to an organization? 120. Can we add this maternity leave or not? Yes, because it is valid. But still, see, 2 weeks maternity leave conclusion. Mrs. X needs a work of 75%. That is what? 135 days. But number of working days is actually how much? 134 days. Here, did she follow section 2A of the Payment of Gratuity Act? No. How many days she have to come? But how many days she came? So is she valid? Is she in a continuous service? No. అర్థమైందా? Here can we add this 14 days? మనం యాడ్ చేయగలమా, యాడ్ చేయలేమా? అమ్మా, this provision I will explain. Please listen. After this point we will conclude the session. See, periods for which gratuity payable even if he is not working in a organization. In some cases, even if the employee is not coming to an organization, their leave can be added to the number of working days. Here, she is in a maternity leave of how many days? 14 days. Yes or no? She worked for how many days? 120 days. Even if she is working for 120 days, her leave of 14 days will be added or not? Yes, added. That is here. That is given in this point. The periods for which gratuity is payable to an employee even if he does not actually work in an organization. What are those periods? One is maternity leave for female employees. Leave with what? Full wages. If you are taking leave with what? Full wages. Third point, absence due to temporary disablement. Temporary disablement. చెయ్యో కాలో ఇరిగింది, మళ్ళీ you will come to an organization. Yes or no? There is a small fracture. Okay, you will come to an organization again. Yes or no? After you are recovered. Yes or no? That is called periods for which gratuity is payable even if he is not working in the organization. It can be counted in the calculation of number of working days while calculating కంటిన్యూస్ సర్వీస్. పక్కా అర్థమైందా? ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? లే ఆఫ్ అండర్ వాట్? ఇండస్ట్రియల్ డిస్ప్యూట్స్ యాక్ట్ 1947. What is mean by Industrial Disputes Act under 1947? Everything I will explain while we discuss Factories Act. Okay guys, are these points clear? In these four reasons, what can employee do? Even if he is not coming to an organization in those days, that period can be counted. That is the reason here, even if she is not coming for that 14 days also, it is counted. It is counted. Are these points clear, ma? Yes or no? Guys online, are these points clear? Ardhamainda? Okay, please go through with this question fast. Okay guys, so we have discussed how many definitions? Appropriate government finished, controlling authority we have successfully completed, family we have discussed, retirement and superannuation also we have discussed. Now we have discussed continuous service. Okay, continuous service. Small points, you already know who is called as an employer, who is called as an employee. Come on, tell me, who is an employee? The person who is working under some employer and he is receiving what? Yes, employee. Who is called as an employee? Any person who is receiving amount. Now my question is, after clearing CMA Inter, you will go for articles, yes or no? You will go for articles. You will also receive some amount from your employer, yes or no? Okay, article assistant can be an employee or not? Come on, tell me. Article assistant can be called as an employee or not? Because you will get stipend but not salary. Employee means a person other than apprentice. Apprentice means what? Those person who came to practical training. He is a trainee. So for that trainee cannot be called as what? Employee. Any person other than a trainee, that can be called as what? Employee. I will give a second example also. If you are a qualified CMA, after qualifying CMA, you will go to some organization. Then what they will do is, sir, as per our organizational standards, we know that you guys have 15 months of article training. You have a better practical skills. We know that. But what we want to do is, if you want to come to our organization and work, we have a proper organizational standards. For that, what we are doing is, we are giving a proper training for 2 or 3 months. Here also, this employee, he is joining in an organization and he is getting what? Amount from the employer. Come on, tell me, that person, he is getting training, na? Training vastunda leda? He is being trained, but can you call that person as a employee or apprentice? Premalu movie dekha? Premalu movie chusara? Premalu JK, just kidding. Okay, what that person will do? See, he calls that heroine as a probationer. Probationer in the sense, after qualification, after you got a proper training, in order to maintain the standards of the respective organization, they will give proper training as per their organization standards, but not as per to enhance your skills. But in your articles, you will join to enhance your skills. That person is called as apprentice. Whereas after qualification, after a proper training, after your articles, okay, after your qualification, you will join, no? That thing is called as what? Probationer. That is called as probationer. So, probationer is also an employee. Probationer employee and piluvabadutada? Yes, because any person other than a apprentice, that means probationer also will come under employee definition. For salaries, or wages to do any kind of work in case of in connection with factories, oil fields, mines, ports, plantations and railway companies or shops or establishments for a reward, whether terms of employment express or implied. Whatever you are doing, you entered into a job, you are getting some amount from your employer. That amount is what? Salary, in terms of salary or wages. Then you can be called as what? Employee. Who is called as an employer? Simple. ఎవడైతే జాబ్ ఇస్తున్నాడో, the person who is giving job, that means not the person who is giving job, the person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the establishment. That person is called as what? Employer. That person is called as employer. అర్థమైందా? The person who has ultimate control over the affairs of the establishment, that person is called as what? Employer. Whether he may be a manager or a managing director or whatever name he is called as. Guys, are these points clear? Yes or no? Samajh gaye? That means, see here, in this applicability definition, in this applicability concept, if we don't know of a meaning of employee, and if we don't know of a meaning of a continuous service, if we do not know the meaning of superannuation, and if you do not know the meaning of retirement, then it will be useless. Our perspective is different, whereas lawmakers' perspective is different. From our perspective, what we see, that person who is giving salary is called as employer. But lawmaker, what did he say? Not the person who is giving salary, but the person who has ultimate control over the affairs of a business. What in our perspective, who is called as an employee? Who receives the money. But all persons who are receiving the money are not called as employee. Apprentice cannot be called as employee as per whose eyes? Eyes of law. Okay. In this the definition, what we discussed? We discussed about a definition called as family. In our general sense, what is called as a family? Who is called as a family member? My brother, my sister. Everyone will come under family definition. But as per lawmaker, wife, children, dependent parent in-laws, and widow and children of a predeceased son. So on the lawmaker's perspective is entirely different. Please don't go through a dictionary and interpret the law definitions. Okay, that is the reason every chapter we will be having definitions concept. Okay na? Samajh gaye? So with this we'll conclude the session now. We'll discuss the remaining concept in the next session. Okay? Yes, sir. I watched Premalu. Super Amma Jeevan. Best example, sir. Got it. Yes. Nice. So with this, we'll conclude the session. We'll discuss the remaining topics in the next session. Bye-bye.